point down to 53 and 685.02 feet density altitude. That's the best we've had all weekend. Can you spell breakout? B-R-E-A-K, ouch. Yeah, that's it. And everybody listening in on the World Wide Web, good morning. Welcome to DragRacer.tv. Warren finally got the quarter fed into the slot to get the machine started, so we are up and running. For those of you tuning in on the World Wide Web, Stock Eliminator round number 2 has just been called to the lanes. Super Street will follow. Sportsman Motorcycle for their first round of eliminations after that. Super Comp for round number 2 as we ran first round last night. Super Stock round number 1. Super Gas round number 1. Scott and Dickey Race Shop, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. We will follow the same running order that we have had all weekend long. And we want to say welcome to everybody listening in on the World Wide Web. We have had a huge crowd this weekend. We got to wait until we get done with the end of the day so we can contabulate numbers to see if we have once again set a milestone for Mr. Reinhardt to work diligently to try and achieve. Lightweight. Well, that was Cowboy Bob singing Howdy Doody Time. Yes, it was. So, Mr. Reinhardt, currently number 2 in the DragRacer.tv coverage program. And we're trying to see if we can elevate the bar a little bit more. He could sit back and have his Budweiser and relax and watch and pay attention. And yeah, go ahead and tell him I said so, because Alan and I are very, very good friends, and we both beat each other up over this. And it's a challenge. We like to beat each other up and make us work a little bit harder, try and get there. But we want to welcome everybody on the World Wide Web, DragRacer.tv, and everybody in the house, because we're about ready to go. Race day, final race day here at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series doubleheader at the Motorplex. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need your lanes, please. Stockers, round number 2. Need you to the lanes. Come on down. Eliminator, final call the lanes, stock eliminator, round number 2, final call the lanes. If you boys and girls aren't there yet, well, come on. Just about ready to put out the call for Super Street. So, all you 1090 competitors, get ready. Doorbell's about to go ding dong. But right now, looking for the rest of our stock eliminator cars. Got most, missing a few. Don't want anybody to be left out here in round number 2. Ooh, that rhymed. Well, I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. That's it. Starting early this morning, Warren. Stock eliminator, round number 2. Needs you to the lanes, please. Poor Warren. Has to sit up here and put up with all my bad jokes. And they are bad, I do admit. But hey, you got to have a little levity. Stock eliminator, final call. Need your lanes, please.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
LODRS, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Out from my perch here above the starting line at the Texas Motorplex. What do my wondering eyes see? A bevy of race cars. Getting ready to head from here to there. Bobby Marizio, Gary Emmons going to lead us off. Designated first three pair, and the rest of the field filling in behind. Ammons on the right-hand side. Factory Stock A. Lucas Oil. Ammons Motorsports. Cobra Jet. Dialed in 888. Bobby Maurizio on an 1158. For the youngster at the wheel of the 305 Camaro. They're on the left-hand side. And boys and girls, guys and gals, we are underway. Race day here at the Motorplex. Final eliminations coming at you. Round number 2. Stock eliminator. Getting ready to roll out. Bobby on the left. Gary on the right. First pair. Round 2. Ready to rumble. Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Ding dong. Ding dong. Avon calling. Yep, Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Bobby's green. Gary waits. Gary's green. Here we go. Front end high. Sets it back down. Here comes the Cobra Jet. Sneaking along on the side and gets him. 886 on an 888. As we head down to the other end of the racetrack, and Maurizio goes 1155 on the 1158 dial. 17 foul between them at the stripe. Gary Emmons moves on. Steve Hooter down from Cromwell, Minnesota. Steve's Autobody, that gorgeous. Romping, stomping, big block, 67 Impala SS. Up on the right-hand side, taking on Devin Diogardi. The 455-74 Trans Am. Been in the Clegg family since 1974. Devin now gets the joy of driving it. We are off. We are running. The Bird on the left. The big old Impala on the right. 1134 to 1141. Minor advantage out of the gate going to Devin. Win light as well. 35 on a 34. Out of 109 gets him the win. Hooter goes 40 with a 9 on a 41 to break out by a foul. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Daryl Irwin and Bryce Grenier. Come rolling in next. Bryce on the right. The B stock automatic entry. 1066. Irwin on the 1112. And again, Super Street. Attention in the pits. Super Street. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street. Come on down. Irwin's 350 Camaro. First gen. Left side. 1112 the dial. Granier's 5th gen. Camaro right side. The B-Stock automatic. Lupe Tortilla entry. Hustling, gets him. 1068 on a 66 for the W at $1.18. 1109 on the 1112 for Irwin at the other end. And like I said, can you say breakout? We've had several. Started it off with a pair. It's good, it's cool, it's quick out there this morning. Jimmy Hidalgo, the country dog, rolling in now alongside Brenda Grubbs. Good pair to draw to. Brenda on the left, 987 to dial. Hidalgo on the right, 1104. Dogs off and running with a red light start. Brenda gets the W, the National Parts Depot. Grubbs Racing, AA stock automatic. Camaro works its way through, 987 at $1.33. Hidalgo, 1127 at 91 miles an hour after the red light. His day is done. Brenda moves on. Bill Bogus comes rolling in alongside Jacob Pitt. Pretty healthy handicap start here. 1192 for the little 305 Camaro. 1047 for the 440 Cuda of Jacob. Pitt's going to give him a handicap start, then set sail for the other end of the racetrack. Again, Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the lanes. Billy Bogus comes off the line, and the car brakes immediately. Bogus's machine just barely creeping along. And a 1069 lap for Jacob Pitt as he runs it down to about the 1,000-foot mark, clicks it, coasts across at 99 miles an hour. The crew runs out to rescue Billy's 305 Camaro, give him a little sheave back towards the starting line. Tough break for Billy. He had the advantage off the line, but the Camaro just did not want to work this morning. Called in sick. Filed workman's comp. Bill may be firing it. So tough break for Bill Bogus. Ben Line and Damien Acosta sit and wait patiently. Watch the door on Ben's car there. Don't want to see that Mustang get injured. There we go. Ben Line's 428 C-Stock automatic Mustang. Take it on the small block Chevy Deuce. Damien Acosta. 11:18 to dial for Damien on the right-hand side. Ben on a 1045 as we check the starting line. Looks like everything's good, still safe and secure. And I do believe we're about ready to fire them up and go again. Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Checking the starting line down there, making sure everything's good, safe, and secure before we get ready to send the next pair. Ben on the left, Damien on the right. Super Street to the lanes. And Stockers, if you're not there yet, you're late. Stock Eliminator. Your last and final call. Super Street needs you to lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Looks like we're going to do a little quick brush just to make sure we've got all the debris off the track. I would speculate that we maybe took out a U-joint down there on Billy's ride. They have a tendency to leave numerous of small particles. So you get the sweeper out, do a little house cleaning, do the drag. Make sure we got everything taken care of. Nothing. There we go. Rusty says, do it to me one more time. I seem to recall a song by that name. Was it the Captain and Tennille or the Carpenters? That was the Captain and Tennille. You're right, Warren. I was thinking Carpenters, but yep, you're right. Captain and Tennille. Well, they weren't necessarily singing about them. Oh, phone's vibrating. Somebody's sending me a high level message here. Super Street, need your lanes, please. Super Street. To the lanes. Good morning, John Breimer, wherever you might be. There you are. I see you. By the way, John, did you check your ticket number to make sure you're in the proper seat? Okay. Just checking. Don't want anybody to have to come along. Get the usher and move you. Bin line, 1045 on the left-hand side. Damien Acosta, 1118. The Mouse Motor, Chevy 2. By the way, the Nova is for sale. You want to go stock Eliminator Racing? Track down Damien. Got it for sale sign in the back window. Probably up for negotiation. Bin line, the 428 Cobra Jet. Top end, 1043 on a 45. Takes 30 stripe to break out by 16. 11-17 on the 18. Damien under by 7 foul. He's closer by 9 and gets the win. Bin line on a double breakout. Comes up just a tad short. Bobby Brandon and Kevin Hale. Old school, new school. Chevrolet Camaros. The 69 edition right side. G-Stock automatic for Hale. 1160 the dial. The new school. Rescue car, C-Stock automatic entry. Bobby Brandon there on the left, 1044 the dial. Bobby creeping in, lights the bulb. We are ready. Kevin is off and running. Bobby Brandon waits almost perfectly. I say almost because he was too foul, too quick. That's almost, but it ain't enough. 1166, Hale gets the win at 111. 12:25 for Bobby after that too foul, too quick. Red light start as Jeff Chaney comes rolling in. The 455 Buick Grand Sport. Up alongside Brad Cavisto, a couple of runners out of Minnesota. Making the tow to Texas to race each other in round number 2. Guys, I could have saved you a whole lot of travel money. But it would have been much fun, and I'm sure it's colder in Minnesota. Jeff on the left, 1086. Brad on the right, the GTO, 1129 the dial. They are off. They are running towards the other end of the racetrack. Bradley looking over his left shoulder, trying to size up the nose of that Buick. Here comes the Buick. Say goodnight to the Buick. 11:31-1. Brad gets the win. 108 miles an hour, 1092 at $110 for Chaney. As he crosses behind by 66 thousandths of a second. Connor Statler's big block, 427 for the winner already this year on the Lucas Oil Trail here in the division. Taking on Dustin Vassar. Vassar's been known to put this car in the winner's circle as well, the 350. The one-powered Camaro on the right-hand side. C-Stock automatic entry on an 11 flat dial. 1027 for Connor and the big block. Out of Bobby Brandon's Race Shop Stables. Dustin turns it red. 8th foul. Too quick out of the gate. Headed towards the other end of the racetrack. Connor Statler, a free ride into round number 3. He goes 10:25 at 126 miles an hour. Here we go, boys and girls. This ought to get your attention this morning. Jeff Teuton right. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., a.k.a. Cooter, over here on the left-hand side. The E-Stock Automatic, late model GTO. The C-Stock Automatic, late model Challenger. Prime time, factory muscle. Teuton on a 1026, Jimmy on a 1080. Couple Louisiana boys, not that far apart. Driving over here to Dallas to have a little fun. Hidalgo hikes the front end up in the air and the car moves left. Here comes Teuton. Jeffrey a little bit late out of the gate, pays for it at the stripe. Goes 11:25 on a 10:26. Knew he wasn't going to get there. Hidalgo slows up and eases off to an 11:04 at 94 miles an hour. And your number one qualifier is gone. Jeff Franklin left side. 340 G-Stock automatic, Mopar ride, and Butch Barlow. 350 Camaro, the H-Stock entry. 1120 to an 1128 dial. If you see one car perceptibly move off the starting line first, you can tell who's got the better hit. Ooh, I can't. But it also comes with a red line start for Butch. He definitely moved first. Jeff Franklin says, hey, round number 3, here I come. 11:24 on the 11:20. The Mopar moves on at $1.15. 11:28, dead 7 on the dial for Marlowe, but 58 thou. Too quick leaving the starting line. And that put an end to that, as the expression goes. Brett Candies on the right, David Latino on the left. Couple of guys who have parked their rides in the winner's circle already this year. Both of them on more than one occasion. Candies, the Candies Family Motorsports, Cobra Jet, 917. Dave Latino, the Corvette on a 1054. Here we go. Red light start by Latino. 23 thou, too quick out of the gate. Candies sees the blue lights flashing, runs it out the back door, 918 at $1.46. 11:41 by Latino at 84 miles an hour, but 23 thousandths. Too quick on the draw back here on this end of the racetrack, and leaves him wanting here in round number 2. Everett Vassars. Camaro on the left-hand side, Rochelle T-Bear. T-Bear, a transplanted Canadian, now living in Lewisburg, Kansas. The little 305 Malibu. Number 8 qualifier. K-Stock automatic, 1168 the dial. Vassar, a 1065 dial. So giving up about a second handicap start to Rochelle over on the right-hand side. Everett's going to be giving chase. Rochelle off and running. Here comes Vassar's Camaro. No blue light special at the other end yet. Everybody clean and green. Vassar on the top end, little 305, LS. Puffing hard, goes 1065.9 on the 1065. 1169 on the 68 by Rochelle. 21 thousandths of a second difference between them as they cross the stripe down there. Dustin Nelson's factory stock A automatic entry, taking on the Indy runner-up this year, Mr. Parker DeVore. Parker over on the left-hand side, the 360 Volare. Whoa. 1164 the dial for Parker. Dustin on an 863. 3 seconds. Handicap start to the Oklahoma gunner on the left. He's clean, he's great. Dustin waits, goes. Here comes the Copo. This one's going to be nip and tuck down at the other end. Winner picker says give it to DeVore. 1168 on the 64. 110 miles an hour. 862 by Nelson as he goes running by on the other end. 47 miles an hour faster. Takes 60 thou stripe to break out by 8. As Jamie Peached comes rolling in now. The line performance. 72 Buick Grand Sport on the right. 1098 the dial. Jeff Lopez on the left. Pretty notorious pair on the line. Both of them know how to run the number. Both of them know how to drive the stripe. Lopez driving the Ace Door repair entry. Factory stock C car on a 922. Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle needs you down to the lanes, please. Super Street, you should be there. Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, come on down. Jamie off and running. Win light's going to go to Lopez. 922-0, dead dial. 1101 by Jamie on the 1098. But Lopez gets the win. Jamie had the better light. 26 thousandths of a second difference between them down at the other end. Super Cup. Round number 2, need you to the lanes now, please. Super Cup, round 2. Need you to the lanes, please. The Sammy Lesko's H-Stock automatic. 360 Dodge Dakota taking on Jerry Emmons, the Indy champ. Lucas Oil, Emmons Motorsports. Big Block Camaro. 10:25 the dial for Jerry. Sammy on the right, bumping in. Jerry on the left, bumping in. Tree comes down. Sammy's off and running. Here comes Jerry. Front end up, front end down on the big block Camaro. Starting to reel in the truck. Top end coming. Got him. 10:27 at $1.18. Taking 13 thou stripe for the win. Lusko goes by 11:45 at 111. 18 thou difference leaving the starting line. 13 thou difference at the stripe. And Jerry moves on. Tim Snively taking on Slate Cummings. Slate in the final round. The heads up B-Stock automatic final that we had on Friday night. As we put race number 1 to bed. Now Slate's back on the 1040 dial to take on Tim Snively's. Pig Barn Racing, Fayetteville, Arkansas based runner. Little iStock automatic on a 12 flat dial. Can you say 1.6 second handicap start? That's what Warren just said. Yep, that's right. Here we go. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. And Snively gets the win on a double breakout. 11:97 at 109. 10:34 by Slate. Snively was better out of the gate by 7 thousandths of a second. And on a double breakout win, gets the win at the other end as Jared Hooter and Connor Matthews come rolling in next. Just about done with round number 2 of Stock Eliminator. Connor Matthews, iStock automatic, another 305 Camaro on the right. He is off and running. Hooter may have needed a splash more of caffeine in his coffee this morning. 11:24 the dial. Jared trying to win at the other end and on a double breakout survives. Got there late, breaks out by 3. Connor gets there first, breaks out by 14, and Hooter gets the W. And that, boys and girls, puts round number 2 Stock Eliminator into the books. Jay Bunce, Bob Varela come rolling in. Varela on the right-hand side, the Copper Canyon based runner. Big block, 67 Camaro on the right, and Jay Bunce on the left. The Oklahoma runner at the wheel of the 67 Camaro on the left. Big block's a pair. First year, first gen. Camaro's a pair. 1090 up on the scoreboard as we go into Super Street. Round number 1 action. Getting ready to head for the other end of the racetrack. Varela on the right. Jay on the left. Super Street, round 1. I can hear the throttle whopping going on. 1091. Varela gets the win. Jay Bunch goes 1089-1. Takes the stripe by 3, breaks out by 9 at the other end of the racetrack. So Varela gets to stay and play. And Reagan Wilson's big motored, and I do mean big motored, C10 pickup. Going to take on Mark McCall, the Jack's Wax Pit Stop Cafe. Entry on the left-hand side. Reagan goes red. 8 thou too quick out of the gate. The truck is done. The Jack's Wax machine going to polish off the run with a 1088 at $137. 1082 by Reagan. At 152. Alice O's on the right. Bill Hughes on the left. Hey, you know, if you got the Jack's Wax car, you're going to polish off the run, right? Here we go. Allison on the right. Out of Honey Creek Collision. Taking on Hughes. The Tyler, Texas-based 68 Camaro on the left-hand side. Closing in. Top end. Double breakouts again. Hughes 1088 beats Allison's 1087. True margin of victory between the two breakouts, 7 thousandths of a second. Hughes moves on. Allison's day is done. She'll be concentrating on the Super Cop ride from here on out. It's Jimmy Presley's 57 Bel Air taking on Ray Todd. Good to have Ray and Mary back racing with us again. Took some time off to construct a new house, get the new shop set up, and now we're off and running. Ray on the left. Belleville, Texas-based racer out of Houston, engine and balancing. Big motor, 68 Chevy Deuce. And another double breakout. 1089.3 beats a 1086.2 by Presley. Ray Todd moves on. Mary's happy. High fives. Sure disinfect that hand now, Mary. Presley moves on. 1086 and a $1.25. Clayton Basile and Sean Carter rolling in. Sean Carter with low ET of the year for Super Street. What did he run the other day? 957? 957 in Super Street. I mean, that's even too quick for Super Gas. It is. Oh, Pontiac on the left, though, seems to have got it tamed down a little bit since. Clayton Basile on the right, the runner out of Hayes, Kansas. The early model Camaro out in front. Here comes Carter. Gets him at the stripe. 11:04 to $1.45. 1089.4. Clayton Basile forgot one major object there going down the racetrack. No, looking over his shoulder, see where his opponent was. Took the stripe by 1/10 and broke out. That's one of those, oops, did I really just do that? Jay Costales taking on Kent Height. Kent won the final Lucas Oil event up in Noble, Oklahoma last year. Street legal, 401, wheel standing, AMC Gremlin. I don't know if that's his high school car or not, but it's a cool ride. Tags on the back, through the mufflers, front end up, front end down. Jay Costales says, hey, you know what? All that's nice, but I got my Houston engine and balancing Corvette over here on the left-hand side, and I'm going to send him packing. 1085 beats a 1083 is, again, the breakout. Bug bites both of them at the other end. Bit Kent Height harder. 1083 to $1.29. Costales gets the win, going 1085 at $1.38. Bob Watson comes rolling in alongside Wendell Shelton. Robert taking over driving in race number 2 from Donna. Neat little Vega. I love the Vega. Shelton Chevy 2 out of Gilbert, Texas. Not a bad ride either. Donna goes, Bob, I could have done that. 001 red light for Watson. Wendell Shelton's blue lights flashing. AAA lane as he goes 1092. And Watson, to add misery to misery, goes 10.907, the first dead-on run we've had this morning. And I'll have you talking to yourself when you get back to the pits. And I won't be looking for expert opinion either. Cole Cummings on the left. And Dell Hall on the right. 90 Pontiac Grand Prix. Little 415 cubic inch. Small block underneath the hood. Cole on the left. Big motored Chevy Deuce for Mosier. Engineering and FTI. Hall off and running. So's Cole. Grand Prix will be out in front. Then the big block will start its top end charge. Cole right now ripping the throttle at the other end, goes 1094 at $1.43. Dell Hall 1086, 143 miles an hour, and Dell was late leaving the starting line. Tried to make up for it at the finish line, and well, as the old adage goes, 2 wrongs don't make it right. Tony Stewart's Camaro up next on the right. Jimmy Denham's the last 10 on the left. Denham at the wheel of the small block powered truck out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, where the wind blows across the plain. Tony Stewart on the right gets the win, 1092 to $1.43. He gets there first by 22 thousandths of a second. Jimmy Denham will be concentrating on the super stock car from here on out, because 1092.3, an identical run down the racetrack with Tony Stewart, but they come up short based on Tony's better reaction time. Is Andrew Withers. And the latest winner on the Lucas Oil Tour, Brian Gustafson, took home the Wally from San Antonio. 500 cubic inch duster there on the left-hand side. Withers out of Pratt, Kansas. Central Truck and Equipment Company. Down on US 54 in South and Central Kansas. And Withers gets the win on a double breakout. 1088 beats Gustafson's 1086 out of buck 27. So Withers will be back for round number next. Brian Gustafson sees his win at San Antonio and says, well, we'll try again next time. Chase Huffman up on the left, Greg Parsons on the right. Ooh, it should be fun. Parson at the wheel of Sluggo. 77 Nova. Huffman wheeling and dealing. Accelerated graphics entry. Chase and Dad Racing Team. Like I said, this one's going to be interesting. Pick 'em brace as they leave the starting line. A foul between them. Wind's going to go to Sluggo. 1089-7. Beats Huffman's 1088-0. 17 foul between the two at the other end of the racetrack. It's Tony Jones and Greg Simbeck come rolling in. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Comp needs you to the lanes. Tony on the left. That gorgeous metallic yellow 67 Camaro. Taking on Simbeck, the Midlothian-based runner. Big block Camaro on the right-hand side. My screen says that's a 70 Camaro. My eyes tell me, no. Winner picker, going to go to Simbeck. 10.905, beats a 10.909. Tony was 3 thou better at the stripe, but 1 thou behind at the finish line. 23 to a 26 light. Tony had the advantage at the get-go. 1098 with a 5, beats a 1090 with a 9 at the finish line by 14 ten-thousandths of a second. Tony Jones going, what's a feller got to do? Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Milo Elkins and Stacy Owens. Stacy over here on the right-hand side, a runner out of White Oak. Milo out of Beach City. I heard a womp. And a 1086-2 beats a 1086-2. Again, identical elapsed times. Stacy was 32 on the tree. Milo was 34. 2 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them at the other end of the racetrack. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, it's race day. Wow. 1086-2 to a 1086-2, and you come up 2 thou short. Whew. Some days it's yours. What did I read yesterday? Some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield. Yep. That's the way it goes. Wayne Pratt, Chris Harrelson, get ready to roll in next. Wayne Pratt picked up the win on Friday night. Looking to see if he can keep his round streak win going. Up alongside Tommy Oldham's car with Chris Harrelson at the wheel. Of course, the tribute last evening. For T.O., Harrelson on the right-hand side. Harrelson off and running. Wayne Pratt trying to size him up the other end of the racetrack. Not going to get her done. 1091-8 beats a 1090 with an 8. 13 thousandths difference down at the other end. Pratt comes up short. So from winner to first round runner up. And Harrelson moves on. John Liebem, your Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout champion last night, comes up to race Brian Sandlin, gets underneath the tower, and the Camaro will not start. Wow. So Sandlin gets a competition by here in round one of Super Street. And for the Bossier Sportsman Shootout champ, a tough break. Brian Motors through 1080. Oh, baby. He may have been a little quick. 10.809 for Sandlin. But he gets the win as no John Liebman in the lane next to him. Hannah Walter comes rolling in now. Hannah at the wheel of her S10 over on the right-hand side. The Rared Morrison powered. Big block combination underneath the hood of the S10. John Long. That flaming 68 Camaro on the left. I mean, literally, it's got flames all over it. It's hot. John hopes it's very hot. Hot all the way to the winner's circle. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Final call to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Final call to the lanes. True, not Ricky Fisher hot, but hot. Waiting on John to get in. He better hurry up. There he is. And away we go. Long's machine, the small block out in front. Here comes Hannah's big block. Charging hard. Top in. 1081. Too quick. 1088. Winner. John Long picks up the win at $1.21. Hannah was 15 on the tree. She had the better of the two lights, but goes down there and takes, well, too much stripe. 10.819. Be considered a little quick. Dennis Harrelson comes rolling in now to take on Brandon Harris. Harris out of Tulsa, the discount trailers entry. 67 Camaro left side, 69 over on the right-hand lane. Super Street round number 1 underway. Final call, Super Comp. Final call, Super Comp. To the lanes, and Dennis Harrelson gets the win. 1093 beats a 1097. Brandon had the better light. Gives up the stripe by 18 thou. Dennis Harrelson gets the W and moves on to round number 2. Johnny Alonso out of Lubbock, the Little Vega. Small block combination underneath the hood of the 72 GM economy car, taking on Don Snow's Corvette. Never meant to be an economy car, always meant to be a performance ride. And Snow, your Jegs All-Star Super Street final round contestant, pulls in on the left. Johnny Alonso goes 008, 1103 to get the win. Don 1097 at $1.45. Joey, I'm good this morning. Thank you, sir. Brittany DeVore and Chris Burrell. Burrell on the right. Claude, Texas, the Burrell Farms. All Ford, all the time. 66 Fairlane in the right. Brittany with the little GMC. Out of white safety equipment. Roland Racing. Blanchard, Oklahoma. There on the left. Brittany watched her hubby get the win in round 2 of stock. She's hoping to follow suit here in round 1 of Super Street. Off and running she goes. Here comes the big motored Ford. Top end, closing fast. 1089.3 beats a 1089.2. Take the 3 minus the 2 and it leaves you with 1,000th of a second difference at the other end of the racetrack. Wowza. So Burrell moves on. Brittany's day is done. Rick Walco, the AMC powered AMC. Taking on Rustin Mays, the master plumber out of Grandview, Texas. May's family in the plumbing biz for a long time. Now part of the Edwards family as well out of Cameron, Missouri. Is Rustin married Ashley. Way out in front is Rich Walco. Whoa, I'd say he's way out in front. 1062 at $1.13. Rustin Mays goes 1095 at 126. Richard is way quick. Now, he's not Sean Carter quick, but he's way quick. So Rustin gets the W. Richard's day is done. Brandon Pollard's Mustang 2 comes rolling in alongside Scotty Turnbow. Turnbow at the wheel of the big block. Quality compressor service. 69 Camaro. New compressor. That's something I'll have to be getting here for too long. Got to find one with a real pump on top of it. Not one of the cheap things. Have to talk to Scotty. Turnbow on the right. Trying to hang in, does. 1087.4 beats a 1075.3. Brandon, I think some of these Super Street guys, gals, forgot to check the weather station this morning. Kids, it's a tad quick out there. I'm here to help you. Mike Britt out of Italy, which is right down the road, he said, pointing behind him. Britt, first gen, Chevy 2. Austin Claiborne, the Camaro on the left. The pony car on the left, the economy car on the right. Well, it was. Back in 1962, you could get a 62 Nova with a 4-cylinder underneath the hood. Quick, a little bit of automotive history. Do you know what that original GM 4-cylinder became? It became the 4-cylinder Brook Cruiser motor. They did. Red light start by Mike Britt. Then he runs 10.91. Austin Claiborne gets the win. 10.88 after the red light start. Metzinger taking on the Tucson, Arizona-based Jed DeHar. Jed's got the Chevy 2 on the right-hand side. Metzinger out of Catoosa, Oklahoma. Not to be confused with the port of Catoosa, Oklahoma, although they are neighbors. 10.84.9 a pair. That's what, 3 or 4 identical elapsed times we've had this session. And the win goes to Jed DeHar. He had the better light. He was 008 to Wade's 18. I think that's 4. Dead identical elapsed times going down the racetrack is Jared Ross. Going to close out round number 1. Our 1090 category. Jared out of Longview. Working his way down track. He gets the free tune-up run this morning. He goes 1086 at $1.45. That'll put round number 1 Super Street into the history books. So let's see, we've got round 2 of stock done. Round 1 of Super Street. Here comes our Sportsman motorcycle. Super Cop. If you're not in the lanes yet, you are late because we're fixing to run without you. Super Cop, need your lanes, please. That means Super Stock, you need to be getting ready. Super Cop, those of you hanging out in the back of the lanes back there by the Sunoco fuel station, pull on up. We only got 13 bikes. You're going to be loaded and going here in just a moment. Derek Dory taking on Mike Matthews. This has certainly been a weekend for the D4 Points Championship. Lots of shuffling and shaking and jiving going on. Derek over on the left-hand side, out of the gate first. Derek at the first stripe gets the win. 886 on an 878, 819 for Matthews. As he comes up short at the other end, Derek Dory gets the win by 17 thousandths of a second. So Dory will be one of our returning contestants for the quarterfinals. Sportsman Motorcycle, Vince McCullough. And Mike Scott. Mikey over here on the right-hand side. $9.26 the dial aboard the Kawasaki. McCullough there on the left on a 940 aboard the Suzuki. We are on the get-go and get out of here. McCullough looking over his shoulder, saying, where is he? Where is he? Vince gets the win, 44 on a 40 at $1.34, 944 by Scott down at the other end of the racetrack as he comes up short, so we know McCullough will be back in the next round to take on Robert Sanders because, well, Sanders, number one qualifier, is going to be coming up with the bye here in a moment. Brian Sanders on the left out of Houston aboard his Suzuki, 835 the dial. Cody Couch on the right on an 828. Likewise sporting a Suzuki, a no-bar Suzuki on the right. We're off and running. Ooh, this is going to be good. Well, I said it was going to be good. Brian Sanders drifts over towards the center stripe, and that opens up the door for Cody Couch to get the win. Move on to the quarterfinals. Here in our Sportsman Motorcycle category, Cody goes 851 at $1.44, 868 by Brian. That trip towards the center stripe cost him. It's Dave Gautreaux comes rolling in now. Gautreaux on the right. Louisiana runner. A couple of wins under his belt this year. Taking on Fast Eddie. Eddie on the left on an 888. Dave on an 880. I see a whole lot of 8s out there. Gautreaux working the Suzuki down track. Coming. Got him. 882 on the 880 at $1.36. Fast Eddie, 901. And comes up short, and that's a twofer for Gautreaux. With the odd number of bikes coming back in the next round, he gets the bye in the next pair. Advances to the semifinals. Tony Davis, Ricky K. Going to do battle now to see who comes back to run Cody Couch. Tony on the right, Ricky on the left, your reigning D4 Sportsman Motorcycle champ. Ricky goes red. 5 too quick. Brenda shakes her head in the water box. Tony Davis gets the W and moves on to round number 2 with an 8:55 lap on his 8:48. So it'll be Tony Davis, Cody Couch, round number 2, the quarterfinals of our Sportsman Motorcycle category. Now Brenda Kay and Michael Nash going to duke it out to see who comes back to run Derek Dory. Michael, who's already had a good week here at the Motorplex. Won the ET Finals last Saturday for the trip to the Summit ET Championship out in Las Vegas. Won the Friday night race in Sportsman Motorcycle. Now trying to get around Brenda Kay here in round number 1. Brenda off and running. Here comes Michael. Brenda going to make him earn it. Both bikes moving a little bit to the right. Both drivers leaning back to the left. And Brenda gets the win. About a 65 on a 60 for Brenda. Taking 9 foul stripe. 779 by Michael. Brenda, by the way, was 0-3 out of the gate. So it'll be Brenda Kay and Derek Dory. Robert Sanders, the rider coming up here. Your Kansas City Chiefs fan aboard the Hayabusa on the right-hand side. Just ask him, he'll tell you. Nope, the sticker's not on this bike. It's on his other bike. He didn't fare so well Friday, so he got the other bike out. This is the bike he won San Antonio with and just missed a gear with. And anyway, he'll coast on across. 1088 at 69 miles an hour for the Kansas City Chiefs fan as he motors down track. Sanders will be back to the pits to see what he's got and get her dialed in and fixed and ready to go. 1088, 69 miles an hour, but it's a winner and that's what counts. So it'll be Sanders and McCullough, Brenda Kay, Derek Dory, Tony Davis, Cody Couch, and Dave Gotro with the buys. 7 bikes coming back, round number 2. Sportsman Motorcycle. Warren Evans sitting here looking at me going, I've had enough of your bad jokes this morning, Bob. Give me the microphone. I'm going to do Super Comp so these poor people aren't abused anymore. Ha!
Truer words were never spoken, Bob. So we have a bike still on track down there, and we'll get that cleared before we bring out the 890 cars for their round number 2 coming up. Super Comp round 2 waits at the ready line. Just a little bit of starting line preparation happening out there right now. There's a little gold dust and some sticky stuff on top of it before we send our Super Comp competitors down track. See my old buddy Scott Spees out there, and it reminds me that big thank you goes out to our presenting sponsor for Drag Racer TV coverage this weekend and all throughout the Division 4 schedule, LODRS Motorsports Insurance, Holden and Ross LODRS, competing in Super Comp and competing in Top Dragster as well. If you're looking for coverage for your entire racing operation, whether it's on track or off, stop by and see Holden or Ross and get an instant on-site quote to provide yourself with peace of mind for your entire racing operation. Most people figure out they need insurance after they need it. Don't be that guy. Take care of your operation in advance, and if and when something happens, you will be fully prepared. And as our first pair backs up from the burnouts right now, attention in the pit area, we need super stock. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock. We need you. I can read pretty fast, but I'm not that much of a speed reader. Michael Hedger, Steve Evans. Top end says it's going to be Hedger for the win. 003 on the tree, and 894 at 167 for Michael Hedger. Steve Evans, 2 quick, 888 at 174. He was behind at the starting line, so he didn't really have much of a window there to work with. Now it's time for Douglas Miller and Matthew Cheney coming up now. Miller left side, Porter, Texas for EXP1. Engine treatment, Matthew Cheney. Second round exit here for Cheney. Turns it red by 24. Miller, your winner, 891.5. Yeah, your converter's good. We'll just let you know that up front. Holden Larice, Raceland, Louisiana, the aforementioned Larice Motorsports Insurance competitor over there left side, out of Raceland, Louisiana, taking on Doug Wagner, the Broken Arrow, Oklahoma runner. TNT chassis right, American chassis left. The Larice Motorsports team looking on here as it looks like maybe Larice is standing alongside the car. Holden turns it red by 003. 3 pairs, 3 red lights. Doug Wagner, your winner, 891.9 at 183. For Holden, 003 red, 893 at 183, and out of here. We will see Holden and Ross later on in Top Dragster. But Super Comp, their weekend is done. 2 more move up towards the starting line right now. This is the 890 category. A whole bunch of big block Chevrolet powered rear engine dragsters getting set to compete. As we cut the field in half once again. Terry Sullivan and Clark Munt. Sullivan, Richardson, Texas, left side. Munt, right side from Longview. Sullivan is in. Munt follows. Finally, it's a race. Both of them turn it green on this end. Terry Sullivan for the win. 890 at 167. Charlotte Heffler and Kurt Kappas will pull up now. Heffler, the little shorty dragster. Heffler out of Fort Worth for Pro 1 safety. She is off and running. Kurt Kappas, not sure what happened there. Wow. Charlotte was a half a second ahead at the finish line and breaks out, but still gets it because Kappas broke out by more. His reaction time started with a 5. Hers with a 0. She's 885 at 129. Kappas 884 at 177. She didn't know where he was at and got lucky. It's the only way to put it. Chris Edson, Elizabeth Lopez. Pull up now. Edson, Mineral Wells, Texas. TNT car left. Lopez, the Miller car on the right for the semi-truck driver. Another double breakout. This time it goes to Elizabeth Lopez. 886 at 170. Chris Edson, 885 at 172. Lopez wins on the double breakout. Yes, it is quick out there. Vernon Rowland, number 7 in the world last year out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, versus Todd Irwin, number 7 in Division 4 last year out of Kennedale, Texas. They will now pull up to take their shot at it. One of them gets to roll on into the next round. One of them gets to say goodbye. It'll be an early Sunday morning for them. Super stock to the lanes. Fourth out, separate them up front. Win light goes to Vern Rowland. 893 at 164 for Rowland. He was 25 on the tree. Irwin 21 on the tree and goes 895 at 181. So Irwin 5 over, Rowland 3 over. Margin of victory 8 thousandths of a second. Mike Bjorum pulls up now. Out of Justin, Texas, and Lloyd Parfait from Crosby, Texas. So Lloyd is parked in the winner's circle here at the national event in the past. I walked by the Walk of Fame down there and saw Lloyd's little nameplate down there in those Texas bricks. Pretty cool sight to behold. Another double breakout, and it's Bjorum getting the win this time. He was better on the starting line, goes 3 under, 887 at 164. Parfait, 6 under, 884, the better breakout for Mike Bjorum. Mike Green rolls up now, another top 10 player in the country last year for Sunoco. And Terry Pollard behind the starting line right now, trying to get something figured out. Looks like the car lost fire. Now he's trying to get it refired. There he goes. He'll roll up now to try to find the pre-stage beam. Pollard out of Montgomery, Texas. Mike Green out of Moore, Oklahoma. Pollard gets the better of it. He's better at the starting line, 16 to a 30. Pollard, your winner, dead on 9, 890 with a 9 at 182. Green got down there, took the stripe by 2, but broke out by 3 because he was behind at the start. Didn't have much window to work with. James Kunkel rolls up now. The runner out of Wichita and the lone door slammer in the class. The 1993 Chevrolet Lumina taking on Bob Prose. Prose for Honey Creek Collision out of Terre Haute, Indiana. Prose flat missed it. Kunkel down there does the Kunkel dunk. How about an 890 with a 9? Beats an 890 with an 8. Kunkel dropped at exactly the right time. Took the win. Didn't know he had 2/10 in his back pocket. Prose runs dead 8. But, as Mr. Bob would say, dead late out of the gate. Tommy Phillips and John Long Jr. pull up now. Phillips left side from Forney, Texas for K&N Filters and CBS ArcSafe. New ride this weekend for him. John Long Jr. right side. His trusty racecraft machine over here on the right for the runner out of Red Oak, Texas. Super Stock, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. We need you now. Super Stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So one of them's 11 on the tree and left second. But he gets the win anyway. Tommy Phillips, 11 on the tree, 891, 3 at 170. Just a walk in the park for Tommy. John Long Jr., got down there, took 3 at the stripe, and broke out by 2. A little too much wind stripe. He was 7 on the tree compared to Phillips' 11. Just a touch better, but broke out, taking the stripe and the loss. Dale Maher and Jason Medlin. They'll pull up now. Maher left side, Aurora, Colorado, the DPM Racing Miller car. Jason Medlin from Reno, Texas, the Mullis car. Out here campaigning for VP Fuels and High Performance Lubricants, APD carburetors. Another 11 light this time around, but it's the better of the two. And he parlays it into a win. Jason Medlin, 11 on the tree, 892 at 183. Dale Maher was behind by 2 at the starting line. Breaks out by 2 at the finish line, 888 at 180. Jason Medlin goes on to round 3. Billy Torrance and Mark Powers. They'll pull up now. Torrance left side, Kilgore, Texas, the undercover car. Mark Powers right side from Buda, Texas. Billy's been racing a long time, former division champion back in 1999. Gary Pritchett out there helping him out this weekend. Mark Powers out front by a little bit. Here comes that high horsepower machine for Torrance. Can't get it done. He was better at the starting line, but crosses the finish line second by 15 ten-thousandths of a second. Mark Powers, your winner. 891.4 at 174. Billy Torrance, better on the starting line, 15 to a 27. But Billy, 892.7, gave up a little too much at the finish line, and Mark Powers is your winner. Coming up now, they call him Big Head, Craig Anderson. They call him Big Head because he's got a big head. Waxahachie, Texas. The American Race Cars, APD Joey Hessling Special, alongside Jim Berry. Berry out of Roswell, New Mexico. And it is Big Head getting it done. Another breakout this time around. It is Jim Berry breaking out. 889, 1 under. He got down there and took 400ths at the stripe and broke out by 100. 892 at 168 for Big Head. And for Circus Motorsports, he'll roll into round number 3. Christopher Dodd, Allison Pros. We saw Dad Bob just flat miss the tree. Miss Allison will have her thinking cap on, concentrating on the tree, try to do a little better than Dad did. Christopher Dodd, the 24-year-old out of Double Oak, Texas. Well, she tried. 005 red light start for Allison. So the Pros is out here in round 2 of Super Comp. Christopher Dodd gets the win. 887 at 181, driving it out the back door. Allison was 888, but that 005 red did her in. James Repka and Brian Turner come up now. Super Stock, absolute final call. Super Stock, absolute final call. We're missing 2 pair out of the first 3 in Super Stock. Repka left side, Turner right. So of the first 3 pair, Hidalgo and Hale is one of them. Smith and Pirdala is the second one. And Trumbull and Norris are your first 3 pair, and we're missing 2 pair out of the first 3 pair. So for Jim Repka, he's 890 with a 3 at 163. Little consolation as he sees the wind light flash on the other side for Brian Turner. Turner was better on the starting line by 0.05 of a second, 893 at 171. So he had a 0.05 window. Drops it right in there. Knocks out James Repka. Brian Turner to the next round. One more car here in the category. That is David Dale. Went 8,900 in round number 1. Earned the bye here in round number 2. Clute, Texas, the home for David Dale. Can he go perfect on that end once again? No. 895.5 at 184. So with that, Super Comp round 2 in the books. Super Stock Eliminator will be coming up. So, how about this? Our first 3 designated pairs, we've got 1 of them. We're going to run them. The other 2 of the first 3 designated pairs not up here. That's no good for you. You're about to be out. Little track rimming going on out there as the brush sweeping off a little bit out there. Do a little drag, do a little brush. And then we will go into Super Stock round number 1. Bob Unkefer waits for me to shut up and hand him the microphone, which I shall do.
Again, final call, Hidalgo and Hale. You should be in the lanes. If you're not, get there. Smith and Perdola. You should be in the lanes. If you're not, get there. Trumbull and Norris. You should be in the lanes. If you're not, get there. Those are our first 3 designated pair in Super Stock. And we need you guys ready to go. If our first 3 designated pair aren't there, now I know right now we've only got 1. Once we run the first, if you're not in position to run, there's the first 3 designated pair. We're going without you, and you can leave them parked. First 3 designated pair, need you to lanes now. Smith and Perdola, Trumbull and Norris, about to run without you. You guys aren't in place for the opening round. First 3 designated pair, we're going without you, and you're not going to get added to the back. First 3 designated pair, guys and gals. Ladder's been posted since last night. First 3 designated pair, need you to lanes. From Perdola, Trumbull and Norris. Need you to the front of the lanes ASAP. Smith and Perdola. Trumbull and Norris. Need you to the front of the lanes now. First pair. First of our first 3 designated pair already under the tower. Ready to go. Some track prep going on and just about to finish up. Like a track prep's done. Round number 1. Superstock getting ready to come at us. Hayden Trumbull rolling in. Mark Norris, Super C automatic. Should be laying in on the left-hand side. No Norris. Hayden Trumbull. First of our first 3 designated pair. It looks like Hayden going to get a competition by as no Mark Norris. 64 Plymouth 426. Classic hot rod, not to be found here in round number 1. Backs the front end up in the air, set sail for the other end of the racetrack. And runs it out, 10:15. At a $127 and into round number 2 he goes. Hunter Perdola up on the left-hand side, taking on Stacy Smith. The Pro Trans entry. Stacy wheeling and dealing. The Smith family hot rod. Over on the right-hand side on a 971 dial. Hunter coming off the win down in Houston this year. And Stacy goes red. Leaving the red ball back here on this end. Hunter picks up the opening round win, 1067 off the throttle at 105 miles an hour. Stacy just taking a fog hat tuned slow ride down the AAA lane. Again, drivers, when you're paired up, pull them up. Been a long 4 days of racing. Let's get you completed. Once you're paired in the lanes, go ahead and pull them on up. Jim Hale taking on Jimmy Hidalgo. Waiting on Stacy to clear the top end. The Mopar car may have lost fire, just sitting down there on the shutdown area. Looks like we need to bring the quad out, help the Pro Trans machine off the top end of the racetrack. Car is not wanting to refire down at the other end of the racetrack. So Jim Hale, Jimmy Hidalgo, sitting and waiting patiently while we do a little retrieval.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10 vane steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a carb pump that's worth what you pay.
Up and clear, we're ready to go. Hill's done his burnout. Here comes Scooter. Jimmy Denham. Brett Candies backed up and out of the way so both drivers could reheat the tires. Round number one, Super Stock. Coming at us. Super Gas. Get them ready. Jim Hale off and running with a 006. Red light start. You can see the blue lights, red lights already flashing. AAA lane. Jimmy runs through 981 at 120. 1108 on the 1118 by Hale. A little bit quick out there this morning for Jim's ride. It's PB Candies. I said Brett. It's PB. My bad. The Cobra Jet out of the Candies Family Motorsports Stables. Jimmy Denham on the right. 65 Impala. Saw Jimmy bow out in the opening round of Super Street. Going to be playing the Bee Gees tune, Staying Alive, here in Super Stock. He hopes. Got to get around PB. Pretty good handicap start. 1130 to a 789. There goes Denham. Here comes Candies. Jimmy Denham almost to the half-track mark before PB takes off. Candies closing in, top end, gets him. 790 on a 789, 1129.7. Denham down at the other end of the racetrack going, what's the feller got to do? Gets to the stripe and breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Top dragster, cop eliminator, top sportsman, get him ready. Going to be knocking on your door here shortly is Brenda Grubbs. Taking on Jeff Colvert. Colvert's the GTD machine, number 8 qualifier. 428, 88 Mustang out of Arkansas. Colvert's machine absolutely annihilates the tires at the hit. Brenda Grubbs off and running, steps off to a 940 win at a $1.19. And Colvert put the coals to the 428, and she just was not happy leaving the starting line. Car getting all sorts of twisty out of the gate. Colvert's cruising on through at the top end of the racetrack. Larry Stewart and Lloyd Wofford come rolling in next. Stewart, former national champ, the Glen, Mississippi. Runner at the wheel of the 67 Chevy 2 there on the left. Wofford, your number 1 qualifier, the Engines Inc. machine. Out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. The Charger on the right-hand side. Getting ready to roll in. Wofford on a 964 in the right lane. Stewart on a 970 on the left-hand side. Jimmy checking his notes real quick. As Wofford's got problems at the get-go after a trip 0 light. And Larry Stewart goes 983 to $1.14. Super Gas, need your lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. Come on down. Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes, please. That means we're inching closer to round number 1 of Top Dragster, Cop Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. So get them ready, kids. Top Dragster, Cop Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Going to need you to the lanes here momentarily. Stewart gets the win. Lloyd has problems. Darren Christian rolls in. The factory Super Stock F. Copo Camaro up alongside Stephen Hall's Super E Automatic. 428 Mustang there on the left-hand side. The Hall brothers. Longtime Ford campaigners. Stephen here in Texas. Rusty now up in Indiana. With the girls campaigning in the Junior Dragster program. Bride campaigning with her 5-speed Mustang. Going to back Darren out as he lit 2 bulbs inadvertently. So Darren on 8.925. Stephen on 8.969. Kelly and Rusty, I'm sure, listening in on DragRacer.tv this morning to see how Brother Stephen does. They are off and running. This one's going to be nip and tuck at the other end of the racetrack. Hall at the stripe gets the win on a double breakout. 966 on a 69. 921 on a 25 by Darren. There was 6 thou difference leaving. There was 17 thou difference at the stripe, and Stephen proves victorious against Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Super Gas. To the lanes, come on down. Greg Stanfield, left lane. Norval Bowers on the right. And again, congratulations, Norval and his bride. 33-year anniversary yesterday. Celebrated it once again at the races as Norval's off and running. Here comes Stanfield. GTI automatic, 350 Camaro on the left lane. Puff and puff and reeling and gets him. 963 on a 963. Dead 2 on the dial. At 130. 1070 on a 72 for Bowers. Stanfield had the better light. Parlayed it into the win at the other end as Brett Candies getting ready to take on Sid Bodicari. Sid at the wheel of the early model Cuda, got the late model Hemi. Fits into the factory GT program. Sid on a 963 dial. Candies, the factory super stock. Cobra Jet in the left lane. Hikes the front end up in the air on both sides, and we are off and running. Top end, 936 by Brett. Good for the win. Sid, 972 on a 963. Candies by 44 thousandths at the finish line stripe. As Michael comes rolling in, Michael Bryant, that is. The M&B Trucking, Copo Camaro left lane, taking on Dave Peached. 351, 4-speed, 72 Mustang on the right-hand side. Runner out of Minnesota, Oakdale, Minnesota to be exact. Dave on a 1030 dial, Bryant on an 896. Whole lot of hold the mayonnaise, hold the mustard, ketchup only, please. Peached off and running. Here comes Bryant. Late model Camaro trying to chase down the early model Mustang. 1,320 feet away, gets it done. 899 at $1.48. 1034 by Peached on his 1030. Mikey had the better light, parlays it into the win. Down at the other end of the racetrack is J.B. Clegg. And the 73 Firebird, the Warbird. Over here on the right-hand side, taking on Brett Kappas, a little 350. Super Stock J automatic. 71 Nova. JB doing a burnout here in the water box. Creeping it up to the lanes now to 964 dial. Going to be giving up the handicap start. JB out of the Victoria Garage, Mission Garage in Victoria, Texas. Unique family business down there in Victoria. I'll tell you all about it, but then I'd have to kill you. Shh. Built some neat toys. There goes Kappas. Here comes JB. Wow, neither one of them going to be bragging about reaction time. But then again, that makes it pretty much an even hit at the other end. The Warbird gets the win, 962 to $136. Double breakout victory by 6 fouls. Kappas goes 1044 at 122 down at the other end. Craig Gaultier, the Roasters Coffee and Tea Company entry. Stanfield powered GTF automatic, Cavalier on the right-hand side, and Jeffrey Miller. Jeffrey at the wheel of the G automatic, first gen Camaro, coming off the win over in San Antonio. Just a couple of weeks ago, 987 to a 927. Miller goes first by 6, count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tenths of a second. Yeah. Miller's got the top bulb lit, waiting on Craig to roll in. He's in. 927 to a 987. Miller lights the bottom bulb. Roasters Coffee and Tea driver in as well. Off and running, away we go. Oh, baby. Call the plastic surgeon. Nip and tuck at the stripe. Going to be Miller. 992 is Gaultier's machine. Files to run a 927. He backs all the way up to a 983. They were dead even effectively coming off the line. Just 3,000 difference between them. But Gaultier's car, once he got past the 60-foot mark, began to fall back as Elijah Boyd and Dale Hultquist come rolling in next. Dale on the left, Elijah on the right. GTG and the GTJ automatic, the Mississippi runner. Out of the gate first, lights up the scoreboard, 989 on a 986. Hultquist goes 994 to 131 miles an hour. And Elijah moves on by 5 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Stan Holt, Stan the man, the birthday boy yesterday, taking on the Indy champ. Over on the right-hand side, Terry Emmons, the Emmons Motorsports. Lucas Oil Protect the Harvest entry. Emmons on a 905 dial. Stan the man on a 990, the Lupe Tortilla. 4-speed Chevy 2. Get super gas. Need your lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Come on down. There goes Stanley. Here comes Terry. Oh, baby. Lupe Tortilla driver hanging a bag of donuts on the starting line. But then runs 1027 on a 990. That opened up the door for Emmons. Go cruising by to Protect the Harvest entry, 930 at $115 to pick up the win. Stan's car failed to run the number down at the other end of the racetrack. Jason Ochoa taking on Friday night's champ, Pete Perry. Again, the Lucas Oil products. Olds Calais for Pete. Biding its time peacefully in the back of the shop while Pete was playing with the new Pontiac. Had a fire down in Houston. The Oldsmobile gets resurrected. Comes back and wins it all Friday night. Let's see if we can get by Jason Ochoa on a 942. Whoa, baby! Stood the front end of that truck up. Carried it out before he set it back down. And that cost him at the other end, 952 on a 942. Pete Perry goes 945 at $134. Holy guacamole. What a wheel stand for Ochoa. Stood that front end up, set it back down, still hung in there. Comes up 29 thou short. They're not quite so aerodynamic when the front end is 9 feet in the air. And for Jason, the only thing he could do was slap second gear and hope it settled down straight. As high as that puppy was, he was on for the ride as James Cairo comes rolling in on the right. Jeff Heffler on the left. The Pro 1, Emmons Motorsports, Lucas Oil Machine. 10:08 the dial. Cairo on the right. 994, the factory GTK. Volare. This one, I believe, has the cloth interior, not the rich Corinthian leather. Cairo on a 994, give it chase. Heffler hikes the front end up, sets it back down. 25 to a 24 on the reaction times. One light goes to Cairo. 991 on a 994. 1004 on a 1008 by Heffler. They both run under down at the other end of the racetrack, and Cairo gets the W and moves on. Shane Blackman's Oles Calais now taking on R.J. Sledge. Sledge, the Kuntz and Company. Cobra on the left-hand side. Little 302 shoehorned into the engine compartment. Blackman on the right, the Calais with the little 327 combo. Green lights a pair, we're off and running. RJ out of Bernie, Texas. Making a move down track. Can he hold off that Oldsmobile? The rocket ship at the other end goes 10:59 on a 10:61. And that's a little quick. RJ Sledge picks up the win, 10:67 at 124. And moves to round number 2. Chris Benham and Jacob Pitt. Pitt on the right-hand side. The Dodge Stratus 360 combination. 941 to dial. Benham on a 926. A little bit better out of the gate. Benham's pickup. A little bit better at the stripe. Benham's pickup. 923 on a 926. Picks up the double breakout win by 3 thou. Pitt goes 938 on a 941. Trailed him across the stripe. One more little tap of the brake, and it could have gone the other way for Jacob. But coulda, woulda, and shoulda are the three ugly triplets of drag racing. David Latino, the Hollingsworth Latino. Cobalt left side. Christopher Dodd, the Prepare Pool and Landscape Machine. Over on the right. GTE Automatic. Taking on the GTH Automatic. 350s a pair. There goes David. Here comes Christopher. Pumping the coals, top end. Dodd gets the win. 925 on a 23. 972 on a 68 by Latino. Dodd by 15 thou at the stripe gets the win. 135 to 126. The speed between the two down at the other end is Corey Mahi's Oldsmobile. Gets ready to take on the Godfather, Larry Cummings, the B-modified entry. Good to see Larry able to rebound after Friday's incident. Cobalt a little worse for wear, but fixable. Larry on an 845. Corey Mahi on a 974. There on the left-hand side. Super Stock round number 1 about to come to a conclusion. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Gas needs you to lanes, please. There goes Mahi. Here comes the Godfather. Boss man of the Mosier Engineering team of cars. And Cummings gets the win on the top end as he motors through. 851 at $156. 973 on a 974. Mahi takes 8 thou, too much stripe. Breaks out at the other end of the racetrack as Don Barber and David Seidlow come rolling next. Barber, who was alongside the Godfather the other night, had to slam on the brakes, flatten a couple of front tires in his Dodge Avenger. And again, an early model Mopar with the late model drag pack 345 Hemi under the hood. Seidlow on the right, the Texas runner. At the wheel of the Camaro. 10-10, the handicap start. Almost a full second. Going to go to the Camaro. 327 mouse motor. Puffing and puffing. Here comes the Barber. Top end, give it to Seidlow. 10.06 on a 10-10. 9.12 on a 9.17 by Barber. Difference between the two breakouts, advantage Seidlow by 8 thousandths of a second as Rigby Clint pulls in alongside Stoll Jason. Jason Stoll at the wheel of the Super K automatic. Firebird out of Penrod Racing Service. Clint Rigby a 10.01 dial for the Lucas Oil products. Emmons Motorsports 396 convertible. Rigby off and running. Stoll off and running. Both of them reaching for the sky. Wind light's going to go to Stoll. 10.42 to $1.16, 9.97. Rigby on a 10.01 dial. Got down there, had a little bit of room, but he would have needed a mighty fine razor to slice that one out at the top end as Courtney Russell and Norm Marsden get ready to do battle. Top dragster, DJ Lanes, please. Top dragster, Scoggin Dickey Performance Center, top dragster. Round number 1. Come and get you some, boys. Top dragster, DJ Lanes and girls. Norm Marsden left, Courtney Russell right. 10.54 for the Texan on the left. 10.22 for the Alabamian on the right. I guess if Courtney's out of Alabama, they would call that red, crimson red. That would fit. But the crimson red of Courtney goes 10.27 on a 10.22 and falls short here in round number 1. Norm Marsden gets the win, 10.60 on a 10.54. And again, top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster, need you to the lanes. Well, this should be interesting. 1240 dial for Hagen Gary's little V6 Pontiac on the left. 964 the dial for Jeff Dona on the right. Got to tell you, in super stock, that's a pretty healthy handicap start. Hagen needs to turn it green. That puts all the pressure on Jeff Dona. Trees down, green it is. Jeff waits patiently, his side, and he goes green as well. A little V6 Firebird getting chased by the big man V8 Firebird. Dona closing in, top end, gets him. 965 on a 964. Dona was 13 on the tree. Gets the win by 52 thou at the finish line. 1236 on a 1240 for Hagen down at the other end of the racetrack. There's another one of the Emmons Motorsports Fleet race cars out of the Lucas Oil stables. Jerry Emmons at the wheel taking on Dave Janik, the Janik brothers. 826 to a 983, a 1.6 second handicap start. Emmons on the left. First of the two GTG automatic Cavaliers out of the Emmons Motorsports stables. Jerry off and running and turns it red. Dave Janik gets the win automatically. Factory Super Stock B Mustang rolling in top end. Emmons goes 985 on the 83. 830 by Janik on the 826, but a 20 thou red light into Jerry Emmons' day in super stock. He'll be concentrating on the stocker. Brother Gary comes rolling in, the Emmons Motorsports, Lucas Oil. Cavalier on the left-hand side, taking on Tom Marlowe. This time, the Emmons machine gives up the handicap start. Marlowe's going to be off and running on a 1068. Emmons on a 962. So right at a second handicap start. Couple of bulbs on the tree. Going to go to Mr. Marlowe. Over here, the early model Camaro. Final pair, round number 1 of Super Stock, Super Gas, getting ready to come up next. Locked and loaded. Marlowe's out of the gate. Here comes Emmons. GTG Automatic, Emmons Motorsports. Lucas Allrunner on the left-hand side. Gary will get an easy one, 972 to $1.15. 1077 by Marlowe. You could hear the car stutter on the starting line. And Marlowe's light, very uncharacteristic for young Thomas. But that'll put Super Stock round 1 into the books. Super Gas rolling in. Top Dragster, need your lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Comp Eliminator, get them ready. I got a feeling Warren's going to be calling your name here in just a moment.
Well, Super Gas waits at the ready line, 990 cars. Their first elimination round coming up. And as Bob told you, we need top dragsters. Top dragsters to the lanes, please, for round number 1.
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us. 412-651-2356.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented 4th fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it.
All right, Super Gas rolls up right now. The Mopar on the left side of the track in the water box right now. We'll start it out against the Corvette. Roger Knapp. Left side, Cascade, Colorado. 1990 Chrysler LeBaron, Mopar-powered machine. That's the blue car. Alongside Jeremy DeMars. The red and white Corvette over here on the right side of the track out of Carroll, Iowa. We'll see Jeremy later on today. I'm sorry, we'll see Larry later on today in Top Sportsman. But Jeremy getting set here in his 1988 full-bodied Corvette. .005 red light for Roger Knapp. DeMars the winner. 989.2 at 163 for DeMars. He is your winner. Roger Knapp 992 at 132. Jerry Pollard and Travis Salter roll up now. Pollard, the Mustang. Salter, the Camaro. Mustang left, Camaro right. Salter for SalterRacing.com. Finds himself in the performance parts business. Jerry Pollard buys those parts, the B&G Automotive Mustang. How about this for Salter? Dead on 9901 at 150 for Travis. He'll go on to round number 2. Jerry Pollard behind at the starting line, broke out trying to get there, 989.9 at 146. Jordan DeWald and Keith Purvis. Purvis's Firebird, DeWald the little pickup truck. Double O light there for Purvis as he's 001 on the tree, but got down there and broke out. 993 for your winner, Jordan DeWald. She was 18 on the tree. That's okay. Purvis was 001 on the tree. That's a lot better, but he got down there and took 600ths at the finish line and broke out by 200ths. Made the wrong choice down there. Jordan DeWald, your winner. Eddie McDowell's Corvette alongside the Camaro of Charles Pence. Pence down track, but he's in trouble. He goes a 10th under to try to stay out front, but he gave up a 10th and a half at the starting line. Eddie McDowell, your winner, 988 at 165. He broke out by 2. Pence broke out by 10. Pence, time ticket started with a 1. No good. Chase White and Austin Williams will give it a try now. White left side in the red Corvette. Williams right in the white Camaro. The Ortec machine for the Croc Rocket. Austin Williams out of Waxahachie, Texas, just right over there a little bit. White from McLeod, Oklahoma. Way up there a whole lot of bit. Green light start for Austin, red light start for White. Austin Williams turns on a win light with a 9900, dead on 00. 9900 at 154. He was 18 on the tree. Chase White was 47 red and 7 under to end the day here in round number 1. Timothy Parker pulls up now. Camaro left side. Jim Cap, Corvette right side. Cap, runner-up last year in the national points chase out of Willis, Texas. Parker from Longmont, Colorado. For Parker, sheet metal. Neither driver in a big hurry to even pre-stage. Jim Rod easing his way up there. Yeah, he found it. And we wait. And we wait. Parker gets in there. Cap's in. Cap turns it red by 14. Timothy Parker, your winner. Parker to the other end, sees his win light flashing. 987 at 169. Jim Rod Cap, 988 at 174. So you see Jim Rod would have won on the double breakout, except he lost on the red light. So that's how that worked out right there. Lyle Schreiner and Daniel Herbert. Both of them don't mess around. They get right in there and off they go. Herbert out of Louisiana. That's the white Corvette right side of the track. Shriner's Camaro. It's going to be the Corvette getting it done by 1/1000th of a second. Herbert wins on the double breakout. 988.2 at 146 is better than a 988.1 at 143 for Shriner. So tough way to end it for the Camaro, but the Corvette goes on. Justin Allen and Roger Warren. They'll line up now, Corvettes side by side. C5 body style Corvette left side of the track alongside the 63 on the right. Roger Warren out of Jacksonville, Texas for WHM Construction. Justin Allen, the Mickey Thompson K&N Corvette. Again, neither one wants to go in first. They're 7th out apart when they leave the starting line. Finish line, it's going to be a 9.901 for Justin Allen. Dead one at 157 for the win. Roger Warren is one above 991 at 163 and out of here. John Wright and Ryan Smith. We'll give it a try right now. Wright, the last Wright's Racing Camaro out of Crescent, Texas. That's the Phil's trailer sale lane. AAA at Texas lane right side. That is Ryan Smith from Chandler, Arizona. The one of two 61 Ford Falcon Roadsters, handcrafted by Ryan's dad. .200 separate them up front. Smith slides over to the left there. But he is 5 under 985 at 155. He took 7. Broke out by 5. John Wright runs the number 990 with a 7 at 162. Rod Walter and Joe Lockhog come up now. Rod from Mustang, Oklahoma. Rod and D's little 27 Ford Brogy-built Roadster. Joe Lockhog from Burleson, Texas. 2000 Corvette. C5 body style machine over here on the right. Lockhog is in. Walter rolls in. They both let go and head for the other end. Walter knew he had to get out in front because he was behind at the starting line, and he goes 989.9. A 1/1000th break out there for Rod Walter at 153. Lockhog was 994 at 161. He was better at the starting line, 19 to a 38. However, Walter breaks out. Christopher Best and Joe Harper. Best, that Yenko Replica Nova. Best in the Mopar. Or Harper in the Mopar, excuse me. .991.3 gets it done for Joe Harper. The Mopar goes on to round 2. Christopher Best. 3 under breakout, 987 at 156. He was behind at the starting line as well. Didn't have any window to get it done. As Harper was 32 total, Christopher Best 37 on this end. Now it's Mark DeBerry, the Mustang, and Shannon Brinkley. Too close to call off the starting line. Finish line says it's going to be Mark DeBerry. 992 at 128. Shannon got down there, crossed ahead by 4, broke it out by 3. 987.9 at 157 on the breakout. He was 33 on the tree, but DeBerry was 31, so too close up here. Win light goes to DeBerry. Now it's Mark Skipper and Jerry DeBusk. DeBusk, the Ford Probe. And the Probe moves on. DeBusk, your winner, 992 at 159. DeBusk on to round number 2 for Mark Skipper. A 4,000s breakout, 989.6 at 149. He'll finish up here in round number 1. The S10 left side. This is Terry Edwards out of Cameron, Missouri. 2000 S10. Right side, David Ruff, making the tow over from Peoria, Arizona. 62 Bel Air. They call it a bubble top. Big block Chevy power. Ruff, your runner-up in race number 1. Ruff is green and gone. Terry Edwards, red and done. 987 at 155 for David Ruff, but just a time pass. He turned it green. Edwards turned it red. Edwards 981 at 120 to finish up his weekend. Brian Turner and Alan Savage pull up now. Roadsters a pair. Ford on the left, Chevy on the right. Turner's Mustang left side for Ultimate Gas Anesthesia. San Marcos, Texas, the home. Alan Savage from Mejia, Texas, the Allen's Tire and Service 63 Corvette. Green light starts this time around for both. One of them is 008. And that's the guy turning on the wind light down there. Brian Turner, 008 on the tree, 995 at 135. He's 5 over. Savage, 9 over, 999 at 154. Jesse Cerna pulls up now. That is the Silver Grand Prix out of New Mexico. He's alongside Chet Tucker, that 68 Camaro replica right side out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Part of the Wood Turner Racing combination. $300's difference when they leave the starting line. But Chet Tucker was behind but gets the win as he's 992 at 159. Cerna was better at the starting line by 300s but goes 6 safe, 996. Tucker was 2 safe, 992. Margin of victory, 11 thousandths of a second going to Chet Tucker. Kevin Wright and John Salter pull up now. Wright from Longmont, Colorado, the DK Interiors 57 Corvette, and John Salter. Winner on Friday. The Grand Am gets it done one more time, 992 at 165 for the win. Kevin Wright way over there, 999 at 160, not good enough. Salter 2 over and takes the victory. Steve Hayes comes up now alongside Todd Pullen. Hayes left side from Aurora, Colorado. Todd Pullen right side from Amarillo, Texas. Pullen's new C7 Corvette, handcrafted by Charlie Stewart. Left side, the 68 Camaro low-slung machine out of Aurora for the Division 5 runner. Top Dragster, you should all be there. Top Dragster, you should all be there for round 1. To the other end they go. Will it be the Camaro or the Corvette? It's going to be the Camaro. How about 12 up front, dead 2 at the finish line, 14 total, 164. Pullen was 29 up front, so he was already done. Drives it out to a 986, 400 at 163. Sean Carter and Buddy Wood. Carter from Tahlequah, Oklahoma, the Carter Racing Cavalier. He'll pair up alongside Buddy Wood, that open air 68 Camaro for Wood Tucker Racing out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Top Dragster pairing up over there. It ought to be very, very fast. So Rusty steps forward to make his presence known to the 2 drivers, neither one of them even rolling into the pre-stage beams. Because, it's only been 4 days and we got all kinds of time. And, Staged and gone. And Buddy turns it red. For Sean Carter, he's tripped zip at the starting line. 989, 100 at 172 at the finish line. Buddy Wood way early on the starting line, 993 at 156 and done. Mitch Withers and Vernon Rowland come up now. Withers left side for Central Truck Equipment from Pratt, Kansas. Vernon Rowland right side, the Blanchard, Oklahoma Calais. One of these drivers way late. If you're watching, you probably can figure that out. He was a 10th behind at the starting line and broke out by a 10th at the finish line. Mitch Withers just flat missed it. Vernon Rowland, he was safe on the tree and safe on the track. Vernon Rowland goes on to the next round with a 992 at 156. Mark Buring and Michael Wright will pull up now. Buring left side. That is the Pontiac. The Firebird out of Navasota, Texas. Michael Wright on the right. His 92 Cutlass. Heads for the other end. And it's going to be the Sandia, Texas racer Michael Wright getting the job done. 991 at 157. Mark Buring 10:06 off the pace at 138. Murray Hebert. You hear the loping sound there of the small block supercharged Vega for the contractor out of Baxter, Minnesota. And he turns on a wind light via the red light for Jay Pepler. Pepler's probe turns it red. Hebert heads to the other end and goes 983 at 153. Pepler slows to a 1328 at 97. Pepler's day is done. Hebert hangs around. Bob Prose comes up now. Out of the 4 entries, one still alive here for Bob Prose. Can he hang in there for round 2? Leonard Greathouse alongside? No. The weekend done for the Prose family as Leonard Greathouse gets the win. They were pretty even off the starting line, a 31 to a 33. Leonard Greathouse, 9,905 at 157. Bob Pros 978. 978 at 151 for Bob Pros. He's Top Dragster, final call. Top Dragster, final call to the lanes. If you are paired, go ahead and pull them up. We need to get you loaded up here. So Top Dragster, if you have found your pair, bring them on up to the head of staging. Jason McClure and Tricia Owens coming up now. Owens right side, McClure left. Tricia trying to get back in the groove there in the Corvette. So close. 989.9 at 153. Tough breakout by 1,000th of a second. Jason McClure, your winner. Tricia was better leaving the starting line, but McClure was on the safe side at the finish line. 992 at 155. McClure gets it done as Trish breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Jazzy J. Johnson, left side. The Bull Trainer in the Vega wagon alongside David Owens. David out of Waco. The Corvette. Big power coming to charge hard and catch that Vega at the finish line. Can he do it? Yes. He got there second, but Jazzy J got down there and took almost 1/10 and a half at the stripe. Broke out by 0.03 of a second. He was 987, 300 at 144. He was ahead by 13 at the finish line, broke out by 3. David Owens, 999 at 166, getting the win. Heidi Robeson and Terry Pollard pull up now. Robeson and Tommy Phillips' little roadster over here on the left side out of Gardner, Kansas. Terry Pollard right side, the Corvette over here on the right. 2008 body style Corvette. Pollard turns it red by 1. 1,000 red light over here on the right. Win light for Heidi, and she goes 990 with a 1. Dead on 1 at 172. Her 16 light was okay. Pollard turns it red and then goes 400, 986 at 171. Jeff Franklin and Chris Harrelson will line up now. Franklin, the AMX over here on the left-hand side, the white car. Right side, the little black Corvette of Chris Harrelson out of the Charlie Stewart stables. Attention in the pit area, we need competition eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator to the lanes. So one of these drivers, 15 on the tree, left second, 006 on the left side, but Chris Harrelson, your winner on the right side. 992 at 160. He was 15 on the tree. Franklin was 006 and then goes 993 at 145. For Chris Harrelson, margin of victory by 0.05 of a second. Again, Top Dragster, if you are paired and ready, pull them on up, as we are ready to go. Just a few more super gas cars to complete round number 1, and then it'll be time for the Scoggin Dickey Performance Center Top Dragster. Charlie Stewart, Chris Edson. 63 Corvettes a pair, and the double breakout win goes to Chris Edson. Edson 988.9 at 145. That's better than the 988.4 at 167 for Charlie Stewart. So by 0.05 of a second, win light goes to Edson on the double breakout. Final pair on the starting line, another pair of 63 Corvettes. Jeff Lopez will be on the left for Uniselect Auto. Jim Repka on the right. The Wiley, Texas racer. Final pair, staged and ready. Well, I'm not the brightest guy in the world, but I think I knew who's going to win this race. Unless a meteor hits him, which did not happen. 10-14 at 129 for Jeff Lopez. You know, when you leave the starting line, you got about a half a second in your pocket, and you're a former world champ, and you're a multi-time division champ. You probably are going to win that round. Just saying. Jim Repka, way late, letting go of the button. 989, trying to get there. No chance. 169 for the speed. Competition eliminator. Once again, comp eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator to the lanes. So Super Gas in the books. Coming up next, the Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster category. And Bob Unkefer, I'm pretty excited about this. I think we're going to see some ultra quick performances. My prediction still stands. One car in the fives before this day is over.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, Warren. I'll guarantee you there's nobody sitting underneath the tower in the lanes behind the tower that's hoping for that 5-second run. Nope. It is going to be quick out there. Let's see, where are we at? According to my little air density online web page, we're at 1,305 feet, 69 grains of water, 66-degree temperature, 71% humidity, corrected barometer of 29.62, and a 57-degree dew point. According to your Brainiac, it's going to be quick.
He says 8 to 11 numbers better than yesterday's first qualifying session.
8 to 11 numbers better than yesterday's first qualifying session. We had what? 6 cars go 6 O's? Yeah. So, going to be interesting. Top dragster in the lanes, paired up and ready to go for round number 1 of eliminations. Competition eliminator. Need you to the lanes now, please. Cop to the lanes. And that means top sportsman. Your doorbell is going to be going ding-dong here in a moment. Probably not going to be the Fuller Brush Man. Top sportsman, need you to get ready. As soon as we get all of our comp cars in, we're going to be bringing you to the lanes. A little crop dusting out there on the racetrack. Put some good sticky stuff down. Make sure that everything set to go for round number 1 of our Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster competition. As we work our way through our final race day here at the Motorplex. I want to say thanks to everybody at the Motorplex. Been here for 3 weeks. Down here for a bracket race a couple of weeks ago, the ET Finals last week, and, of course, the doubleheader this week. Had a great time in Waxahachie. Want to thanks to Olin and Judy Gocher for the opportunity to crash at their place while they were in Indy, where everybody's swapping houses here all of a sudden. But I want to say, put out a special thank you to Olin and Judy for their hospitality. Sure has made the stay here a whole lot nicer. And the gang here at the Texas Motorplex, great track. Love coming down and spending some time down here. Be back in a few weeks for the National Open. At least that's the way the schedule now looks. So all goes well. I'll be back one more time this year before we wrap up the wild and wacky year that was 2020. Lee Zane, by the way, next time you tune in, tune in a little bit earlier. Lee sent me a note a moment ago, said, hey, I dialed in, and he just turned on DragRacer.tv, and you're talking about the 3 ugly triplets of drag racing, and he said, you're in Texas. He said, I had to stop and think about it for a minute. And I said, nope, shoulda, woulda, and coulda. Those are the 3 ugly triplets in drag racing. Lee sent me back a chuckle and said, oh, okay. Said, this is what I get for dialing in late, but nice to have the former Stock Eliminator World Champ along with everybody else listening in. DragRacer.tv, 610 the dial for Jim Thorpe as our first pair And our Skog & Dickey Performance Center top dragster category comes to life. Thorpe 610 on the left-hand side. The beautiful Spitzer chassis car. Wayne Johnson's machine over here on the right. The American chassis entry out of Skog & Dickey Performance Center. Robert Hudgens over there helping out with Wayne. 616 the dial for Johnson. Thorpe going to be giving chase. And it's going to be quick, boys and girls. This might be one of the gnarliest sessions of Top Dragster we have seen all year long. And trust me, we've seen some doozies. But here we go. Oh, baby. 005 and your second off the line. And a 001 dead 8 gets the win. How about Wayne Johnson? 001, 616-8 on a 616 dial. Jim Thorpe goes 005, runs a 614. Second at the stripe by 36 thousandths of a second. And Wayne Johnson moves into round number 2. Doing it in grand fashion with a 9 thousandths package down at the other end of the racetrack. Well, I told you, it's going to be a gnarly session. And it certainly started off that way. 005, 001, and a 9-pack to get the win. Looks like you got one hung up on the top end of the racetrack. It looks like we're good to go. D-Crew, nope. And the word comes from the top end of the racetrack that we're on hold. We may have fluidity in the shutdown area. Rusty's going down to check. The boys from the top end coming out to check. Like I said, it may be a gnarly session. Well, let's see what we got down there in the shutdown area. As D. Cruz and Aaron Stanfield sit and wait patiently. Your number 1 qualifier, Stanfield, 6.101 yesterday, and he's got her dialed in for a 610 in his opening round. D. Cruz, 612 the dial for the stealth missile over on the left-hand side. But a quick check, top end of the racetrack before we get back to rocking and rolling again. So bear with us just a moment. Like well down into the shutdown area, we may have a little bit of fluidity, but that being in and of itself a minor inconvenience at this stage of the game. They can handle that in short order, much better than it being on our racing surface for the 1,320 feet where we need to stay stuck, but we also need to give them a good, safe shutdown area at the other end. So the boys way down at the other end of the racetrack doing a little quick cleanup. Looks like Rusty's headed back this way. Just double checking everything on the racing surface and the shutdown area before we continue on. Do want to put out a shout out to Mark Buring. Understand today is Mark's birthday. He'll be looking to come up, see if Ben Blomberg's got a birthday present for him in the opening round of Top Sportsman, or whether he can go start celebrating his birthday early. But Mark Buring celebrating a birthday. Want to say happy birthday to Mark. Again, well down in the shutdown area, some cleanup going to be going on, taking place. You can see the guys way down track. But we are on hold until we can give all of our competitors a safe and secure shutdown area to go along with the safe and secure racetrack. So bear with us just a moment, and we'll be back. Just got word and want to correct myself. Wayne Johnson's machine, we mistakenly called his old dragster chassis. Understand it is a new 2020 racecraft. They put down that 9,000s package. So tip of the cap to Danny Nelson, building another stout racecraft chassis machine. And Wayne Johnson able to put a 9,000s package together. And go to the round number 2 in our top dragster competition. Again, like I said, going to be an interesting round. It is quick out there today. For those of you on the World Wide Web and DragRacer.tv, a little bit of a hold here as we got some cleanup going on well down in the shutdown area. Had a little fluidity down there on the top end as one of the cars sprung a leak. Getting it addressed in the shutdown area. A little sweep going down, a little brooming going down, and we'll get back to it here in just a moment. Number 1 qualifier, Aaron Stanfield. Number 17 qualifier, D. Cruz. I'd like to be number 17 qualifier with a 6:15 and have to run the number 1 guy. Telling you, it has been an interesting weekend here in Top Dragster, as well as Cop Eliminator. More about that when the cop cars come rolling in. The Top Dragster sure has been interesting, and it is better today than it has been all weekend long. So, got a feeling numbers are going to be flying hard, fast, and tight here in round number 1.
Y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
But it is still some of the best air we have had all weekend long here for round number 1 of race number 2. Scott and Dickey Performance Center, top dragsters. Everybody sitting and waiting patiently under the tire and in the lanes behind. And Cop Eliminator already in the lanes. Top Sportsman will be hollered at you here once we get back to running. So bear with us just a bit, and we'll get back. Bob Galletti, are you down there stirring up trouble? Okay. Just checking. Well, obviously, the sweeper's still sweeping down there. You can see the dust storm being created down in the shutdown area. So, again, on hold here while we get some cleanup done. Way down in the shutdown area, but still, got to have it safe and secure to bring these big horsepower machines to a stop down at the other end of the track. That's always the important part. Got to be able to warm them just as much as you can make them go. Everybody's been here before. We all know the drill. Got to get it cleaned up on the top end, make sure we're good, safe, and secure. So, again, appreciate everybody's patience. We'll get back to it just as quick as we can. All right, boys and girls, if you're straying away from the hot rod, about time to get strapped back in. Time to load them and go. Just about done with the cleanup down at the other end, and they say by the time they get done and you get strapped in, well, we'll be ready to rock and roll. So if you're strayed away from your car, need you back to your car. If you're sitting up here right underneath the tower, well, let's get suited up. Ready to continue on here. Round number 1. Now, for the rest of you, I'm going to give you a little scolding here. Let's don't be doing any more of this lubricating the racetrack down there, okay? All right, got a deal. I know it's not anything anybody wants to do, but hey, let's try to avoid it. Got a great race day. I know everybody's anxious to crown some champions by the end of the day. Just have a good, old, safe, and secure race. Drivers getting suited up and ready to go. And it appears Wayne Johnson doesn't have to worry about changing oil on the engine when he gets back to the pits. It's all been eradicated down on the other end of the racetrack. But we're good. You can see the equipment rolling off the top end. Drivers getting suited up on this end. And round number 1 fixing to commence again.
Set up a match race between Darian and Bob Galletti. I got them to where they'll do it for $20. Wouldn't that be a good race, though?
Yeah. I don't know, but Amy Neiswanger keeps posting photos of food. Like chili and ham and beans. Yeah, it looks like everybody's getting back to where they need to be. So with all of our faces in the right places, round number 1 getting ready to come at us one more time. It looks like we're suited, ready, So we get one more piece of equipment back in place. We'll be firing up. Got this big red truck. Got to get it out of the way. Is on the left, Stanfield on the right. As we are back into round number one of our Skagadicky Performance Center. Top dragster competition one more time. Looks like Wayne Johnson may be looking for a larger size Depends down there at the other end of the racetrack. As that Depends just didn't hold. D. Cruz left, 612. Aaron Stanfield right, 610. How quick, how fast is it going to be? Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Bear with us. Took a little cleanup down there at the other end, but we are good to go. And rumbling on we will do. In, locked, loaded. This is going to be interesting. 2,000 difference at the hit. And a 14 on a 10 by Stanfield. 607 for D on his 612 dial. 241 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Cruz breaks out at the other end. And there's our first 6-0 run. So Cruz's day is done. The stealth missile just got shot down. Rod Scott and Jimmy Sakovic come rolling in again. Sakovic, he's on a 610. Ronnie Scott on a 616. Scott over the right-hand side. The Miller chassis, pro-charged. Hot Rod out of Watauga. Sakovic on the left, the Spitzer car. Young driver out of Raymore Mo, south side of the Kansas City Metroplex. And Jim lining him up, getting him set and ready to go. Sakovic have found their speed again. It disappeared for a while, but they got her back. 610 to a 616. Hang on. Rod Scott goes 10 at the hit. Warbles around a little bit in the middle, but gets the win. 617 on a 16. 613 by Sakovic at 238 miles an hour. Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes. But Ronnie Scott goes 10 on the tree. 17 on a 16 to pick up a 33 thousandths margin down at the other end of the racetrack. Now Jessica Ogden dialed in 698 on the right-hand side. Henry on the left on a 610, the Air Gas Energy. Hot Rod out of Owasso, Oklahoma. Henry, always tough. The Oakley-powered Spitzer chassis. Pro-charged entry. Jessica over on the right-hand side. The Continental Foundation combination out of Dickinson. Getting ready to make her shot down the racetrack. Big handicap start. One of the larger handicaps here in Top Dragster. Just got to the number 31 qualifying position. Sneaking into the field, getting into the show. See if she can drive around Bob Henry. They're on the other end of the racetrack. Jessica off and running. She goes 009. Henry dead late, and Jessica gets the win. How about a 13 thousandths package? 009 dead 4 on the dial at 190 miles an hour. The young lady driving the wheels off of it. Bob Henry goes dead at 9 on his 610, but 009 for Ogden leaving the starting line. Put her together a 13 thousandths package and a round 1 win as Crystal Peterson rolls in now with her hot rod on the left. Crystal dialed in 611. Rusty Baxter over here on the right-hand side has done his burnout, sitting, waiting patiently for Crystal to come pulling up. On the left, 611 to dial. Rusty Baxter on the right on a 619. Does his burnout. Sits and waits patiently. Crystal on the left. Going to give it a run. Let's see what we got. Rusty Baxter on the right-hand side. Thought he may have been trying to steal one. Short burnout. Waited patiently, got the win. 20 out of 19 for the W. At 196, 617 for Crystal Peterson. Down at the other end of the racetrack as she motors through at 223 miles an hour. 27 thousandths of a second behind as they cross the finish line. Down at the other end is Darian Bosch. Shonda Ruckman come rolling in. A couple big, bad, blown hot rods. Shonda on the right-hand side. The Arizona machine, not one to, there it comes. Not wanting to go into reverse. You can see Shonda rocking the car a little bit. The Blinzer Motorsports. Arizona-based entry over here on the right-hand side. 481 cubic inch. Alan Johnson Performance Power Plant. Darian Bosch on the left. 20 years young. Young man got his top dragster license several years back. Has not looked back. Got a new top sportsman ride coming out for Darian as well. The MKD team out of Kidder, Louisiana. 610 for Darian. 619 for Shonda. Shonda's got the top bulb lit. Wait now on Darian. He's in. Shonda's in. Top sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, your turn to come on down. Top sportsman, to the lanes, please. The kids are killing the tree. Darian goes 005, but Shonda runs the better number. 621 on a 619 for the win. Darian goes 616 on a 610 dial and comes up 24,000 short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. The great lights are happening, but they aren't always turning into wins. And problems for Billy Swan on the right-hand side as he gets out to the 300-foot mark and the car brakes. Swan's car losing fire. They'll shut Paul Luley off back here on the starting line. Got to get that car out of the way on the racing surface before we can send Luley down track. Paul, of course, your runner-up, race number 1. Swan going out here in the opening round of race number 2. So Paul keeps his streak alive, going rounds. And Luley will come back to run Wayne Johnson in the next round. Maybe. Wayne's got enough oil or parts and pieces, whatever the case might be. Got Bill out of the car. So we'll refire Paul. Send him down the racetrack before we go fetch Bill Swan's hot rod. Swanee doing the burnout. A car braking on the burnout, coming to a stop down there about 300 feet. He runs 6:22.3 on a 6:22. 10 on the tree for a 13 thousandths package to put him into round number 2. We'll get Swan's team to hook him up, throw him off the top end, and get back into round number 1 of eliminations. And again, top sportsman needs your lanes, please. Top sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. Understand on Bill Swan's car, small brake fluid leak down there. Obviously, Swan realizing the brake's not working the way they're supposed to, so he pulls the car off and gets a little assist from his quad. They'll make the first turn down there in our next pair as we continue on. Here in round number 1 of our Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center Top Dragster competition. Top sportsman, need your lanes, please. Top sportsman. Our Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center top sportsman competitors need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. right, picking the pace up one more time. Hold the Larice. The Larice Motorsports Insurance. Louisiana-based runner there on the left-hand side. Another racecraft chassis and hot rod. Jeff Coron over here on the right. Good to see R.C. Williams out here with us. Legendary name. Drag Racing Annals. RC's got Jeff tuned up for a 6:12 lap. Scott Spees got Holden dialed in for a 6:10 lap. This one should be a fun one. Car on right side. Holden Larice left. Holden inching his way forward. Brings the top bulb into contact. Off and running. 6:15 by Larice, 6:18 by Coron. Jeff lights up the scoreboard on the right-hand side. Taking a stripe and the win by 16 thousandths of a second. Seems like we're running a few and doing a little cleanup and running a few, but I'm telling you what, 24 thousandths, 22 thousandths, 16 thousandths. The margin of victories have been extremely tight here in round number one of competition. It's good, very good. Top Dragster Racing. Steve McDermott now taking on Ross Larice. McDermott coming from the bottom of the field for the multi-time number one qualifier. As Ross from Larice Motorsports Insurance and McDermott for he and his son Steve. Both of them dialed in 6:10. This is going to be fun. See who's got the better skills at the stripe. Got a hunt better. That's Larice on the right. He runs 6:15, but it's the 6:13 by McDermott. And he gets the win by 9 thousandths of a second. So we're talking about the win, talking about the close competition. And McDermott and Larice live up to it. 9 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory at the stripe for Steve McDermott. The other end of the racetrack, Bob Button taking on Frank Eckert. Eckert and Button, both drivers out of Louisiana. Frank on the right-hand side, 6:40. Button on the left on a 6:13. We continue working our way through round number one. Halfway through, we're going to start pairing them up now. Button on the left. Romping, stomping, blown bad boy, big block Chevy. Frankie on the right. Engineer by trade. We'll see what he can calculate here for a win. He's off and running. Button, no, the better light. And gets the win on a double breakout. 6:09 for Bob on a 6:13. 6:35.5 by Frank on a 6:40. We talk about not being able to run 6.0s, but in this situation, it's a double breakout win with a 6.0 lap for Bob Button. Frank under that 6:40 dial by more than Button was on his 6:13 dial. The only thing you can say to that is top dragster. Gotta love the wild and wacky world. Matt Exner's Ford-powered entry up on the right-hand side, taking on JR's machine. JR coming in as an alternate. As Exeter should be running Frost over on the left-hand side. Frost can't answer the bell. They got a wounded motor. JR still having problems with his hot rod. Matt Exeter shuts it off. He'll coast through 643 at 163 miles an hour. And whatever gremlin is called into JR Baxter's car, JR sure wishes it would crawl out. Maybe hiring Dave Gotro and his chicken before you know it to get over there and doing some kind of voodooism thingy on JR's hot rod. But Exeter gets the win, moves on to round number 2. And that's the important part, being able to move on as Luke Johns and Mike Burns come rolling in next. Johns on the right. 6:16 to Dow. Burns on the left on a 6:11. Checking the weather station again real quick as the sun beats down. We climbed another 200 feet in density altitude since I last checked. And that was just before we got back in. So we have gained 300 plus some odd feet density altitude since the session started. John's on the right, Burns on the left. Crew chiefs back there checking their numbers before they roll out from underneath the tower and put a dial in on them. John's on the right, 6:16. Here we go. Burns on the left, 6:11. Wait for Mike to get in. Burns got the parachute out. Never did get staged. The parachute popped out. And Luke Johns gets the W, 6:19 to 2:15. The crew wraps the parachute around the wing. Mike Burns gets shut off on the line, and Luke Johns moves on to round number 2. He'll be back to run Rusty Baxter in the next round of eliminations. So we've got Johns and Baxter, McDermott and Ogden. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Exeter taking on either David Nation or Tony Lulu. We've got yet to figure that one out. Right now it's Kevin Ford and Kayla Gardner. Kevin over on the left-hand side, coming down from the Panhandle, up Amarillo way. 6:14 to Dow for Kevin on the left. 6:11 for Kayla on the right. Tucson, Arizona-based young lady. The wheel of her Spitzer chassis. Blown big block combination on the right-hand side. Cop eliminator. Let's get them paired up and suited up. You guys are coming in next. Top Sportsman. You should be in the lanes as well. Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, well, we're missing you. Hate to go without you. But if we must. Red line start by Kayla. Hit down too quick. Kevin Ford's machine makes a mad move to the left. He wheels it back in, goes 6:58. But after Kayla went 10 foul too quick, she then goes 6:10 with a 6. And hands the win over to Kevin Ford. Ford will be back to take on Bob Button. Matt Exeter going to take on the winner of this pair, either Tony Luley or David Nation. Nation over on the right-hand side. The runner out of the Sunflower State of Kansas. Nation on a 6:12 dial. The Nationwide Mining 4 aces entry over here on the right-hand side. Tony on the left, 6:42. The dial for the runner out of Louisiana. a moment to get one more car off the top end of the racetrack. We can see the quad already out on the track on the top end, starting to move him. And we are good to go. Tony on the left. 3/10 advantage off the line. David Nation over here on the right-hand side. David only had one shot at qualifying. Went 6:13. Luli's been locked into the 640 range. Pretty good hit, both sides of the tree. 6 down difference this end. David Nation going to be a winner. 6:18 to 2:13. Tony goes 650, but only 205 miles an hour. So it looks like he may have given up the stripe down at the other one. 2 more pair to go before we set our field for round number 2. Mario Bosch and Mark Jones getting ready to come at us. 2 more. Louisiana. 2 more Louisiana-based top dragsters. Jones on the right on a 618. Mario Bosch on the left on a 617. You sitting there saying to yourself, wait a minute, I saw that car a little while ago. Nope. You saw its twin. And you saw Mario and Karen's son at the wheel. Now Dad gets to take on gentleman out of Marrero. Had the big number 2 on the side of the car a couple of years back. Made a serious championship charge. To put number 1 on the car. Came up a round short. The tail end of the season. Jones on the right, Mario on the left. 18 to 17. Waiting on Mario. He's in. Red line start, Mario. Mark Jones picks up the W. He'll motor through 6:15 on a 6:18. So he gets a free tune-up run start today. Mark, well, let's just say it doesn't get any easier. He gets fellow Louisianan and number 1 qualifier Aaron Stanfield for round number 2. Frank Young, the winner Friday night, the Button Transportation entry. Over on the right-hand side, now taking on Wayne Landry's ride. Landry on the left, out of St. Bernard, Louisiana. One of the big dogs out of St. Bernard. Warren didn't catch that one. 6:13 for Wayne on the left. Big dog. Yeah, big dog. St. Bernard. Okay, all right. Well, Frank Young on the right. Down in 6:10. Frank's car idling awfully high, it seems like. Has been since he fired it up. Maybe it's been that way and I just haven't noticed, but I can't believe it. See what happens. Frank on the right, off and running. Landry on the left goes 0-7. Runs 6:11 on a 6:13. Frank Young runs 6.100 on a 610 dial. Frank Young puts down a 20 thousandths package. Wow. Dead dial 0 on a 610 dial. Landry gets to the stripe, runs 6:11.5 on a 6:13. He was 007 at the hit. Gets there by 28. Breaks out by 15. Wow is right, Warren. Crazy stuff. Cop Eliminator. Getting ready to roll in next. Top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. That means stalkers. Get them ready. We're going to be hollering at you here shortly. Get you back to the lanes. Round number 3. be coming up. Right now, it's all about comp. Right here in River City. Right here at the Motorplex. Well, you get the idea. Sitting here looking at the ladder and how everything shakes out. This is going to be an interesting day in Comp Eliminator. More about that as the day progresses. Got a long side, got a short side. One qualifier, Scott Cascio has to get around the G-altered machine of Jared Granier. Jared up on the left. Felipe Tortilla. Red light start, Jared. Scott Cascio taking that 400 cubic inch Patterson Elite Power Plant to the number one qualifying spot. And he'll shut it off with the wind light already on. Jared Motors through 13:27 after going 007 red. And that's a twofer for Scott because the way the ladder's constructed with this number of automobiles in competition, Cascio gets a freebie in the next round. So the number one qualifier keeps on keeping on. Raymond Martin doing his burnout, the little four-cylinder. For Martin, Osteen, and Fairman. Clark Smiley's blown double B altered Pontiac. Here on the right hand side, 300 cubic inches. Big old blower sitting up on top, little race gas pouring through it. Record holder in the category, and it's going whoop, a whoop, a whoop out there. Raymond Martin could have had a V8. Instead elected to buzzsaw it off on the saw table. Made a four-cylinder out of it, the 32 Bantam. For the Division IV Hall of Fame member. Longtime campaigner in the sport of drag racing, multiple categories. Handicap start, going to go to Raymond. He is off and running. Smiley's Pontiac giving chase. Coming, closing, top in, not going to get him. 768, Raymond Martin picks up the win at 159 miles per 741 by Smiley. Smiley had the better light. Did quit pushing down at the other end of the racetrack. You could hear him shut it off. 741 at a $153 is stock eliminator. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Come on down as Keith Mahi rolls in. Keith Hall. I will take Keith first to the finish line for 100, please. Hall on the left, they're driving the Red Rooster, the G-altered entry. They have already had to swap engines once this weekend. Mahi's D-altered over on the right-hand side. For the Mahi family, race ops. Keith and Corey meeting up in the super stock final here at the Motorplex many years back. In an all-Mahi family final at the AAA of Texas National event. But all that's ancient history. Right now, it's all about what can you do for me right now. Keith on the right, Keith on the left. The Hall brothers out of Ravenna, Texas, over on the left-hand side. Mahi out of Carrollton, here on the right. The Red Rooster off and running. Red light start, Keith Mahi. One light already flashing for Keith Hall. He'll shut it off. Coast across, 880 to 126 miles an hour. And Hall on the short side of the ladder. $811 at $127. As he shut it off at the other end. Our field of Comp Eliminator competitors, 22 cars strong. So we're going to whittle it down to 11 cars coming back for round number 2. Already had a report up here in the tower that several of our competitors are not going to be able to answer the bell. Dennis Smiley's dragster broke. John Clegg's double C altered broke. And Ray Goodman's Econo altered, not going to be able to answer the bell. So we'll have some competition buys. And again, round 3, stock eliminator. Need your lanes, please. Round number 3, stockers. 2 of the lanes, come on down. Steve Basgall, Econo dragster up on the left, the runner out of Augusta, Kansas. Taking on Sean Dodd, your number 2 qualifier. Ran 8:01 to get the number 2 spot. Doesn't want to do that here. Basgall, though, may push hard on the other end of the racetrack. And Basgall gets the win. 7:31 at 180. 8:18 by Sean Dodd. Had the better light. Didn't feel comfortable taking the stripe, and Steve Basgall eases around him. 7:31 at 180. Taking a win by 13 thousandths of a second. And that is certainly an interesting conundrum in our point standings. Ashton Hudson comes rolling in. The little H altered automatic. 298 cubic inch. D-stroked. Small motored Ford out of J. Allen Sherman Race Engine Shop. Barry Forster's dragster on the left. The Duco Driveline entry. Another Econo dragster here in competition this weekend. Ashton, your number 4 qualifier. The little yellow Ford. Hudson on a 922 index, going to leave first. Forster on a 789, going to be, well, in hot pursuit. Hudson off and running. Here comes Forster. Barry's going to make it interesting. Got the better light. Pushing hard at the big end. Gets him. 737. By 5 thousandths of a second. Forster getting the stripe at the other end. 868 at $1.42. Hudson was looking out the window. Trying to find Forster. Couldn't find him. Dropped the chute early. Cost him at the other end of the racetrack. So Ashton's race weekend is done, but it's good to see the little yellow EXP back on the track with us. Taylor Kabisky rolls in. He's going to be taking on Justin Huddle's B dragster automatic. The car out of John Green Race Shop. Champion Auto Parts, NGK. Mobile 1 entry over on the right-hand side. Justin on a 740. Taylor, who went to the finals on Friday night's race, number 1. New Dodge Dart-bodied entry with a small block Chevrolet for power. Auto on the right, going to give up the handicap start. Taylor on the left, going to be off and running first. Taylor getting everything set inside the car. Now he starts creeping it forward. Stand corrected, Kabisky. Semifinals the other night. Still a good run through the field. Here comes Justin. Reeling in top end, 687. 191 miles an hour, best run of the weekend for the B dragster automatic. 781 at 173. Bows out, round number 1 of race number 2. After having such a good opening race. And going to the final 4. Art Hodges' machine now taking on Chase Williams. Chase, who did go to the finals, Friday night's race, came up just a little bit short in his battle against Craig Bourgeois. Art Hodges, C. Altered, doing a huge burnout out there on the left-hand side. The custom home builder out of North Carolina, making his way over. Get a little racing in this weekend. 785 the index for C. Altered. Art will be leaving first. Chase Williams for Chase and Greg and Judy and the rest of the gang out of Carthage, Texas. A win, couple of runner-ups. Chase looking good on the season championship points chase. Williams right now concentrating on his side of the tree, giving up a half a second handicap start to the Lucas Oil entry for the North Carolina runner. Hodges on the left, going to be off and running. Chase going to be giving chase. Red light start by Art. Turns it red by 9 thousandths of a second. Chase launches, gets it out to the half-track mark, shuts it down, goes 866. 96 miles an hour and 878 for Art. So what could have been a very painful opening round of Comp Eliminator, with the conditions being what they are today, is turning into a very safe round of Comp Eliminator. Steve Kent should be taking on Dick Mass, but no Dick Mass. So Steve Kent will get the competition by. He'll come back to run Barry Forster the next round. Raymond Martin should be taking on Don Thomas's hot rod. Don will be coming up here in a moment, as he will be on a competition single. Justin Hutto and Chase Williams going to meet up in a battle of the B-Dragster Automatics in the next round of eliminations. Steve Kent get the free ride to round number 2. The Hemi Cuda working its way down track. Kent runs it down to 1,000 feet, shuts it off to an 8.666. The other end of the racetrack. And into round number 2 he goes. So another competition by, getting ready to come up, is Brian Brow. Should be taking on John Clegg's machine. The Vortex Supercharged, double C altered Pontiac. Sucked the valve yesterday in the final qualifying session. Not able to get it repaired and answer the bell here for round number 1. So Brow with the little V6 powered dragster. On the right hand side, the Brow Bell Housings. Indiana-based entry. Wife Deb standing behind. Well, 268 cubic inch. And again, could have had a V8. But Brow will cruise on through. Run it out probably to about 1,000 feet. If you're a casual spectator to the sport of drag racing, we'll not run them all the way out for a couple of reasons. One, Comp Eliminator engines. Of engineering, lots of ingenuity going into it, a lot of thinking outside the box, a lot of expensive engine components. If you don't have to push them hard, you save the wear and tear. Brian Brow shuts off to a 775 at $1.19. The other thing you don't want to do is you don't want to run it all the way out the back door and run too quick against your index. There is an automatic balancing feature called the competition index control. You run too quick, your index gets adjusted for the next round of eliminations. You run really too quick, your index gets permanently adjusted. So it's a fine line. It's a tap dance, if you will. You want to get the win. You want to gather data on the car's acceleration and how well it's performing. But you don't want to injure any parts, and you certainly don't want to injure the index. Dennis Smiley, as we said, is a Econo dragster with some broken parts. Not able to answer the bell. Craig Bourgeois, Nostalgia Dragster, your Friday night champ. Moving on to round number 2, and Bourgeois on the short side of the ladder. Either Steve Baskel, Craig Bourgeois, Keith Hall, or Brian Brow going to have the bye run to the final round a little bit later on today. Everybody else going to have to work for it. Runs it out about 1,000 foot, shuts it off. 7:43 to $1.21. They can gather the data from the time slip. See what the numbers were in comparison to yesterday's run or runs. And if you will, extrapolate, carry those numbers out to see what the car would have run. And here comes Don Thomas, the Panhandle Performance entry. Amarillo, Texas-based runner, should be taking on Ray Goodman's little A Econo altered on the right-hand side. And Don Thomas does something else that's allowed in the NHRA rulebook. Start the car under its own power, stage, except the green, and save all the wear and tear. And Don Thomas does that. It constitutes a round win by NHRA rules. You have the option of running it through as Craig Bourgeois did. You have the option of starting and staging, except the green light, as Don Thomas did. So the Panhandle Performance gang, they'll be back in the next round. Scott Cashill will get the bye. Barry Forster and Steve Kent will line up side by side. Raymond Martin and Don Thomas should be an interesting pair. The little 4-cylinder 32 Bantam and Thomas's Panhandle Performance B Econo dragster. It's the really interesting pair for round number 2. Will be the battle of the B Dragster Automatics, Chase Williams and Justin Hutto. Steve Baskel will be back taking on Craig Bourgeois, Keith Hall, and Brian Brow. Duke it out as we go from competition eliminator to top sportsman. And stock eliminator, round number 3. Need your lanes, please. Stock eliminator, round number 3. If you're not in the lanes, whoop, you're tardy. Need your lanes, please. Stockers, round 3. To the lanes. A little quick starting line prep. And our Skagadicky Performance Center top sportsman car is going to be right out. Like they're slightly quicker. Top dragster brethren. Our top sportsman door cars come rolling in now. 6-second shooters, 200-mile-an-hour runners. Patrick War out of Utah. Over Salt Lake City Way, a little town called Erda. Comes rolling in on the right-hand side. The new Corvette. Well, I'm telling you, those new Corvette bodies just make swoopy race cars, don't they? Patrick on the right, 697 to dial. Jim Thorpe's Pro-Charged. Chevrolet Camaro over here on the left-hand side. We saw Thorpe earlier. First pair out in top dragster. That didn't fare so well. See if he can stick around today and get some laps in the Camaro. 640 the dial for Thorpe on the left. Talk to some of the drivers, they'll tell you the difference between driving a top sportsman car and a top dragster car. In a top dragster, you're kind of like sitting on top of a hill with clear visibility everywhere. Top sportsman car, it's more like you're sitting in the bottom of the valley and your vision is a little restricted, being inside the cockpit. Makes sense to me. Thorpe on the left, going to give Patrick War about a half a second start. Patrick in that Corvette. Out of Pete's Diesel Repair. Goes red. Jim Thorpe, 14 on the tree, pedaled it once. His red light's already on. He goes 665 at 220 miles an hour. War goes 697.0. Dead on the dial, but left 13 thousandths on the second too quick on this end of the racetrack. Dead on the dial with a 0, but out in round number 1. I can hear him down at the other end of the racetrack. Still got the helmet on, it's muffled. I'd translate, but I can't use those words on a public address system. You get the idea. Cole Prejean. Take it on Mike Moorhead. Moorhead left out of Arkansas. 681 the dial. Cole out of St. Amant, Louisiana. The Southland Fired Equipment Machine. And wheeled in one of those giant motor. Patterson Elite Motorsports. Big blocks over on the left-hand side. Cole, a Sunset Performance. 600 cubic inch motor. A little bit slower on the dial. A 713. Quick and fast is cool. Slow and steady and repeatable will win your races. Mike Moorhead, though, he's already won one in this car. Camaro on the left. Prejean on the right. Cole goes red. Turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Moorhead on a 681 goes 682. 201 miles an hour. 769 by Prejean. But that one was all Moorhead once the light turned red. And Moorhead will be back for round number 2. Stock Eliminator, round 3. Need your lanes, please. Stockers, round number 3. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Kids, come on down. That means Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycles, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Get them ready. Be somebody knocking on your door shortly. Hopefully it's not the tax man and it's just me. Glenn Wright, left side. Odessa, Texas-based runner. As he comes rolling in, the kids at home, the grandkids at home, watching live on DragRacer.tv. Roy Haynes, right side, Midland, Texas-based runner. He's got the Cobalt, dialed in 679. Glenn's going to give him about that much of a handicap start. On and off the throttle, here we go. 706 for Roy as he's able to eke it out at the other end of the racetrack. His car was moving around a little bit. Glenn Wright was 004 on the hit, but he too had to play, stab the pedal a couple of times. And comes up 60 foul behind at the finish line. Both drivers Great job of controlling the ride going down the racetrack. Roy Haynes, though, got the win. Being able to jump back on it and get it back under control just a little bit quicker. Mark Buring, the birthday boy, up on the left-hand side. Ben Blomberg on the right. Ben got into some barbecue contest meet and said, hey, this is pretty good stuff. But you know what? I think I can do this too. He put together some ribs the other night on the grill that were delish. But that was the other night. Now it's all about race day. Blomberg on the right. Runner up here at the AAA of Texas Nationals a year ago. Looking to see if he can go to the finals again here at the Lucas Oil Race. Buring on the left, the birthday boy. Doesn't want anybody blowing out his candles. Oh, Ben Blomberg, dead late out of the gate. This one ain't going to be pretty. 7-12 by Buring, 182. Ben Blomberg goes 667 on a 668. But whatever it was on the starting line that had Bent distracted, it really had him distracted. Buring was 006 and gets the win. Blomberg was dead late. It was Greg Lair and Kevin Hampton come rolling in, and Greg Lair finally started to move back this way. So the birthday boy, Mark Buring, gets the opening round win. The candle's still flickering on his cake. Kevin Hampton over on the right-hand side, waiting for Greg Lair to make his way back after that long burnout. Hampton on the right, out of Hobbs, New Mexico, coming over from the Land of Enchantment. Number 22 qualifier, taking on your number 6 hitter, Greg Lair. Lair, who has won the Mile High Nationals a couple of times. Jerry Haas built and fabricated. Chevrolet Camaro on the left, 900 cubic inch motor. Lenco transmission in the cars. Greg likes to drive himself. That automatic transmission stuff, Greg says everybody else could have it. Runner out of Canyon, Texas, the Buick GMC dealer. Over here on the left-hand side. Handicap start going to Kevin. Drifts a little left. Cost him at the stripe. 35 thou the difference between the two. Greg Lair, 656 on a 655. 709 for Hampton on a 703. Hampton had the better light, but Lair had the better run. And Greg Lair will be back for round number 2. Here comes James Ogden. Jimmy Lewis, as we call Super Street, to the lanes, please. Super Street, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes. Super Street, round 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Jimmy Lewis. James Ogden. Jimmy on the right, the Pontiac GXP. For Jimmy and Phyllis, your number 4 qualifier. Got her down in 643. Ogden over on the left-hand side. The 55 Bel Air. New hot rod for James, picking it up. Earlier portion of this year. Still getting a little acclimated to it. Let's see what he can do here. It's on a 697 dial, waiting for Jimmy Lewis to roll in. Jimmy's in. Pro Charge, 55 Bel Air. Jimmy Lewis in the Pontiac. Ooh, baby. Jimmy Lewis dead late out of the gate. Big puff of smoke at the other end, and James Ogden gets the win, 99 on a 97. 681 on a 643 by Jimmy. But that puff of smoke down there was not pretty. But Ogden's win line coming on sure did look good. James moves on to round number 2. 6.9980 was 15 on the tree. Not quite as good as his daughter Jessica was in Top Dragster, but not bad. So we'll be on hold here for a moment while we go down and check AAA side of the racetrack. Make sure that whatever that was coming out of the back of Jimmy's car came out of the back of Jimmy's car and it didn't go down on our racetrack. So bear with us just a moment while we get a little track check in. Word comes from down there about the 1,000-foot mark that we got a little bit of stuff down on the racetrack, so going to be on hold here for a moment while we do a little house cleaning here on aisle number 2. Stock Eliminator round 3, you should be in the lanes. Super Street round number 2, we have called you to come down and join us as well. Super Street round 2. But we got a little water down on the racing surface, so water on the surface will be relatively easy to clean. Just got to get her cleaned up and get right back into it. So for Brian Ward, Lance Rutland, and the rest of our Skagga Dickey Performance Center crew, or troops, here in round number 1, we are on hold for a moment. We do a little cleanup down there about 800, 900 feet in the AAA lane. And we'll be back. looks like we got the AAA lane cleaned up. A little water, a little wetter, a little drier. A little scrub on the big end, and we're ready to go. Brian Moore, Lance Rutland, and the rest of our opening round of Top Sportsman competition. Getting ready to make their way down track. A little fresh water down in the water box. Brian Moore, Lance Rutland, getting ready to continue on. Lance, your number 31 qualifier, and you're reigning D4 Top Sportsman champ as we start making noise again. Oh, what a glorious sound that is. Brian Moore on a 684. Going to give up almost a full second handicap start to Rutland's Corvette over here on the left-hand side. 775 the dial for Lance. Super Street, round number 2. Need you lanes, please. Super Street, round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, round 2. To the lanes, please. Come on down. Super Street needs you to the lanes. Who'd ever thunk that the floor scrubber for an industrial complex can be converted over to a track scrubber for a drag strip? I think it's pretty cool. Anyway, Lance Rutland on the left, Brian Moore on the right, Pete's Diesel Service, and another one of our Utah runners here this weekend. Lance goes left. Brian Moore straight and true. Rutland though, 002 and lights up the board. 777 on a 775 at a $1.75 the speed. 688 by Brian Moore, 200 miles an hour. Brian was 12 on the tree. But Lance Rutland showing why and how he earned that division championship. Killing the tree, running the numbers. Chris Arnold, the A Automotive entry, taking on the Colorado-based 55 Bel Air, Dwayne Doffing. Dwayne over on the right-hand side, 795 cubic inches. Big motor combination. Takes a big motor to move his shoebox through the air, let me tell you. Chris Arnold's Cavalier on the left. We work our way through, just about to finish up. Top Sportsman, round 1 of eliminations. Arnold on a 683. Doffing on a 738. About a half a second advantage this time. And it's going to go to the shoebox. Dwayne lights it red. 18 foul, too quick out of the gate. And Chris Arnold picks up the W. 686 on a 683 at 199 miles an hour down at the other end. Doffing, 18 foul, too quick out of the gate to 738. Dead 8 on a 738 dial. But missed the tree by 18 thou. Made all of that very inconsequential. For naught, or, well, you get the idea. Shannon Smith, hometown runner out of Richardson, right down the road. Mike Cobb out of Tomball, making a tow up from down Houston way. 600 cubic inch Camaro bodied entry right side. Chevrolet over on the left for Shannon. Going to be giving up the handicap start. Shannon on a 683. Cobb on a 730. I heard a little pedaling going on out there. Mike Cobb goes 724 on a 730. Shannon Smith 685 on a 683. Cobb gets down to the other end of the racetrack, takes a chunk of stripe. Cobb was 12 on the tree, Shannon was 50. Cobb goes 24-6 on a 30 dial, had room to spare down at the other end. Just forgot to tap the brakes. We'll look at that time slip, and he'll be talking about how nice the sun is on the beach. And that's maybe where he's going next weekend, to the sunny beach. Bob Glenny on the left, number 2 qualifier, but man, it was only because of speed. Bob Glenny, Darian Bosch running identical 6.275 times in qualifying. Darian had the faster of the two. He got the number 1 spot. Bob got the number 2. That's your Friday night champ over there in the left lane from race 1. Take it on Henry Kendall. And I got to tell you, Henry Kendall, newfound competitor, dialed in 670. Truck has been running mean and strong all weekend. It's going to be a tough one for Galletti to get around. Kendall blowing the tires, rattled them at the hit, and Galletti, 633, shoots out early, only 198 miles an hour. Kendall's truck on its least impressive run of the weekend, and he does it here in the opening round. 856 at a $151. And you know that one's got to sting a little bit. That truck has been running 670s, 207 miles an hour like it was printing time slips. But that time he rattled the tires, moved out of the groove. Super Street, final call to the lane. Super Street, final call to the lane. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Need you to the lanes now, please. Super Street, final call. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Ricky Fisher's hot rod coming in next. The low riding 57 Chevrolet. Kelly Harper out of Arizona picked up the win out in Sonoma, California. Thought he'd come to Texas, see if he could keep the win streak going. And the blown Mustang out of Peoria, Arizona has been anything but, well, stable. Borrowed some scales last night from local racers, Rick and Chase Huffman, trying to find the balance in the Mustang that has not been there. So I got to tell you right now, Kelly Harper, a great unknown out of KSH Aviation out of Arizona. Got her down 660. Ran 711 in qualifying. And that was a trouble-plagued run. Kelly Harper on the left, Ricky Fisher on the right. Ricky had the big flame up under the tower on Thursday. So a couple of drivers that have not experienced the best of weekends. Kelly Harper, well, I'm telling you what, that Mustang left a whole lot better this time. And he runs so much better. He runs 659.8 on a 660. Takes 5 thou stripe and breaks out by 2. Oh, but you know what? He's got to be happy inside that car. He's got his pony back. 677 by Fisher on a 678 or 679 6 dial. I'll spit it out here in a minute. And Fisher gets the win. Kelly Harper, well, that one's a moral victory. He got his pony back. got to be feeling a whole lot better about that. The Rick and Chase Huffman Accelerated Graphics team, I'm sure he wants to extend a huge thank you. Yeah, looks like I got one stop short on the top end. Got two stops short on the top end. So Kelly and Ricky holding up Kelly and Kenny. Except we got Kelly and no Kenny. Yep. Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2, Super Comp, round 3. Need you to lanes, please. Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2, Super Comp, round 3. And I know there's been some thrashing going on back in the Sportsman Motorcycle pits. That's a fact, Jack. They had to split a case, get inside, replace the transmission. The oil downs that we had, that the majority of us don't care for, have proved to be a little beneficial back in the Sportsman Motorcycle pit area. Kelly Land should be taking on Kenny Shepard. Shepard, we were putting out the call yesterday trying to find a Jessel rocker for a 12-degree big block head. Never did find one. Kenny said I could just go buy a motor and put in it, but that wouldn't really work too well. So Kelly Land gets the freebie. Little motor through 688 at 197, and a tough break for Kenny Shepard out of Abilene. So Land makes the move to round number 2 as we continue on. Next man rolling in, Dan Liebem, as he brings his Mopar-powered Camaro up to the line in the left lane. Again, congratulations to John picking up the Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout yesterday. Had problems with the opening round of Super Street today, but all in all, a pretty good weekend. Picking up the big check and the trophy for the Mosier Shootout. Scooter Hampton over here on the right-hand side, runner out of Odessa, Texas. Pontiac GTO bodied entry. Scooter on a 645, Liebem's Camaro. Dialed in 7 flat. Deb flips on the computer switch, steps back, says, "Go get him, hun." A little bit better out of the gate, Hampton. A little bit better at the stripe, those leave him. 8th foul, the margin of victory. 701 on the 7 flat. Scooter goes 649 on a 645 to come up 8 thousandths of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll be Dan Liebem taking on Smith Hot Rod in the next round of eliminations. And Paul Robinson. As Robinson, one of his crew guys, getting stuck alongside the car, had to stumble back. DeMar's down out of Iowa. Had a good run at the U.S. Nationals a couple of weeks ago. DeMar's on the left lane. the 7-Eleven dial, Paul Robinson. Got that blown Camaro on a 667. Red light start by Paul. DeMar is going to get the win. 714 on a 7-Eleven at $1.92. 667 for Robinson. We see it all the time. Red light start, run dead on the dial, and Robinson did it. Dead on his 4. Dead on 4 on his 667. But Paul's day is done. Leaving way early against Larry. Roger Massey. Roger comes rolling in. He gets to take on the number 1 qualifier, Darren Bosch. Darren got it dialed up to a 630. Massey on a 693. Stock Eliminator, Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle, and Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Stock, round 3. Super Street, Sportsman Motorcycle, round 2. Super Comp, round 3. You should be in the lanes, ready to go. Next to the last pair of the opening round of Top Sportsman. Darren on the right-hand side, waiting patiently. Make sure we got good, safe racetrack on the top end. Clearing off on the top end of the racetrack, so Roger and Darian going to roll in, light them up, and get ready to go. Massey on a 693, Darian on a 630. Big old handicap start, going to go to the Cavalier out of Gilmer. Over there on the left-hand side. Doesn't want a stage. Roger doesn't want a stage. Darian goes in. Now waiting on Roger, and he says, I'm right here. Waiting on the kid. Darian goes 006. 31 on a 30 for the win at 210 miles an hour. Massey was 011. Run 695 at $1.98 on a 693. So Darren Bosch comes back to run the birthday boy. Mark Beering in the next round. Dan Liebem, Smith going to square up. Thorpe and Fisher. Haynes and Rutland. Bob Galletti taking on Larry DeMars. That will be good. Greg Lair. Chris Arnold going to do battle. James Ogden and Mike Moorhead. Kurt Fredericks going to come back to run Kelly Land. Kelly had a competition bye when Kenny Shepard's car couldn't answer the bell. And Kurt Fredericks gets a competition bye because Florentino Martin, the Corral Boots entry, can't answer the bell. So Kelly, Kurt, going to meet up round number 2. Both of them getting free rides to get there. Round number 3. Sitting under the tower. We work our way through race day eliminations. Kurt Fredericks, Burlington, Wisconsin. 800 cubic inch, gorgeous. First generation Camaro bodied machine. Jag Sports Nats champ. multi-time division champ. About a 663 0 on a 663 dial on a buy run. That, boys and girls, tells you that you got it set up and ready to go. That's not bad. 28 on the tree, by the way. Little 28 thousandths package. So, Top Sportsman in the books. We have completed round number 1 of everything now. Line maintenance, cleanup, prep, stock eliminator. Getting ready to come back out. Going to whittle our field. I think we got about 18 cars left. Going to whittle it down to 9. Super Street behind them, Sportsman Motorcycle, and Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp. Got most, need all. Super Comp, need your lanes, please. Come on down. Super Comp to the lanes.
Get the loudest fireworks for the lowest prices at HoustonCheapFireworks.com. 11 locations fully stocked with the newest, hottest, loudest consumer fireworks by Texas Outlaw, Black Cat, Hogwild, Red Rhino, Brothers, Big, and other major brands. Go to HoustonCheapFireworks.com for the location nearest you or shop the largest selection at our indoor super warehouse on I-10 East in Channelview. HoustonCheapFireworks.com.
Mosier Engineering has been racing across 4 decades with 3 generations, and we are proud to be an official NHRA sponsor here today. Everything we make, from our rear ends, axles, suspension, and even our brakes, are made with one goal in mind, so you can finish first. We offer standard 2-day turnaround on custom axles, housings, and center sections. Visit us on the web at MosierEngineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians. Remember, whether you are a weekend enthusiast or a serious racer, Mosier Engineering has the highest quality made in the USA products for all of your extreme street and racing applications. Finish first with Mosier Engineering.
DMP Awnings is your single source for quality custom race car trailer awnings, display trailer awnings, and hospitality displays. We are the only awning manufacturer in the central United States to offer in-house sewing, machining, and printing for the utmost quality control and a perfect fit. For free custom awning quotes, call Dean at 320-237-0509. Or for more product information, visit us online at dmpawnings.com and like us on Facebook at DMP Racing. At DMP Awnings, we've got you covered.
Back to handicap racing at its finest. Everett Vassar's A-Stock Automatic 99 Camaro, the most restrictive category in NHRA competition. Is your stock eliminator field. 9 pairs coming at you, 9 cars coming back for round number 4. Jeff Franklin's 340, Mopar over there on the left-hand side. Still has the dealer's nameplate on the rear body panel like they used to do. That's pretty cool. Runner out of Saginaw, Texas. 11:35 the Dow. He's going to go first. The late model. fuel injected. LS powered Camaro going to be giving chase, trying to track him down. Red light start by Vassar. Jeff Franklin going to the battle of 9 as we continue on. He's going to do it with an 11:34 on his 11:35 dial. Vassar 11:77 after the red light start, and it was only a 001, but that's all it took. Devin Dielgardi comes rolling in, third gen racer. On the Clegg side of the family, John's grandson out there at his wheel, heads up H-Stock automatic entry. Taking on Brad Cavisto. Bradley had the quicker car in qualifying. They've had some time to hop up the Firebird. Let's see what they got. Bradley out of Minnesota. The Pontiac GTO off and running. Looks like he's starting to inch out in front. 1,000-foot mark. Yep, it's Bradley. He'll get the win. 11:21 at 107. Good weekend for Devin, though. 11:35 at 115 miles an hour. Made it to round number 3. Congratulations to the Clegg family for having 3 generations of racers all in competition here this weekend. John, JB, and Devin. Brenda Grubbs comes rolling in alongside Jeff Lopez. Oh, my. Lopez on the right on a 937. Brenda on the left on a 993. Brenda carried the big number 6 on the side of the National Parts Depot entry. Jeff Lopez says, hey, those single digits are cool. I've had them before, too. Only mine was number 1. Of course, the category was super gas, but still. Earning the national championship in any of our Lucas Oil categories. Always a proud moment. Drivers leave the starting line separated by a scant 8 thousandths of a second. Lopez gets the win, 38 on a 37, taking 17 stripe for the win. 996 by Brenda, the $127, and she's behind those 17 thou down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Kevin Hale's Camaro. Get ready to take on Brett Candies. Candies, who has parked the Candies family's Cobra Jet in the winter circle on numerous occasions here in 2020. Trying to get around Kevin Hale now. Kevin, G-Stock automatic entry on the right, going to get a big handicap start. 1171 to a 924. There goes Kevin. Brett has to wait. He can't wait long enough. 004 red. Candies will head back to the trailer, saying golly gee willikers and all that kind of good stuff. 1171 by Hale. Runs dead on 3 on the dial. Would have been a good race. Could have been a good race. And should have been a good race. There's those 3 ugly triplets of drag racing. Coulda, shoulda, and woulda. Jimmy Hidalgo and Damien Acosta come rolling in. A couple of boys who don't live that far from each other. Damien in Gonzales, Louisiana. Jimmy about 15 miles away in Donaldsonville. Acosta's Nova on 1123. Hidalgo on a 1086. You'll go stock eliminator racing. Might scoot over to Acosta's pit area. That Nova's for sale. Waiting for the pup. Roll in the GTO. Little GTO gonna run you down. Oh, that's what Cooter's singing. Closing hard, top end at the stripe. Gonna be Cooter. 1092 at a $116. 1128 for Acosta. Both drivers off the dial. Cooter able to get there first by 16 thousandths of a second. Jared Uter taking on Jacob Pitt now. G-Stock automatic. Small block 350 Camaro out of Minnesota. And Jacob Pitt on a 1051 dial. The C-Stock automatic entry on the right-hand side. Big handicap start. Going to go to the Northerner. down here in the south lane. There goes Jared. Here comes Jacob. Pitt, 440 cubic inches, wedge-headed Mopar. Close it in, top end. Not going to get it done. 10:57 on a 51 by Pitt. 34 on a 32 by Hooter gets the win. 113 in the margin of victory, a 3 thousandths of a second advantage at the stripe. Connor Statler taking on Bryce Grenier as the boys from Louisiana continue to roll out from underneath the tower. Bryce on the right-hand side for Lupe Tortilla, the B-Stock automatic. 99 edition. Connor Statler out of Bobby Brandon's race stables in Bossier City. The big block 427.69 on the left. Handicap start. Go to the late model. Bryce off and running. Hangs the front end high. Connor reeling him in now, slowly but surely. The big block trying to come from behind, not going to get her done. 10:37 on a 38, breakout by Connor. Bryce had the better light, turns it into the wind, running dead on the dial. 10:73.5 on his 10:73. Parker DeVores. Mopar on the right, little 360 Volare. Taking on Tim Snively's 305 Camaro. There in the left lane. Parker heads up, iStock automatic. Snively on the left, the Stanfield power plant, and he goes red. Parker had the quicker car in qualifying. Snively knew he had to take a shot at the tree, missed it by 15 thou. 11:73 the win for Parker DeVore at 110. 11:87 at 109 for Snively. And Jerry Emmons comes in, should be taking on brother Gary. But Gary, the factory stock A, Cobra Jet, not answering the bell, and Jerry gets a free ride. And we'll be down to 9 cars for your U.S. Nationals champ and your Friday night champ. Lucas Oil, Emmons Motorsports, Big Block Camaro. On a set sail for the other end. And into round number 4, he will go. Jerry will cruise through 10:29 at about 27. And that puts that round of stock eliminator into the books. Super Street getting ready to come up next. Warren says, hey, Bob, take a break for a minute. Okay, Warren, I will. Thank you very much, sir. Super Street, 1090. Coming at us. Here comes your quickest car of the weekend, at least in the category. And the Houston engine and balancing entry. Here's Warren.
Well, after some consideration, maybe he is a comp eliminator wannabe to see how far under the index he could go. That's the only explanation I got for Sean Carter. Carter, low ET of all Super Street of all time, I think, 940 something. Carter out of Park Hill, Oklahoma, the G5 on the left. Jay Costala's right side out of Friendswood, Texas. 1090's the number. Away they go. One of them gets to come back for round number 3. It's going to be Sean Carter getting it done. 1092 at 143. Carter, your winner. Costala's a little better at the starting line, but 5 over 1095 at 141. His weekend ends in round 2. Mark McCall and Robert Varela coming up now. Super Street coming up. We're missing one Super Comp car. We need you to the staging lanes. We're missing one Super Comp car. We need you now. McCall's Trans Am. Hooks up, goes right, straightens it out. Varela alongside the 67 Camaro. And it's the Trans Am getting it done with a dead-on 5 run there. 10.90 with a 5. Beats the 10.95 for Robert Varela. Once again, Carter leaves second, gets the win light. Varela was better at the starting line, but McCall's win light is flashing. Baby Cole coming up now. Left side, Cole Cummings. Like it says on the sticker, I got this. For Moser Engineering and FTI. Taking on Scott Turnbow. Right side of the track out of Mansfield, Texas. The Quality Compressor Service 69 Camaro. Creamsicle Orange. Turnbow down track. Can Cole Cummings gather him up at the finish line? No, he cannot. Turnbow better with that 10.96 at 137. Cole Cummings 10.97 at 133. Turnbow was 11 on the tree. Cole a little bit behind that with a 23. So Turnbow tighter on the tree and closer on the number 2 for 2 to go on to the next round. It's William Hughes and Dennis Harrelson coming up now. Pair of Camaros, 68 on the left, 69 on the right. Both with the rally stripes. The blue machine left side for Hughes. Yellow and black on the right for Dennis Harrelson. Harrelson out front. Here comes Hughes. Finish line says it is Hughes winning on the double breakout. Hughes is 2 under 10.88 at 137. Harrelson 3 under 10.87. Harrelson was 0.09 on the tree and gets to think about that as he puts the car back in the trailer. Andrew Withers and Tony Stewart. They'll pull up now. Different generations of Camaros. First gen Camaro left, third gen right. Withers out of Central Truck Equipment at Pratt, Kansas. Tony Stewart from Springtown, Texas. 1090 is the number. 1094 is the winning number for Andrew Withers. Withers 1094 at 134. He will advance. He was 5th from perfect up front. Tony Stewart, a little bit tardy in comparison, 1095 at 142, and his day is done. John Alonzo the third, little Vega out of Lubbock, Texas, 72 Vega left side, and Stacy Owens, the red Camaro on the right. So the Vega looks like he's getting something sorted out here, and now he starts to roll forward. He'll be looking for the pre-stage light, and it is right up there. Staged and ready. Both drivers off and running. Top end says it's Stacy Owens on the whole shot win, 1097 at 132. Beats the quicker but losing 1095 at 134. Attention in the pit area, we need super stock. Super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock to the lanes for round 2. Super stock to the lanes. Jared Ross and Rustin Mays roll up now. Ross left side, the blue Camaro. Mays right, the white 63 Nova. Both drivers doing the job on the starting line, 004 to a 007. Win light comes on for Rustin Mays. He got there second, kicked him loose. Jared Ross got down there, was 004 on the tree. took the stripe, broke out by 5 thou, 1089.5 at 143. He broke out. Mays was safe, 1091 for the win. Now it's Ray Todd rolling up alongside Brian Sandlin. Todd, the Nova, Sandlin, the Camaro. Todd out of Belleville, Texas. Brian Sandlin, Baytown. Todd is dead 7 for the win. 1090 with a 7 at 133 for the winner, Ray Todd. Brian Sandlin, again, got down there, took 16 thousandths at the stripe, broke out by 2 thousandths. Sandlin on the breakout, Todd on the win. John Long Jr. and Wendell Shelton roll up now. Long's Camaro, Shelton's Chevy 2. Clean and green as they leave the starting line. One of them just a little greener than the other. Not terrible, not great. Double breakout win once again. This time it's a 400ths breakout for John Long. That's closer than the 800ths breakout for Wendell Shelton. Shelton was 1082, Long 1086. Long wins on the double breakout. Greg Simbeck. He'll take a shot at it. 70 Camaro, left side out of Midlothian, Texas. Right side, Chris Burrell from Claude, Texas. 66 Fairlane. Ford-powered machine. Once again, we need super stock to the lanes, and super gas. Super stock and super gas to the lanes, please. Super stock, super gas to the lanes. 5 thou, separate them up front. 1093.7 gets it done for Chris Burrell. He's 11 on the tree. 142 for the speed. Greg Simbeck was 1093.4 at 134. So Burrell on the 011 to 016 hole shot gets the job done by 2 thousandths of a second. Jed Dahar, he'll pull up alongside Greg Parsons. Parson in the Sluggo Nova. Olin Gocher's machine up here on the right from Bullard, Texas. Jed Dahar, 67 Chevy 2 from Tucson. And it's the D7 runner getting an early start back to Tucson as he is out here. Greg Parson flips on the win light, 1095 at 145 for Sluggo. And Greg Parson gets to wheel it back in the lanes for round number 3. Jed Dahar, red light start, 1089 at 130. Austin Claiborne and Chris Harrelson pull up. Final pair here in Super Street. The Tomato Shed, 67 Camaro, left side for the runner out of Troop, Texas. Alongside Tommy Oldham's car over here on the right side, Chris Harrelson driving it this weekend. Neither driver want to pull in and stage. Claiborne goes in. Harrelson right behind. Harrelson out front. Claiborne trying to catch him, and he does. 1092 at 146 for Claiborne. He'll advance to third round. Chris Harrelson, his weekend done here in round number 2 in Super Street. 1095 at 126. So with that, Super Street round 2 is in the books. Motorcycles coming up now. Bob Unkford jumped back in here or Bob says, no, you keep going. Well, I will. I heard we get paid by the word, so every little bit helps.
I'll load you for you at the end of the day.
Will you now? I've heard that some announcers think they get paid by the word. How's that? Brenda Kay, left side. Derek Dory, right. Has a mad thrash over in the Sportsman motorcycle pits. We'll tell you a little bit about that in just a minute. Brenda Kay, looking good on that 866 dial-in, but she can't run the number. She was 007 on the tree, but Derek Dory, 3 over 896 at 142. He was a little behind at the starting line, but Brenda was 6 over. Dory was 3 over. And that takes care of that. Super stock and super gas to the lanes, please. Super stock, super gas to the lanes. Tony Davis, Cody Couch. Cody, left side of the track from Cypress, Texas, up on the Suzuki. Tony Davis as well up on a Hayabusa. Davis with an 855 dial. Pretty much the same set of lights as they head down track. When lights go on a flash for Cody Couch. So Couch, your winner, taking out Tony Davis.
Dave's got the official bye.
Dave Gautreaux with the official bye coming up now. The Louisiana runner gets the official single here based on the ladder. And for Dave, it's an 884 at 147. And now the competition single coming up for Vince McCullough. Houston, Texas. A valiant effort going back over there in the pit area to try to get Robert Sanders back together. He had a transmission problem. They had to split the case. There are lots of people, all of his competitors over there as well, helping him out, trying to get him back on track, but not to be. Tough break for Robert, but Vince McCullough will get the competition single into the next round. 4 bikes will be left as soon as Mr. McCullough crosses the finish line. And Vince with a 9:45.2. He's dead on 2 at 140. Would have been tough to beat anyway. But it'll be McCullough coming back for the semifinal round. Super Comp rolling up now, the 890 cars. Once again, we need super stock and super gas to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. Super stock, super gas. Looks like we're going to start it right out with Charlotte Heffler's little shorty dragster. Danny Nelson built machine over here on the left. And this was the kind of renewed trend for a minute. Cars used to be short, then they got long. Now had a little wave of shorty dragsters rolling out of the shop. For Charlotte, it's working pretty well. She's taking on Byron Turner. Turner backs up from his burnout right now from San Marcos, Texas. Turner makes a living passing gas. It's a hobby for me. I got you, Bob, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Charlotte Heffler. Jeff alongside. Owner-operators of Pro One Safety. And Heffler turns it red by a ton. Brian Turner gets the free ride into the fourth round, with an 8.904 at 172. Charlotte Heffler, red light start, 8.92 at 128 down there at the finish line. Christopher Dodd and Michael Hedger come up now. Dodd left side, Double Oak, Texas. Hedger right side, Keena, Texas. Dodd with a obviously brand new set of Goodyear Eagles hanging off the back of that machine. See Sean Dodd standing alongside the car as Christopher gets set to pull in. One of them's 15 and late. The other one's 006 and wins. Christopher Dodd, your winner, 893.5 at 174. 006 on the tree. Michael Hedger, 15 on the tree. 888 at 166. Took 4 of them down there. Broke out by 2 of them. Vernon Rowland comes up now, the Oklahoma native, taking on Doug Wagner, also from Oklahoma. Blanchard left side, Broken Arrow right. One of them hangs in there for another round. 1 thou apart at the starting line. Virtually a coin flip up here. Vernon Rowland does his job on the other end and picks up the win light. 891.3 for Vernon Rowland, your winner. 168 for the speed. Doug Wagner, 3 over 893.0 at 182. Wagner was 45. Rowland 46. Letting go of the button. Super stock, you should be there. Super gas, you should be there. Mike Bjorm and Terry Pollard coming up now. Look at the pair in the water box. That ought to be interesting. Bjorm out of Justin, Texas. Racecraft machine. Pollard right side. The American car from Montgomery, Texas. Red by 009 is Mike Bjorm. Terry Pollard gets the win. Win light flashing on the right-hand side of the track. 890 with a 6. 184. Pollard your winner. Bjorm red light start and an 892 at 170. Now coming up. This ought to be interesting. You got James Kunkel, the only door car in the category, doing the reverse throttle stop. So he'll get down there and drop the nose of the Lumina. And blowing by him at the finish line, it's going to be big head Craig Anderson with his 190-mile-an-hour Super Comp car out of Waxahachie, Texas, but it doesn't matter as Kunkel turns it red. Just for fun, we'll see what they do down there. Kunkel was 893.5 at 122 miles an hour. Craig Anderson was 887 on the win at 185, so 63 miles an hour faster for Craig Anderson. You want to know what that would feel like? Go stand on the side of 287. Just wait for a truck to come by. Wouldn't take you long to figure that out. David Dale and Jason Medlin. David Dale out of Clute, Texas. The David Dale's Custom Homes undercover car. Steve Schmidt power. Left side. Jason Medlin right. Out of Reno, Texas. One of them's 14 on the tree. The other one is 13 quicker than that. Jason Medlin, 14 on the tree and turns on the wind light, 893 at 182. David Dale, 001 on the tree, 896 at 181. Had a perfect 8,900 in the first round. Gets to go home in the third round. Douglas Miller coming up now for EXP1 engine treatment out of Porter, Texas, and Terry Sullivan. Richardson, Texas, the home base for the Sullivan Motorsports dragster. As we make our way through Super Comp, looks like we got 2 pairs and a single coming up. And Super Comp round 3 will be in the books. I see a 006 light and a wind light for the same guy, Terry Sullivan, 888.7 at 175. He was 006 on the tree, 2 under, 888. Douglas Miller goes 4 under, 886 at 165, and he will be done. Tommy Phillips and Elizabeth Lopez coming up now. Phillips left side. New car, sorting it out this weekend. Doing all right. Here he is in round number 3. The Forney, Texas runner gets to take on Elizabeth Lopez from Fort Worth. She is a truck driver by trade. That'll be Jeff out there. She is staged and ready. Phillips is too. So Tommy's been drilling the tree, but not this time. Elizabeth better at the starting line. But guess what? Tommy drives the stripe for the win. 891 at 175. He was behind at the starting line 30 to a 13. Elizabeth 893 at the finish line to the 891. Mark Powers moves on to the next round. He'll have the bye run into round number 4. That'll get us down to, looks like 9 cars in Super Comp next time around when we see them. Again, Super Stock, Super Gas. If you're not there, you are late. Powers left 8 thousandths too early. That's okay. 891.0 up on the scoreboard at a 179. Coming up next, it's going to be Super Stock, round number 2. If the sheet is correct, looks like about 25 of those coming back, and then it'll be time for Super Gas after that. I'm going to step out of the way for just a second, turn it back over to Bob. I'll be back for Super Gas in just a minute.
Getting online with a nice lady back in Ohio. She was making homemade chili yesterday, ham and beans today. Told her she's killing me. A couple of my favorites. Of course, I'm the only one in my family who eats ham and beans, so if I want it, I got to fix it. And that I do. Super Stock, and Super Gas getting ready to come around the corner as we will whittle our fields down one more time. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Eliminator, and Top Sportsman be getting ready. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman getting ready. We're going to be knocking on your doorbell here in a moment. Taking advantage of a little interactive break there to put the fresh batteries in the old microphone. Jeff Miller and Pete Perry get ready to do battle now. Oh, yeah, it sounds much better.
Hey, you can actually hear it.
Yeah, microphone was beginning to fade out there a little bit. Oh, Pete Perry on the left, Miller on the right. Miller on a 990. Pete, of course, your winner. Friday night's race on a 947. Miller coming off the win in San Antonio a couple of weeks ago. Pete resurrecting the Lucas Oil Olds Calais. Miller turns it red by 5 thousandths of a second. Pete Perry picks up the pace. We'll move on to the round of about 12 cars. 944 on the 947. 138 miles an hour. 987 by Miller. Both cars a little quick down at the other end. Miller happened to be a little quick leaving this end. And that end to win over to Pete. Louisiana boys getting ready to duke it out now as PB Candies, the Candies family, Motorsports. Cobra Jet on the right, that's 795. The Doggos. Firebird on the left. Stocker converted to Super Stock. Dialed in on the 981. There goes Gooder. Here comes Candies. PB trying to reel him in top end. Goes 797 on the 95. Can't get there. Hidalgo goes 982 on the 981. Pick up the win at 134 miles an hour. Brenda Grubb staying alive on both stock and super stock so far. Well, she was until the last round of stock. I stand corrected. K-Row on the left. Gonna see what he can do about Indigo Day and super stock. The NPD. National Parts Depot, 427 Camaro. Got the 427 Camaro in stock and the 427 Camaro in super stock. Identical. Red Camaros, black vinyl tops. Brenda on the 931 dial. K-Row on a 999 number. And out of the gate they go. K-Row doing a little tree trimming down here. Goes 19 on the tree. Dead 8 on the dial. Brenda at 932 on a 931. But comes up short at the other end. Elijah Boyd moves in next. Elijah on the right-hand side. Stanfield on the left. A quick check on the racetrack down in the shutdown area. So we'll put Elijah and Greg, RJ, and David on hold here for a moment. Checking the top end shutdown area, make good it's clean, safe, and secure. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. If you're not there yet, you're late. Super Gas, need you in the lanes, please. Like whatever it was found. So Elijah and Greg lost the deck collar out there. Okay. Stanfield on the left, 968 the dial. Elijah on the right, 989. Don't blink, you miss the handicap start. Red light start by Elijah. One foul, too quick out of the gate for the Mississippi young runner. Stanfield 965 at 136. See Motors through on the other end of the racetrack, and call goes out now. Round number 2, top dragster. Need your lanes, please. Round number 2, top dragster. Need you back to lanes. Come on down, kids. So Stanfield picks up the win. RJ and David going to do battle. Chaddock's Factory Super Stock B entry on the right-hand side. RJ on the left, the GTO automatic Mustang. There goes RJ. Chaddock turns the red. Could not wait for his side of the tree to go blink, blink, blink. It only went blink. 1072 by RJ on the 72. How about RJ Sledge? 007 dead 6. A little lucky 13 thou package for him. Chaddock 860 shutting it off at the other end of the racetrack. There's Norm Marsden and JB Clegg going to do battle now. The Warbird. Gearbox changing. 455 Pontiac over here on the right. The Superstock H stick car. Marsden's little 283 cubic inch Chevy 2 there on the left hand side. Almost doesn't seem fair. That's why we're going to give Norman a handicap. Did 56 the dial for Norman. He's off and running. Here comes the Warbird. Good lights, both drivers. A little bit better light to the octogenarian on the left hand side, and he turns on the wind light as well. 1057 out of 56 as Norm Marsden puts down a 25 thousandths package. JB, well, let's just say he'd had to run dead on 967 to get the win. Instead, he runs a 1050 and comes up short. Stephen Hall and Jeff Dona. Dona's Super H automatic, Firebird on the right-hand side. Getting ready to take on Stephen Hall's 428 Mustang there on the left. Eight they go. Down the right. Whopping the throttle, gets the win. 975 at about 33. Stephen was a little tardy leaving. Tries to make it up at the other end, goes 969 on the 970. And his day comes to a halt. Dona moves on to the next round. Mike Bryant and Terry Emmons looking to see which one of them gets to do the same. Bryant's M&B Trucking. Copo Camaro left side. Terry Emmons. Emmons Motorsports. Lucas Oil. Protect the Harvest. Runner on the right-hand side. Emmons coming off the Indy win in Super Stock. Saw Jerry win at Indy and Stock. Terry in Super Stock. Pretty good a weekend for the boys out of Houston. Terry right lane. Michael left. Handicap start. Going to go to Terry. Careful the stage. Off and running they go. Good lights for both of them. Pick 'em race at the other end of the racetrack. Going to be Bryant getting the win. 907 on the 899. 978 by Emmons at 106 is the Protect the Harvest entry. Looks like the crops may have failed down at the other end on that one. 907 for Bryant getting the W at 141. Christopher Benham on the left. Jason Stoll on the right. This is the wheel standing Firebird taking on the wheel standing S10. And Terry's day comes to a conclusion. Top dragster needs your lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Red light start, Chris Benham. This one's going to be all Jason Stoll. The side of the racetrack already lit up and flashing. 10:45 on a 43. 127 miles an hour. 998 for Benham. 101 miles an hour, but 17 thou. Too quick on the draw. I guess that would make him Queek's draw. Larry Stewart. Seasoned vet. Christopher Dodd, up-and-comer. Christopher, of course, winner. Jegs All-Stars. His Super Cop ride. Doesn't do too bad a job driving his Super Stock ride either. Stewart on the left, former world champ. Working his way down track. Identical numbers in their reaction times. Rearranged a little bit. Christopher Dodd going to get the win by 10 thou. Runs 9:28 on a 25 for the win. 9:80 on a 9:76 for Larry Stewart as he comes up 10 thou short. Hunter Perdola and Brett Candice. A couple of jets that have parked their rides in the winter circle already this year. Right over on the right-hand side, the Candice Family Motorsports entry, 9:38. Hunter, the wheel, the big block, 396. Pontiac there in the left lane on a 1036. So a couple bulbs advantage off the line. Go to Hunter. Out of the gate he goes. Candice giving chase. Over here on the AAA side, the Cobra Jet galloping, trying to collect him. Top end does. 941 at 144. 1035.5 by Hunter on a 1036. Takes the stripe, breaks out. 5 thou. Too quick. Hayden Trumbull, David Seidlow. Coverall went in next. Seidlow on the right, Trumbull on the left. The youngster got his super stock license in Tulsa earlier this year. Did that on Thursday. Turned around and won the event on Sunday. 16 years old. Junior dragster champ. Going up and into the big cars. And another third generation racer here in Division 4 competition. Seidlow on the right, 10-10. Trumbull on the left, 10-20. Out of the gate they go. Hayden stands it up. David giving chase. Rocking and rolling, rumbling, tumbling. Bebopping their way to the finish line. Give it to Trumbull. 10:22 on a 20. At about 24. 10:11 for Seidlow. Actually ran closer to the number, but a little slow leaving the starting line. Gary Emmons should be taking on Larry Cummings, but the B modified entry not to be found. So Gary will get a free ride in Super Stock to round number 3, as we will be down to, I believe, a dozen cars, maybe 13. And a GTG automatic. Emmons Motorsports. Lucas Oil. Cavalier. 970 at 135 miles an hour. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Top Dragster needs your lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Super Gas getting ready to roll in next. Comp Eliminator. You're going to be right behind. So is Top Sportsman.
Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Timeslip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data, critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com. .990 cars rolling out from underneath the tower. Going to cut the field in half one more time. Should be 29 of them. We'll get down to 15 here pretty quick. Started out with the Croc Rocket left side, Austin Williams. Austin gets the single in the Ortec Camaro. The local guy from Waxahachie, Texas, two-time NHRA World Champion. In a stolen car. I think the owner knows where it's at, but not ready to repo it just yet. Williams, 15 on the tree, heads for the other end, trying to post a 990. He goes 9908, 23 total for Austin Williams.
That's something.
Two by two this time around is Mark DeBerry and Travis Salter. Clean and green as they leave the starting line. Either going to be a Ford or a Chevy, a blue car or a red car. Well, orange-ish red. You get the idea. It's going to be the red Camaro of Travis Salter. 990 with a 1 at 162. The car is dead one. Second time he's done it here in eliminations, as he was 990 with a 1 last round. 993 and done at 133 for Mark DeBerry. Chet Tucker comes up, one half of the Wood Tucker Racing team out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. He'll line up next to Daniel Herbert's Corvette over here on the right. Herbert out of Metairie, Louisiana. He'll get to head home a little bit early, as he is 3 under 987 at 148. He was behind at the starting line. Had to get down there and catch him. He did, but he broke himself out by 3. Chet Tucker, 992 at 167 on the win. Jeremy DeMars and Michael Wright, your next pairing. The 88 Corvette left side, 92 Cutlass on the right for Michael Wright out of Sandia, Texas. The Oldsmobile Cutlass used to be everywhere in the 90s, from Pro Stock to Super Gas, even a few Super Compers out there. Still a classic look for a race car, but it is done for the weekend. 990 with an 8 at 155, not good enough for Michael Wright. 14 light and a 992 at 156 for Jeremy DeMars. And the Iowa runner comes back for the next round. David Ruff, from Peoria, Arizona, gets to take on Jerry DeBusk. DeBusk, the LaPorte, Texas Ford Probe on the right-hand side in the AAA of Texas lane. David Ruff, the Arizonan, in the 62 Bel Air Bubble Top. They are 9 apart when they leave the starting line. DeBusk better at the starting line. DeBusk, your winner at the finish line. Jerry DeBusk for the win, 994 at 159. David Ruff, 995 at 155. And he will get the early opportunity to head west. Steve Hayes. He'll pull up alongside Brian Turner. Top dragster, you should be there. If you are not, you need to head that way. Hayes, the full-bodied Camaro. Turner, the topless Roadster. It's a Mustang on the right, Camaro on the left. It's a red light on the right, green light on the left. Steve Hayes, the automatic win. 989 at 164. He's your automatic winner. Brian Turner turns it red by 12, then goes 992 at 145. Two 68 Camaros, one of them original, the other one a copycat. Jason McClure, the full-bodied 68 Camaro. Timothy Parker, the all-fiberglass Camaro SS. Parker right side from Longmont, Colorado. McClure from Lucas, Texas. So finally, Parker gets in. McClure right behind. One of them's 21, the other one's 24. For Parker, he was 24 on the tree in 994.9 at 163 for the win. Jason McClure, 21 on the tree, 995.6 at 155. Package it up, difference at the finish line, .0044. 44 ten-thousandths margin of victory for Tim Parker. John Salter, your winner on Friday night, taking on Murray Hebert's little blown small block. Hebert out front, trying to hang on. Here comes that red car alongside. Finish line says it's going to be Salter. Getting the round win, 994 at 160. Salter is your winner. Murray Hebert, 10:03 at 152. Can't run the number. He was right there at the starting line, but the little supercharged machine not able to keep up at the finish. Sean Carter rolls up now, his Cavalier from Tahlequah, Oklahoma. And Joe Harper, the Dodge Avenger from Florence, Mississippi. Both of them would like to pick up a win ticket, move on to the next round. Again, both of them taking their time to get staged. Harper rolls in. Attention in the pit area, we need Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Good drag race here, and it's going to be Sean Carter. He was better on the tree by 8, and he goes 992 at 165, puts the better package together, wins by 20 thousandths over Joe Harper, 993 at 158, and done for the Mopar. Heidi Robeson and Joe Lockhog roll up in their Corvette Roadsters. Heidi's car, a 63 body style. Joe Lockhog, a 2000 body style. Lockhog from Burleson, Texas. Robeson from Gardner, Kansas. And it's a red light start by 001 for Joe Lockhog. Let's go 1 thou too quick. Heidi Robeson, 988 at 171. She gets the free pass into the next round. Joe Lockhog, red light start, and a 9901. Some people would say that's a perfect pass because he red lighted by 1 and he went over by 1. Of course, it don't work that way, but that's what it is. David Owens and Leonard Greathouse, they'll give it a try now. David's black Corvette. Greathouse's silver and black Camaro. Both of them jump up off the starting line and head for the other end. Looking at each other down there, sizing them up. Finish line stripe says it's a dead-on 990 for David Owens. He gets it done. Leonard Greathouse, 988, too quick at 156. Jordan DeWald rolls up next. Jordan alongside Justin Allen. Allen's Don Davis built Corvette over on the right from Mansfield, Texas. Jordan's 37 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck from Baytown. Top dragster, you should all be there. Comp Eliminator, we need you now. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Allen in some trouble as he heads down track. Can he make up the difference? No, he cannot. Jordan DeWall better on the tree by a couple of hundred. Better at the finish line by 1 hun, 992 at 149. Jordan getting the job done. Justin Allen 3 over 993 at 156. Vern Rowland comes back. As I recall, he's still in Super Comp. He's definitely still in here in Super Gas, trying to keep it alive against Chris Edson. Edson from Mineral Wells, Texas, the E-Team Racing 63 Corvette. Rear Morrison-powered machine over here on the right. Burns carrying a single digit for a reason. He's pretty good. 003 on the tree, but no. He is 6 over 996 at the finish line. Chris Edson gets the win. He's 1 over 991. Edson was 28 on the tree and 991.9. Vern 996.9, too far over at 149. Throws away that 003. John Wright and Jeff Lopez. The Last Rights Racing Camaro left side taking on Jeff Lopez, former champion of the world over here on the right, out of Fort Worth, Texas. Will it be the full-bodied Camaro or the Roadster on the right? It's going to be the Camaro. 990 with a 4 at 159. John Wright. Pair of 990s already here in eliminations today. For Jeff Lopez, ahead at the starting line, 15 to a 37, but 3 over 993. Margin of victory winds up being 66 ten-thousandths of a second. Eddie McDowell and Chris Harrelson, your final pair here in Super Gas. The Waco Flash on the left. Eddie McDowell, the McDowell Motorsports 63 Corvette. He likes driving fast cars, former alcohol funny car competitor. Also been known to run a blown out altered. Chris Harrelson alongside. Part of that Charlie Stewart Race Cars contingent in the 63 vet. One of them's 16, the other one's 14. Good drag race, side by side, finish line. It's going to be Harrelson dropping it on the number. He's 22 total as he goes 14 on the tree and dead on 8 at the finish line. That's a 22,000s package for your winner, Chris Harrelson. Eddie McDowell, 994 at 168, and his day is done. The Waco Flash will head home. Sounds like a top dragster in the offing there. As top dragster will be up next. A little bit of brushing, a little bit of dragging. Get everything cleaned up before we bring out the Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster category. Round number 2 for them coming up. Won't be quite as quick here in round number 2, but still very good conditions out there. Comp Eliminator, if you're not there, we got to have you. And we'll go ahead and complete the contingent as we need top sportsman. Top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes.
Lucas Oil proudly continues their support of sportsman racers in 2020 as a major NHRA contingency sponsor by awarding contingency payments on both their racing oils and transmission and differential gear oils at all NHRA National and Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. Lucas Oil has made signing up for both contingency programs simple and easy. Visit a Lucas Oil representative at the track and purchase $100 in oil or $75 worth of transmission or differential gear oil per race car. Put that ride in the winner's circle at an NHRA national event and receive $300 to win and $100 runner-up. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winners receive $100 and $50 for runner-up. Better yet, sign up for both programs, make the final, and double your Lucas Oil contingency winnings. It's a win-win program from Lucas Oil, and program eligibility continues for 1 year from date of sign-up. New for 2020, Lucas Oil will have a representative at every Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series divisional and regional event all across the country, plus all 24 NHRA national events. Stop by the KJR Motorsports display on the Midway at NHRA national events to sign up with Kip or Cowboy, or look for the following companies at NHRA Drag Racing Series events. In Divisions 1 and 2, visit Jeff Kondratik of JKR Inc. In Division 3, sign up with Basil Race Fuels. Division 4, stop by and see Rick and Chase Huffman of Accelerated Graphics. In Division 5, visit Mike Hinch. Division 6, go to L&F Race Products. And in Division 7, see Les Figueroa of Fig Speed. Thanks for your support of Lucas Oil and best of luck this season. Lucas Oil, made in America, sold to the world.
And with that, we hear the motors coming to life for round number 2 of Top Dragster. Jumping back on to tell you all about these quick rods, it's going to be Mr. Bob Unkefer.
Where? Who's he?
You.
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
Shonda Ruckman. Ronnie Scott. Going to duke it out. See which one of them going to go to the quarterfinals. 16 dragsters left out of our original 32. We're going to whittle it down to 8. Very cool pair. Coming up next. Left-hand side, the runner out of Arizona. Blown big block. Alan Johnson combination. Ronnie Scott on the right, the Texan. 540 Pro Charge. To 622. Ronnie Scott goes 326 for the win at 201 miles an hour. Sean Ruckman off pace 667. 208 by 18 miles an hour. And that may have been a high gear charge for Shonda. But as it is, it's a win for Ron Scott. And he will move on. Here comes the pair that has my curiosity peaked. Jessica Ogden on the left-hand side, 699 the dial. She flat put a whooping at a great, what was it, 16,000s package in the opening round to get to round number 2. Now she's taking on perennial number 1 qualifier, Steve McDermott. Steve's got her down to a 610. Jessica on a 699. Big handicap start. A huge head start for Jessica. Out of Continental Foundation Restoration. Jessica off and running, and Steve can't wait. Jessica goes to the quarterfinals. McDermott lights the red bulb, 702 for Jessica at 189. 618 for McDermott at 229. Remember what I said about sometimes the fastest car isn't necessarily the best one to have? Jessica's beginning to prove that to a few folks today. Being consistent, the name of the game. Mark Jones and Aaron Stanfield. Here's another monster matchup. The opening round of eliminations. Jones on the left, 617 the dial. Aaron on a 611. Your number 1 qualifier. Got her dialed up a notch from the 16 he ran earlier. Sheldon Jones, pair of Louisiana runners. Looking to see which one of them is going to go to the quarterfinals. A little bit better light going to Mark Jones. Win light as well, 24 on a 17. Taking 22,000 at the stripe for the win. 619 by Aaron on a 611 dial. Kelly doing another happy dance back home in Burrell. I don't think she's working today. Stanfield gang out of Bossier City coming up a little bit short that time through. David Nations. 4 aces. Brand Anderson powered entry coming up next on the left, and Matt Exter, our Ford powered machine for him and John Garner. Spencer Chassis and Hot Rod. Matt dialed in 611. Nation dialed in 616. Winner's going to come back and run. Miss Ogden next round. David on the left. Matt on the right. One of them's going to be giving up a huge handicap start, like Steve McDermott. But they got to get by the other one here. Round number 2. David left lane. Extra right. Matt up in smoke. Nation Motors through 631 at 199. Extra came off the line, got out there about 30 feet. Started boiling the hoops. Goes 744 to 180 miles an hour. I stand corrected. LD Nation's going to come back to run Ron Scott, not Miss Jessica. More about that in a moment. As the next pair comes in, Luke Johns and Rusty Baxter. This winner will be the one that comes back to run Jessica. Next round of eliminations. Rusty on the right-hand side out of Beckville. For he and Kay, the Bonnie and Clyde of Top Dragster Racing here in Division 4. Luke Johns on the left. Pro Charge, Spitzer chassis for Luke. Again, Cop and Top Sportsman need your lanes, please. Competition Eliminator and Top Sportsman need you to the staging lanes, please. Out of the gate, Luke Johns hangs on for the win. 22 on his 619 dial. 20 on a 15 by Rusty Baxter. 26 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory down at the other end for Luke Johns, and he and Jessica clear out next round. Johns at the wheel of his hot rod. Ron Scott and LD Nation going at it. Little pair rolling in, Bob Button and Kevin Ford. Button on the left, 6'10". Had that great package. Last round of eliminations. Kevin Ford over here on the right, the Amarillo runner. 6'15" to a 6'10". The numbers up on the scoreboards, respectively, for Button and Ford. Button goes 6'12" at 211. Kevin rattled the tires, pedaled it real quick, but can only muster up a 690 at 201. So Bob Button moves on. And we have 6 of our 8 quarterfinalists determined. Button being one. Mark Jones being another one. Frank Young and Jeff Coron going to duke it out to see which one of them comes back to run Mark Jones. Next round of eliminations. Jeffrey on a 6'16". Frank on a 6'10". Frank, of course, your winner at race number 1 on Friday night. Looking to see if he can go rounds and do it again. Nothing more that he would like than to be able to double up here at the Motorplex this weekend. Doubling up in a Top Dragster. That would be an accomplishment. Coron up on the left, R.C. Williams. So good to see R.C. out here still. Mixing it up with the rest of the kids. Coron goes 624 at 223, but Frank Young runs dead 3 on his 610 dial. 227 miles an hour. Friday night's winner keeps on winning. So it'll be Jones and Young, Johns and Ogden, Ron Scott, Nation. Paul Luley should be taking on Wayne Johnson, but if you remember correctly, back in the opening round, had that cleanup down in the shutdown area after Wayne Johnson's first run down the racetrack, or first pair down the racetrack, and Wayne not able to get whatever it was fixed and repaired. So it'll be a single for Paul Luley. So it'll be Paul and Button going at it in the next round of eliminations as we are down to 8. Stock Eliminator needs you to Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stockers to the lanes. Come on down. 6:29 for Luley. 214 mile an hour lap. So round number 2. Top drags are in the books. Stockers, round number 4. Need you to the lanes, please. Jimmy and Jerry and Bryce and Jeff and Brad and Jared, Parker and Kevin. Need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, we got everybody but 2. And we're running comp. And I know you guys know the comp runs right in front of you. So you know that you're coming up next. So you know that everybody else being here but you 2, not a good thing. Scott Cascio. Top Sportsman, need your lanes, please. Top Sportsman, need you to the staging lanes, please. Your number 1 qualifier. 11 cars left in eliminations. Going to whittle it down. Our final 6 cars left. Scott gets the bye with the odd lot number of cars. The front end up in the air, and the Patterson powered hot rod slows at the other end at 8:47 at a $127. And again, Top Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Scott Cascio moves on. Keith Hall and Brian Brown going to duke it out now to see which one of them moves on. Talked earlier about the short side of the ladder. We will have 6 cars left after this round of eliminations. 4 will be on one side. 2 will be on the other. A much easier road to hoe to get to the final round, with a bye run to the finals. But you gotta get there first, mister. Brian Brown and Keith Hall looking to do that right now. Keith off and running. Brian Brown turns it red. The Ravenna, Texas farmer sees the win line on, goes 890 at about 25. So the Red Rooster cackles its way into the quarterfinals. Brian goes 14 foul. Too quick off the starting line. Turns it red. Hands the win over to Keith. Barry Forrester and Steve Kent going to duke it out now to see which one of these 2 gunners going to come back and run your number 1 qualifier in the next round. And up on the left, the Hemi Kuda. Heavy Supermod machine over on the left, the 895 index Forster. Seacano dragster on a 787 number. Here on the right-hand side. Got a Duco driveline in the panhandle town of Amarillo, where they have got a whole fleet of windmills out in the countryside. Get off and run it. Here comes Forster. Dragster trying to reel him in. Already got him by the half-track mark. They'll shut him off and coast him down track. 796 for Barry. Buck 26, 10-15 for Kent. So it'll be Forster and Cascio. As we are down to 6 cars left in elimination. Well, we will be at the conclusion of this round anyway. Ray Martin and Don Thomas getting ready to come up. These 2 cars on the long side of the ladder, except there's no Raymond Martin. Because the little 32 Bantam down here underneath the tower, being a bit cantankerous, ornery, obnoxious, pain in the... And it's not going to happen. Tough break for Raymond. That is a strong little 4-cylinder 32 Bantam. So Don Thomas gets a competition bye into the next round of eliminations. And if memory serves correctly, Don Thomas had a first round competition bye. He pulled up and staged the Panhandle Performance entry. This time he runs it through. 727 and a buck 36 for Don. He'll be back with 6 cars left. We hook up Raymond Martin's machine and get him towed back to the pit area. Competition eliminator. Great selection of cars. Lots of engineering, lots of ingenuity, lots of thinking outside the box. Lots of creativeness here in Cop Eliminator. Number 1, we alluded to it as we got all of our cars sent down track. B Dragster Automatics, a pair. Justin Hutto and Chase Williams. Small blocks. Automatic transmissions. Multiple carburation. Justin at the wheel of the Mobile One NGK Champion Auto Parts entry. Out of John Green's race shop, Chase Williams. Driving the family hot rod. Dad Greg, Mom Judy, Chase and the rest of the gang over here on the right-hand side, out of Carthage. Justin coming up from Spring, Texas. Justin, who made laps earlier this year up in Topeka in an A-Fuel dragster, looking to expand his driving skills and abilities. But B Dragster Automatic, heads up. Out of the gate they go. Chase Williams goes trip, zip, 0, and hangs on for the win. 694 beats a 692 on a hole shot. Justin Huddle was 48 on the tree, and Chase Williams hung a bag of donuts back here on the starting line. Zip, zip, zip to get the win. And Chase will take on Don Thomas. Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes. Stockers need you to the lanes. Top Sports, and if you're not there yet, you're late. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes now, please. We sent out personal invitations a moment ago for Kevin and Parker, Jared and Bradley, Jeff and Bryce and Jerry and Jimmy. Need you back to lanes. Steve Basco and Craig Bourgeois, final pair. Here's the other pair on the short side of the ladder. Of course, Bourgeois won it all on Friday night. Would love to do nothing more than go back-to-back here at the Motorplex, a feat he accomplished a year ago. Super Street needs you to lanes now, please. Super Street to the lanes. The old Texas Motorplex track has been pretty good to Craig Bourgeois, along with a few others. Steve Basile coming down from the Sunflower State of Kansas, trying to interrupt those plans. Out of the gate goes Steve. Bourgeois a little bit better on the light. Driving it, top end, lights it up, 701 at $175. Taking 30 foul to stripe, and it'll be Craig Bourgeois. Keith Hall duking it out for a freebie and a twofer. Round count. Comp Eliminator. Looking for a free ride to the finals. Top Sportsman coming at us next as we've got 16 cars left. And we're going to win in this field. Down to the Elite 8. Kurt Friedrich, Kelly Land. Going to be our first pair out. The 63 Corvette of Kelly. And their first gen Camaro bodied entry for a Wisconsin runner. Kurt Friedrich. His bride Leanne came down off their recent Columbus Sports Nationals victory. Car's not only a Sports Nationals champ, multi-time divisional winner. Picked up a Best Appearing Car Award or two along the way. Kelly Land on the left, the Amarillo, Texas-based Corvette. Another runner coming out of the Panhandle. Kelly on a 690, Friedrich on a 663. Remember, he went 6.630 on a 23 foul reaction time in the last round. Does that here again. Probably going to pick up the round win. Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Super Street to the lane. Well, it doesn't need to be perfect. Kelly Land turns it red by 3 foul. Friedrich goes 665. He was 009 this time on the light. So Kurt moves on. He'll be one of our Elite 8. Their Skagadicky Performance Center. Top Sportsman category. Kelly goes 782, shutting it off at 121 miles an hour. We go from one 63 Corvette to another 63 Corvette. That's one being the machine of Lance Rutland. Your rating division champ over on the left-hand side, 776. Put a 1 in front of it, it'd be 1776, and we can all salute. Roy Haynes on the right says, salute away. 679's my dial. Chevy Cobalt on the right-hand side out of Haynes Consulting. One of these days, I got to ask Roy what kind of consulting he does. Stock market, cattle market, marriage market. Never mind. Lance Rutland off and running. Here comes Roy. Oh, Roy. Don't call me late to dinner. I'm late enough leaving the starting line. 685 on a 679 by Roy, and he wasn't even close. Rutland goes 777 on a 776. Picks up the win. Had the much better light. And when I say better, I mean much better. Roy Haynes was inexcusably late. Darian Bosch should be taking on the birthday boy. Mark Beering back here. And his car won't fire. You can see the angst. As all of a sudden the car just does not want to light off. Darian's already done his burnout. Starter's going to hold him up for a minute. And it looks like somebody just blew out the candles on Mark Beering's birthday cake. That's a tough road to hoe. If you're going to lose, you at least like to do it out on the racetrack. Know that you gave it a valiant effort. But, as the expression goes, some days are like that. Yeah, they are. Darian on the right. Number 1 qualifier, moving on to the Elite 8. Stock Eliminator and Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Darren runs it out to about half track. Saves the wear, the tear. 782 at $1.17. He'll coast across down at the other end of the racetrack. Karen looks on, makes sure everything's safe and secure down the other end. Dad's already headed back to the golf cart. Tough break for Mark Beering. He'll be back another day, though, that you can guarantee. Shannon Smith. Dan Liebem come rolling in next. Shannon. Out of Richards. Hometown runner. Taking on Dan Liebem's Chevrolet Camaro. Making a tow up from the Houston area. Liebem on a 702. Shannon on a 686. Stock and Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Stock and Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Side. Going to give the handicap start to Liebem over on the right. And into AAA lane, Shannon. Phil's Trailer Sales. Side of the racetrack. Red light start by Smith. Dan Liebem's blue light special already flashing. 705 and a 005. Dan on a 702 makes his way down track, and he'll be back to run Darian Bosch next round of eliminations. James Ogden's Shoebox Chevrolet getting ready to come up. 687 by Shannon on a 686. The red light start, a 1/1000th of a second red. As Mike Moorhead's machine. Cubs pulling up now. The Bryan, Arkansas-based entry. Winner Topeka. And Mike not able to do a burnout. Ran out of spit on the tires. Still got a problem. This isn't boding well. There we go. Moorhead finally getting them to click. He'll be backing up now. Ogden on the right, 701 to dial. Moorhead on the left, a 685. Shoebox Chevrolet. Out of Dickinson over on the right-hand side. Daughter Jessica staying alive in her top dragster. Ogden's machine over here on the right. Moorhead on the left. Being shut off on the starting line, Mike Moorhead will get the freebie, the single in the next round. Moorhead motors through 685 at 201 miles an hour, dead 6 on the dial. Moorhead with a 28 thousandths package, and there'll be Moorhead's Camaro taking on Kurt Fredrich Camaro in the next round of eliminations. So Ogden's day comes to a conclusion. Bob Galletti getting ready to take on now Larry DeMars. DeMars, who won top sportsman at Indy not that long ago. The Graphic Edge team and the Napa Auto Parts group out of Carroll, Iowa. 7:15. The dial for the Cobalt on the right-hand side. Bob Galetti's Mustang, the New Tech Global. Jeff Cummins Race Stables entry on the left. Galetti, your number 2 qualifier. But only number 2 because of speed. 6:27.5 for him and Darian. Bosch to lead the pack. And Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Stock and Super Street. To the lanes. Galetti on the left, 6:29. DeMars on the right, a 7:15. That's like a gargantuan, huge type handicap start. Going to go to the Iowan. Here comes Galetti, and he couldn't wait long enough. 001 red for Bob. DeMars goes 7:15.0. How about a 6-pack for Larry DeMars? 006 at the hit, dead 0 on the dial for Larry DeMars. Bob Galetti goes 001 red. And I don't know. They didn't add anything. I don't know if there was stuff coming out of the back of Bob's car or exhaust coming out of the back of Bob's car. But Galetti's car coming to a stop down at the other end. So DeMars gets the win, but 006 dead 0. Wow. 6,000ths package. Does that for the W. Top end crew coming out on the other end. Check out Bob Galetti and the Jeff Cummins team. Greg Laird, Chris Arnold sitting way patiently down here. Couple pairs to go. See who's going to run Larry DeMars. This is going to be Greg Laird, Chris Arnold. See who's going to run Lance Rutland. It's going to be Ricky Fisher, Jim Thorpe. And sounds like Bob Galetti may have broken a rear end down at the other end. So we got a little stuffy down there to go clean up. So we're on hold one more time. Up going on the top end of the racetrack there is Bob Galletti didn't just take out the rear end, he also got the transmission. So we got a little bit of cleanup to take care of. At the other end of the racetrack, got the Zamboni out there on it, doing a little scrub-a-dub-dub. One thing we're missing right now is the rubber ducky. And we do not want the rubber ducky. So we'll get the cleanup taken care of. Galletti bringing the car to a stop just as quickly and as safely as he could. So cleaning up as short a trail as possible. Thank you, Bob, for doing that. A couple more pair to go to round out session number 2 of Top Sportsman. Stock and Super Street should be in the lanes. And of course, we're going to continue to work our way through eliminations till we crown race number 2 champs. So hang in there, bear with us, and we'll be back at it before you know it. Just got a text from one of my Minnesota friends telling me that that's no Zamboni. Well, it is. It's an asphalt Zamboni. Whereas Donnie says it's a Tennant scrubber, since he works for Tennant and helps build scrubbers. You're right, Donnie, it is a Tennant scrubber. So we're going to have to come up with an official name for it besides an asphalt Zamboni. Does the same thing as the Zamboni. It restores the surface upon which the players will be participating. So we got some cleanup to finish up on the racing surface, a little bit of cleanup in the shutdown area as well, before we can get back into and finalize round number 2 of Top Sportsman. growing as the afternoon wanes on. The Division 5 ET finals have concluded up in Topeka. The Division 1 final, ET finals, up in D1 have completed. Racers on their way home, and through the wonders of modern technology, everybody's able to listen in or watch in, as the case might be. DragRacer.tv, and everybody cruising home from the race wherever you may have been. Be safe in your travels. And we'll be back into Top Sportsman here in just a moment. Stock Eliminator, we're down to 9. Super Street, Super Sportsman Motorcycle, Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Stock. Wheels all whittled down fairly well. Top Sportsman right now, the largest field of cars, one of the largest field of cars we have left. And we're getting it whittled down to our 8 quarterfinalists. So for those of you cruising down the highways and the byways across the country, thanks for joining in. I certainly appreciate your number. So does Warren. Seems as Alan Reinhardt and I have this little thing going about who gets the largest crowd on DragRacer.tv. So far, I've been able to hold off the hard charge of my Arizona compatriot. He's still sitting number 2. And I'll let you all make all the comments you want. Cleanup going on in our Phil's Trailer Sales Lane, aisle number 1. And just about, it looks like, get the track itself restored. Put the scrubber on it, or we got the scrubber on it right now. And put the dragger on it, put some rubber back down. And of course, the top end crew working in the shutdown area to clean up the shutdown area to restore it as well. So, again, bear with us just a bit. Click off a few more miles on your travels back home. And we'll get back to you in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Bo Butner, and I love this life.
We're here in, where are we?
Clarksville, Indiana.
Clarksville, Indiana.
Yes.
So is Clarksville home for you? Is this where you grew up?
Clarksville's close to home, so tight community here. Louisville, Kentucky, across the big city, right? Across the river. Then we have these little towns, New Albany, Indiana, Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, then Clarksville. So grew up in Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. Been here my whole life. It's about 15 miles from here, up on the hill, so we kind of look down over top of everything. Yeah, been here my whole life.
And we're sitting here at Jim Butner Auto. This is the business that your dad started.
Yeah, he started very, very small. He worked for a car dealership in the early 50s. Started his own deal in 1955 down the road in New Albany. Little bitty 2-room brick building. Decided that there's a lot of good people that maybe had some credit problems. So he decided way back then how he could, people that couldn't get finance because a lot of banking and stuff were tough, and they went through a lot of stuff. But he decided he would stand behind them and finance them himself. So he started with nothing, absolutely just nothing, and just worked his way up. And we have had such a following since 1955. And this is our second location from the first. He built this with a couple old trailers with gravel lots. That's what this whole place was, full. I mean, probably 300 cars out there, just stacked where you couldn't even walk between them. And so many people would come in, and of course the sales were in the front, and in the rear was where you collect payments. And so many people would come in and make payments, they actually wore the concrete steps off walking up to the trailer. So he had a good niche of just helping good people, and he's taught me that you don't look at a credit score. People aren't paper. So we actually still to this day set one-on-one with each person to make every deal. It's not a credit score. It's not who you didn't pay or who you do pay. It's all about that. And we're pretty good at, I mean, there are some con people, but don't get me wrong, but pretty much there's a lot of good people that's had some credit problems.
No matter what kind of condition somebody's in, you're able to kind of figure out a way to help them out a little bit?
Yeah, and what we try to do is, which we've all needed this help before, sometimes you don't really know how much you have coming in and what you have going out. So a lot of people will say, yeah, I can pay you $500 a month. Well, we try to sit down with them and say, hey, you know, looking at your bills, and you got to include insurance, cost of living, I mean, and upkeep. You mean I might need to be $250 or $300, so let's get you in something like that. And a lot of them take that great. I mean, because especially some of the generations, they just want. It doesn't matter. We don't care what it costs. But we try to steer them in the right way. And don't get me wrong, I want to keep them as customers forever. But hopefully by the time they buy 1 or 2 cars here, they can go anywhere and have a reputation of paying. And that's all anybody wants. But still, when we're still small, and when you're in the big corporate world, they try to go to banks. It's all about paper.
Did you get to spend time working with your dad? You
Yes.
grew up here in the dealership.
Yes, I grew up from a very young age, probably 5-year-old on. He would travel all over Indiana, Anderson, Indiana, Muncie, Indiana. We'd travel everywhere going to auctions. My mom, myself being young, and him. And we'd spend the night at motels, and I'd go to auctions with him at the age of 5. So I was actually buying for our dealership at the age of 15. So I had to have a guy work for us, drive me to all the auctions, and I wasn't old enough to drive. And I go to some of these auctions and buy 30 to 50 cars. And they're wondering, how is this young kid buying so many cars? And what we learned in our business is, first of all, there's nothing on my lot that I won't drive personally, because why should I expect somebody to want to buy it if I won't drive it? So, and you can't pay too much for a good car. It changes the profit margins a lot, but you have to have a good car, and you have to have something desired. Because these people, a lot of people live week to week, and part of living is their car payment. But my goal is I don't want them working for their car payment. You know what I mean? They still have to have a life. And so that's worked out good for us, and it's just sitting on the one-on-one and so many relationships we built. I mean, these customers are like family members to us. They watch all my racing. They tell me how, no, that girl sure got you off the line, or that young Tanner kid got you this and that. I mean, it's a lot of fun, and it's a big racing fan world here around here, and it's neat to be a part of that too.
And as I understand it, it's continued on to the next generation. Your son is part of this operation now, right?
Yes, my son's definitely as I've been pro stock racing the last 5.5 years, I mean, he's really had to step up. And not only him, I mean, he does the dealing up front, but it's such a group around back. From a lot of family members to just a lot of friends been with us forever, which we all consider family. But my mom, she's 82. She's still involved every day. And I'm keeping her home during this whole pandemic deal, which is killing her because she will show up every day. Likes to say hi to people. A lot of the customers like to come say hi to her, but she's still very much involved. I've got a sister that actually lives with her since my father passed, and she runs all the HR, pays all the bills where I spend all the money, so all that works good. And then we have Christy, you all might know her, from Randy Lynn's sister. She's a big part of my Bow Nose, which is my second location, and she does a lot of title work, and it's just such a good group of people. I have a service shop with 5 guys. My daughter, my youngest daughter, just stepped up, and she actually runs it now. So, and my oldest son will tell you, she knows more about cars than I do. So, and she actually does. She does very well. But it's good to have people you depend on. And then I've missed spending this time with them for the last 5 years being on the road. And this little offset time we've had, I look at it as maybe for everybody, God gave us a reset button. So maybe it's time we sit back and you figure out what's really important in life. So it's good I love the fans, I love the racing, I love our racing family. It's a lot of fun, but I have missed these people I missed out on.
A year ago, you almost imposed your own reset button and you'd announced your retirement, and then all at once, here you are again.
Yeah, that was, my mind was made up, probably middle of the season, and as it got closer, I was okay with it. I mean, it actually came till the Sunday of Pomona at the end of the year, and my mom always comes out the last race, and we go to the bank, and she's, a lot of the fans comes up, she loves to tell me, hey, somebody's out here, they need a hero card signed or something. And we're sitting on a golf cart, and she says, you sure you want to give this up right now? I'm like, do what? Because out of all the people, for one, she never wanted me to run 200 mile an hour or anything. Okay, she always had these rules that we've managed to kind of break a little bit. But she enjoys it, enjoys talking to people, and it's just like being here, just seeing the new people. They all have a story, and you learn a lot, and I enjoy it. But that time's coming close again. And I just had a grandson last year. He turned 1 through this, so we couldn't even really have a party for him. But a lot of stuff's changing. I definitely think racing's going to change probably forever in certain ways. So we'll see what happens. But NHRA has been great to me. The folks at Mellow Yellow have treated me good. They put a lot of faith into me for some reason, some country boy from Indiana. But I get a lot of calls from them on what's going on, how we're doing, and it's been cool. The sponsors, the Strut Masters came on board this year. Chip's a great guy. And I've never been one to ever go out and really look for sponsors. I mean, I'll take some help, don't get me wrong, but I've always had my dad's name on the side of all my cars from day one. And then Chip came along and we made a deal, but it's just a good group of people we're around all the time. So I get along with all of them so far.
So far.
Yeah.
Well, aside from the car dealership, tell me a little bit about your dad. What do you remember about him growing up?
Well, I hear stories because he was a little older. I mean, I have some half brothers and half sisters, of course, but I'm 15 years younger than the next one. So my mom and he met. They were both married prior, but got a good tight family, kind of like Brady Bunch, 3 and 3 or however that was. But then that came along. So I don't know if I was an accident. I'm not sure. I probably wasn't planned. So, but growing up, he was very fortunate. He started from nothing. He made a good living, but he never let us know that. I mean, it was tight. I mean, he didn't spend any money. He'd reinvest. He'd reinvest in his company. And I remember he'd show up with a new car every now and then at home. But like if we go get ice cream, like my mom tells me time they went and got ice cream and she wanted a waffle cone. Well, he wouldn't pay the difference for a waffle cone over a regular cone. He said, you don't need that. And then as I get older, been times like, hey, I like to get a new couch for my house. And he'd be the type, well, what's wrong with your old couch? And do you need to spend the money? And that's coming from nothing because he and his mom and dad split up. There's 4 of them, four sons, 2 twins, and then he had an older brother. They split up. My dad and the older brother moved down here with my grandpa, which was a parole officer down here. Then my other two stayed up in Indianapolis. So they're originally from Indianapolis. My other two uncles were twins with their mom. But my grandpa couldn't handle them because my oldest uncle was wild. He was like I used to be when I drank. And this is what's funny. His name was Bob Butner. Everybody called me Bob back then for some reason, because B.O. then Butler. So I was known as Bob when I drank a lot and partied. So it's kind of a funny story too. But my grandpa couldn't handle him, so he put him like in an orphanage. Well, about 2 weeks, my dad ran away every night and would show back up at my grandpa's house. So my dad was the type that actually went right here local to New Albany High School. And just a neat freak. I mean, you could see some of his cars and he would die. You saw how dusty they was because they had been, he would just die because he's the type that would wear a really nice shirt, but it would be hung up in his car going to high school. He wouldn't put his shirt on until he got out. I mean, no wrinkles. Everything had to be perfect. But that's the way he lived his life. But he came, again, from nothing. And I think once you work for that and you have to build it, it probably means something different for you. But I've been fortunate. I've been able to have what I want. But now getting older and having the kids and having a grandkid, you do see where you have to still work hard and keep your stuff nice. And luckily that all of mine have pretty much picked up on that also. But it's just a different generation out there. It's tough.
Your birth certificate doesn't say Bo.
No. Bo, I'm actually James Earl Butner III. My dad was a junior. Grandpa was a senior. To get it even more complicated, well, first of all, my son is the fourth. My new grandson is the fifth. So there's 5 of us. To be more complicated, my older brother that passed last year was a James Butner, but he had a different middle name. He also had a son named James Butner, junior for him. So if you ever heard of George Foreman, I'm sure you have. Well, he named like all of his kids George. So we were all James, but we all went by different. I went by Jim or Jimmy in school. And then as I got older, my grandma would call me Jimbo. Well, I was a huge Dukes of Hazzard fan. I mean, like an unbelievable Dukes of Hazzard. Still am. But I decided, I'll just call me Bo. Take the Jimbo. It's too many Jims. And then that name Bo stuck from my grandma, which has been passed for a while, since probably the time I was 8 or 9 years old. So that's where Bo came from. And still, you'll see sometimes in some of the deals, Bo Butner III. Well, he don't exist. Bo doesn't exist, but it's James E. Butner III. So that's where that came from.
So did you ever put together a General Lee?
I have lots of cars and models that we've done as a kid. And, of course, the whole Halloween deal. When we wrapped the car. And that's a real funny story, too. That's back when we were on ESPN. And, of course, I had the flag on top. But, again, they came to me and they said, Bo, we're not going to be able to put you on TV with that flag on top. And I'm like, well, that's your choice if you don't want to. I'm not taking the flag off. So, anyway, they took it off. They even played the song as I was doing burnouts. But I tried to explain to them what that flag might mean to some liberal people. That was for me growing up and the good times in life. That was a fun time in life and funny show, great show, and it's a car show. And we was all about cars forever. So yeah, big General Lee fan still.
And as it turned out, you still wound up on TV.
Yeah, oh yeah, they played every bit of it. And I've learned that when they threaten me, and they threaten now I fight with them about Trump. So when they threaten me, if I go rounds, they have to show me. They can't blur me out. So I need to go rounds to be able to enjoy my life.
Well, you certainly do go rounds, no question about that. This year started off a little bit tough.
Yeah. Well, we tested in Orlando, had a little race there. In fact, the car wouldn't even start in the water burnout for that first round. So that was a bummer. We go to Pomona, didn't run so well there, get to Phoenix, and it was a complete disaster. And that's one of them deals where you should never win a round. I got to the final. I couldn't make it down the track until the final round. I don't know, you'll have those times, the ups and downs. And the year prior to that, I think I won the first 4 out of the first 5. And it would get to where you just smile because I actually remember Gainesville, Randy Lynn wins Saturday night because they ran the Sportsman the day early to get it over with. So I had a lot to live up to anyway that next day. She let me know that. So Sunday, we're running good enough to win, but going to the final against Alex, and he breaks doing a burnout. And I remember at that time, they look at it and they do this, which it's a great feeling, especially in the final round. And I just started giggling to myself. I'm like, this is one of them days or years I just have to show up. And you have times like that. Then we went on to win Vegas, the 4 wide, and then we win Virginia. I was like, holy cow, this is unbelievable. So, and then of course the bottom falls out and become normal again. So it's definitely it's a humbling sport. It's been a lot of fun. I enjoy it. KB, Ken Black, Judy Black have treated me like family. I mean, from day one, and I'd always say that's the only people I'd ever run pro stock with. So the guys at KB shop, Greg and Jason, they become like 2 older brothers to me. We still talk daily, all of us. Jason's going to hang it up, which good for him, honestly, because he's got some great kids. Jack, his son, actually works on my team when he can get out of school. Great kid, learned a lot. And when he's not working on my car, I see him sitting inside, letting go of the clutch pedal. I mean, for hours. Just he's ready to race. So I wish all of them well. And who knows what's going to happen in racing, which we'll talk about later, I'm sure. But it's just been a great life for. They have an American dream. If you drive down through New Albany, I've got a picture of my dad on a billboard, because to me, he lived the American dream. Started and he worked his way up. Well, I kind of did the same in racing. Started with Sportsman stock. Started right over in Ohio Valley with a trade-in. I took off this lot and went up and won a world championship in the pro series in pro stock, which to me is the highest level I'd ever want to be in as a professional in pro stock. But it's just an American dream. You can't ask for any more.
So if you think back to your dad, was he still with you when you started racing pro stock?
No, it never. Probably he died in 2010, and I started, I think, maybe 14 or 15. But I mean, started with Greg and Jason. I had another engine builder at the time running comp, as at the U.S. Nationals, I remember, and I never knew Jason or Greg. I mean, I watched them, of course, and the engine builder and myself kind of had a dispute. I didn't think I had the right motor or wasn't as fast as I should be, and kind of made a rude comment to me. And Greg was pulling up to go make a run, and I didn't know him. I mean, he might know who I was, but I said, hey, you ever consider doing any other engines? I mean, like, so I could do my comp program. And being Greg, I never thought of that, because they really have never done any outside stuff. They helped maybe with a Hemi or something before, but got a relationship started going there, and they started doing a couple of just taking my old engines, trying to make them better. We won a few races. I doubled up in Vegas that year with comp and stock, and got runner-up the next week in promotion. So we had good stuff. And then the next year, I get a hold of Jason, and I said, you know what? I'll take that back. My father passes, but before my father passed, he always says, whatever you do, you've raced a lot, you've raced a lot of classes, don't ever have a pro stock team. I don't want to see you spend that much money. That's just, it's a waste. I mean, so with that being said, I've never had a pro stock team, okay? And I've never owned a pro stock part. I do own a tractor trailer. I mean, I own my own stuff there, but when it comes to tires, gas, clutch, car, that's all KBs. I own nothing. So, yeah, there's always a gray area. And now that I see it, yes, it's very expensive, and just the travel alone and the crew. But the time away you are from your family and business, I think that's probably what he was more talking about than the actual money. So I understand that a lot. And I enjoy it, had a good time. I feel like I try to balance out time at home and that, because we travel a lot. But you know, also remember, when I'm not racing or here, like I'll leave Sunday to go to Florida and I need to buy cars. Or I might go to Connecticut to buy cars, or I might go to Oklahoma. Just, you don't know, just wherever I can buy cars. So I'm not physically here much at all. And it wears on you, it wears on you. I'm used to go, but it wears on you missing your family and being around, because they're not here forever. And then I found that out with my dad. And we was over in a very healthy man. He never smoked, that I know of, or drank, and ate good, and always in good shape. And he goes to a checkup, and he had me run with him. And my mom was with us. They said, hey, we need to talk to you over in Louisville. Just regular checkup, probably some health. He always bought life insurance, so probably some insurance checkup. They said, hey, we got news for you. We found some spots on your liver and maybe your lungs or something, all in that area. And he's like, really? He goes, okay, because he felt great. And then it got to be in that same day conversation of, well, you might have 2 to 3 months left. And we all just kind of look around like, there's something messed up. And he was like, right. But this is the way he was. He's like, well, I've had a good life. I live good. And he was 77 at that time. But like I say, in very good shape. He looked at me and they said, well, you can try some treatments. And we're still blown away. This is all happening like in one day. And he's like, no, I don't think I will. Well, I talked to him, hey, let's try it. What we got to lose? Because I don't really believe it. You know what I mean? You're too healthy. You look at you. You don't feel bad. And so we did 1 round of treatments. And I stayed home. But I don't think I hardly traveled at all. Stayed home with him. And luckily he got to stay at home, but we take him to get his treatments. Got to a point to where, of course, after your first round of treatments, hey, it's getting better. You hear that. Well, within a week, then you get a call, yeah, it's not working. So that's when he looks at me and says, you know what? I've lived a good life. And got to be with him. I think he lasted maybe another 5 or 6 weeks, but I was actually at his house up there. He built a house right next to my race shop. And got to be with him as he passed. I was there 3 days straight. And I looked back because I had been sober for 3 weeks then, or 3 years then. And I mean, I was wild. I mean, I did a lot of bad stuff, tore up a lot of stuff, cost him a lot of money. And I really believe maybe it was more peaceful for him to know that maybe I have tried to straighten up. And he thought, well, maybe he'll get his head on his shoulders and make the business go, because this business isn't for us, it's for our customer, our families, and our employees. I mean, we can walk away and be happy and live fine, but we have to keep everybody else. And me getting older, I see that. But I think he maybe went peacefully that way, and I was holding his hand when he took his last breath. And I still, what's funny is I'll go to a racetrack, because he would go to all the national events with me. And he'd always like to stay in the same area every race. Or if he's in Chicago, he's over here. So there's times I still look over that way, even when I'm at a track today, feeling like maybe he's there. And I just hope that he's enjoyed watching me race wherever he's at, or however he's watching. And I hope he's proud, and I hope he's not mad that I am running pro stock, honestly. But I can think that he probably thinks that, for one, we made a good business decision by the deal I've got with it, and also we were successful with it. So. But there's more to life now.
Well, tell me a little bit about your racing background. You said you started at Ohio Valley with a car you took off the lot, but there's a lot of progress in there, including a world championship in the sportsman categories.
Yes, we actually, I had never in my life been to a drag strip. Never even watched them. Didn't care nothing about them, other than I was street race down here in high school, which we all would play around. Nothing fast, but actually, it was here, I was graduated out of high school, and a guy ended up being my friend named Chris Llewellyn, had I think it was a 71 or 72 Nova. Pretty fast little street car around here. Well, he got married and going to have a kid. So he needed a dad car. So he brings his Nova in, and we make some type of trade. A little small block car would run, I don't know, probably run in the 8th and the 8th. Little pretty decent street car for back then. We took it, and my brother-in-law at the time, which has since passed, in fact, he started racing the day I did with me. Lived over here on the street, and I'd take it over to Ohio Valley one Wednesday night. And they always had like a grudge race. I'd never, ever been on a drag strip or staged or anything. So I pull up, and radio on, window down, arm like this. And the starter said, hey. They stopped.
Still working to clean up the top half of the racetrack. Got the shutdown area done. Got a little grease sweep. Got to suck up, take care of, boom and back, and then we'll do the track drag and the spray, and
I win that grudge race. First time
be back at it. Sorry for the delay. Sometimes happens. We all know the drill.
Nobody
So bear with us just a little bit longer, and we will get back to it.
Hey, we need to put a roll cage in this. I need to go faster. So my brother-in-law, we did a roll cage. In fact, a place called R&R Chassis in Louisville, they're still here. I think Donnie Fuller's his name, or Rick Fuller. They put the chassis in it. Then we had to have a transmission. Then we had to have a converter. So that's when, you know how you inject a needle for a drug addict? That was it. And then I played around with that for a while. You probably know the name Bohannon's. Charlie, Joey, and Big Charlie was her dad. They had a bracket car. I also decided, hey, this thing goes like 6 O's, like an 82 Camaro tube chassis car. That's me. So made a deal, bought that, raced it for a little while. Then I ran into a guy by the name of Bill Felker. Bill Felker was NHRA. He might have won championship, won some national events back in the day. Always known for big block Chevys. He had a 87 Olds Cutlass back when Oldsmobile was real strong in sportsman racing for super stock. He had it for sale. So it was a small block car, and I decided, hey, I like to run some NHRA stuff. I had been racing for maybe a year. Get a deal with him, purchase his car, big wheel stands. That was the coolest thing. Dragged the back bumper. Oh, I'm hooked again. Well, come to find out that I didn't know nothing about engines or nothing like this. So we worked out a deal with Bill and actually hired him. He hired him out. So that was my first deal. We ran IHRA. Never went to an NHRA race. Go to my first IHRA national event and get runner-up in a class called Modified Eliminator, which all it was like comp but dialing in. And should have won the final, but I didn't know you should lift because I'd let go and hang on and he would dial in. So I break out by something crazy and the guy had like a 300 light. It was horrible. So very next race I go to Tri-State, Ohio. Is it Hamilton? I think, is that right? Same place?
Right.
Yeah, they have grass in the middle. I get in the final, I get beat. Again, this is my second race. This is 2 in a row. Guy comes up light across the scales. I automatically win. So I'm like, man, I have really messed up. I shouldn't have been a professional racer a long time ago. I'm just winning all the time, right? And then again, reality hits. So you get hooked, and Felker stayed with me for a long time. Built a new FJ Smith Achieva. Then we started running some NHRA stuff. And at the time, IHRA, they were all families, but everybody got along. But I didn't know very many in NHRA. So we built the Achieva, and I'm running for the World Championship in Modified Eliminator at that time, I think in '96. And I think to this day that I am the guy in history. Bill talked me into going to Indy. Well, at the same time that weekend, there was a points meet in Kinston, North Carolina for IHRA. Now this is an IHRA points meet, and I was chasing the world. I said, well, I'll just go there and I'll run class, and then I'll leave and go to this IHRA points meet, which is I didn't know how big the U.S. Nationals was, you know what I mean? So, and how hard it was to even qualify. I go there and I win class, had a modified car, and go up and I remember Danny Rossi from way back then. I said, listen, I'm not going to make the race. And, well, what's wrong? I'm like, I've got to go. I'm racing for a world championship in IHRA, and got the weirdest looks you've ever seen in your life, because at that time I had no idea how big NHRA was. And do I regret that? Absolutely. Because for one, I flew, my crew drove, I met them. I go up there, and at that time you could kind of chase people up first round you wanted. Well, kind of went up there and chased my guy, and I red light by 1,000 first round. So I'm like, oh, but still, all that stuff you look back on, how crazy it seems, but it made us what we are today in return. So I got to meet a lot of people and appreciate that. So racing's been good to us, meeting a lot of people, happy. We can get in, if you want to get into, when I decided, hey, if I'm going to run this style car, and it was like a perfect storm, I need another engine guy, because these were modified comp style motors. And I decided I want to run comp. So that's when I got introduced to Jeff Taylor. And Jeff and I were friends after I started NHRA racing, because we both had modified cars. And then we had Willie Evans, which everybody knows. And we decided to go out west at the end of I think in '98. And I had a stacker trailer, and he had a pickup truck at the time. So I put my car in his car, and we went to Phoenix, and Pomona. I think that's how it worked at the end of the year then. And we actually, I think we raced each other in the final in Pomona, and I beat him. Yeah, I'm sure it was, because it was traveling together. Well, after that 3 weeks, we developed like a brotherhood, and said, hey, won't you, at the time he was working in North Carolina with Charlie's brother, and Charlie was a smart guy, good guy. But I talked him into moving, and he moved up here to Floyd's Knobs. We put him in my race shop, we had a dyno room, we had everything he could want, and I think he stayed up there for right at 5 years before he moved on and built a nice big place. So we had that time with Jeff, and Jeff and I together in '05 and '06 won about everywhere we went, it seems like, because he won the championship in '05, and I built this Pro Charger crazy car, and we won everything we went to with it, and I won in '06. So it was a good run between the two of us, and to this day we're still, Jeff has a lot of my respect. He taught me a lot, and what a racer he is. I mean, but he's just calm and laid back, and he's made this his living, which it's a lot of people's dreams.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people that can make a living doing this drag racing thing.
Yeah.
And
I think there's more people might have the coronavirus, honestly, than you can make a living doing drag racing. So
you're right.
That's small.
That's a small amount.
Yeah.
You've raced a lot of stuff. First of all, is there any category that you've not raced in?
Haven't run any alcohol stuff. Came really close, and a good friend of ours, Jay Payne and Shelley, I've considered maybe hopping there, and Yanni Lindberg's a good friend of mine. He told me I could drive his. But I had no interest in that until I found out there's a clutch pedal on those. I'm like, well, that's cool, and them guys drive. I mean, that's driving. There's no straight hits, so that looks like fun. The dragster stuff, not too interested. When I announced my retirement, I was approached by NHRA and another team to actually drive a nitro funny car that next year, and was going to fly in and meet with the owner. And I got thinking about it, and I was like, man, my mom doesn't want me running 200 mile an hour. And that's kind of another deal to where if I can't be with a competitive team, I feel like I don't want to just go make laps. And I want to be able to have a chance to win. I don't want somebody's misfortune to make me win. So it's kind of that deal. And also, those things aren't if they're going to blow up, it's when. And I don't know how I'm going to take that. You know what I mean? Because, again, I've got a family here and a business that definitely requires all of us to be involved. So I think the Pro Mod deal got my license. I've ran one a few times. That was fun. But sometimes hopping in like this super gas car I purchased last year, or hopping in just a dragster and going over here to Ohio Valley to where it's kind of low key and just back to the roots of racing, a lot of that's fun.
Well, last year you were in a position where you were in contention for 3 different world championships.
Yes, that was something else. The shootout car I should have done a lot better in because we have really good stuff. And I probably failed this a few times. And then those things are so tough, so hard to not, if you want to run fast, you're going to tear stuff up. And I learned that. So the super gas car was actually just an investment I made. I bought out a guy's stacker trailer, dragster, and I bought the whole package. Well, instantly I sold the trailer, ended up moving the dragster, and so I might as well take in fact, he delivered me the super gas car to Sonoma. And I'd never sat in it, and I really had never raced. I never raced anything like that. Never raced bracket race, really. I mean, we tried a few times here before, way back in my career, but I didn't know what delay boxes were. And so had a good friend, Kyle Seipel. He lives there. It was at his track. And he actually helped me that day. And we just kept knocking off rounds. And we ended up winning that event, which blows me away because that just don't happen.
First time
ever sitting in the car. And in fact, when they got there late. And I'm a Mickey Thompson guy, and it didn't have Mickey's on it. So I had to wait for them to open up so I could take it up there, and they threw all 4 new tires on it. And I made the first time running. It was fun. It's a very good car. That car's won a lot for a long time. I think Ron Erks won with it. Dave Conley used to drive it. It's an older car. So actually, Randy Lynn talked me into keeping it. So now it's actually at Russ Farmer's Race Tech. And he's doing like you would do one of these, complete frame-off restoration. Because it was such a good car. I looked into building another one, but why? I mean, the car works good. Let's just make it nice again. So it'll be ready in about 2 weeks. So yeah, we had a chance to win that, and that's all Randy Lynn, because I think I went maybe 3rd round the next race, and I got runner-up in Brainerd. I got runner-up in Bowling Green. I was like, holy cow, man, we got a shot if you do anything at all to win the road in that. But it was a good fun time. It's fun. Her and I got to get away. And any off weekend we have, went to Earlville, went to some places that we don't typically go, and just her and I to go away with a trailer and just a little trailer with one car. Usually I got to take her car everywhere, and a motorhome. And we had a good time doing that, and it got me back to where I started in this era, went to the pros. I'm going to probably end up in this era, and that's what I tell everybody. I'm a sportsman racer that's got a chance to run pro, but I'll end up right back there with those guys.
You touched a little bit on your wilder days. So go back into that part of your life and talk about, if you can,
sure,
what was going on back there, and how you've kind of come out the other side.
Yeah, alcoholism really isn't in my family. I had a wild uncle, like I stated before, but as in some people are, maybe it's generation, but and some people are self-made, kind of like this guy. And it was just from, I don't know if growing up, I was always around adults. I mean, my whole life. We lived in a little neighborhood, maybe one other kid, you know what I mean? So I was always around older adults. If I played sports, it was with adults. I did play some sports in school, but like after be with grown men and playing basketball and stuff. So that older style, but I was never raised to where you should drink. Like in high school, never had no issues. Never had no issues with anything. Just didn't always like to go, and I hated to get up that early. But I think that just developed into maybe being on the road. I can't explain it, and there's a lot of it I would do differently, I promise you. But I got married very young. I had my son when I was 17. So all that happened young. Don't blame any of that for my actions at all, but we all still make our own decisions. But as time went on and as I got on the road more and got away from probably my family going, so it just leaves me and the crew. Well, then you go out, you eat, start drinking, and it leads to other things. It leads to probably some bad choices in life, which I made a lot of them. But I went through that spell and it just kept getting worse. Still, I was always, everybody tells me I was a good time. Never really got in trouble. Here local is the only place I get in trouble, believe it or not. And being all over the country didn't bother me much, but was very fortunate to have a blessed life. Could go do what I wanted. And to this day, I still say life was good there, but life sober is amazing. I mean, it's totally different, totally different. And gets to the point to where maybe some drugs get involved. And then you wake up one morning and the whole right side's out of your Escalade, and you're like, man, did I do that? And then something else missing or something, just a lot of bad choices. Get a DUI down here. Luckily, we have some family friends. They got it switched over to a PI. So, I mean, they get another DUI. At that second DUI, I'm like, man, I'm in trouble. I think something's going on here. But I also have 4 young kids. At the time, I was separated, but not divorced. Had my parents, and I go to them as soon as I got out of jail. Says, you know, and probably just to save my face, I probably need to get some help. Not really thinking maybe I have an issue, because to me, a lot of stuff with trust has to do with people asking for money. You know what I mean? So I said I'll try to. A dentist friend of our family got me into a place called Talbot, a little south of Atlanta. It's actually in Atlanta, but right across the street from the airport. So they got me in. My parents drove me down there, left me the car, and they flew home. Little did I know I was going to be there 16 weeks. So they take me in there, and they don't care who you are, what you got. You're all in there equal. And so I won't name names, but I was in there with a bunch of WWE wrestlers. For some reason, a bunch of Delta airline pilots. I think it's because they're across the street. A lot of doctors, but this disease, they call it disease, doesn't discriminate. I mean, it gets anybody, any and everybody. There's 80-year-old women in there. There's 14-year-old kids in there. And they're all in there for different reasons, and learned so much. But it probably took 4 to 6 weeks for them to convince me maybe I have an issue. Because the whole time I'm like, this is just a money thing. I mean, very expensive, and they make you stay in a little apartment with 3 other guys. You have to go everywhere together. Can't have any money. You have to go to the grocery store together. I mean, but at the time it seems stupid. If you don't set your alarm, you get in trouble when you leave. But they're trying to teach you normal life. I mean, it's really, really simple. And again, they build you up. Like I can remember being able to maybe have a home pass, or you can come home for the weekend and you're pumped up, working hard that week. They call you in a Friday, and you're supposed to leave Friday night. Yeah, you're not ready. And you're like, holy cow. But they're building you up to see how you react. It all makes sense now. And there's many times I call my mom and say, hey, get me out of here. There's a place in Arizona where they have private chefs, blah, blah, blah. But we stuck it out, and I definitely believe it saved my life, if not others around me, because I was very influential. I mean, when I was partying, you're going to party too. You know what I mean? We're all going to have fun. And I feel bad for if I affected any other person in that way. And I know a couple I could have, but I've since then tried to make up for it and try to help them. And still to this day, I get calls. And I put this story out, Kevin McKinnon, to get a long deal on my story. And I get a lot of fan mail and even other racers that maybe are struggling or having the same questions I had. And that's what keeps me sober today, is trying to help them and share my story with them and tell them, hey, it's not easy. I mean, you're going to have to work it, but it's also not that hard. Just make the right choice, and don't let it get to that point. And I'm very fortunate that that's happened to me. I really feel like, other than the cost, maybe everybody should have to go through something like that, because the first day I was there, you sit in a group of like 5 people, and they all start telling you their problems and issues. And the guy, the counselor said, listen, when you listen to everybody's problems, if you throw them all in the middle, all of y'all, in the middle of that floor, you're going to pick yours back up. It's not that bad. And he was right. I mean, there's some messed up people out there. I mean, they went through some bad stuff. So my 2 little DUIs is nothing compared to some.
You've always been pretty open about talking about this. Was there ever a time when you wouldn't have been so open? Were you ashamed of it or hide it?
Now, everybody kind of knew my reputation at the track. But like my parents didn't. Maybe they knew, but part of the step process is I did get to come home, and you're supposed to admit everything to people. So I sat and had to admit to drinking. And they, yeah, we know, we saw you, blah, blah, blah. Then I had to admit to doing some drugs. And that floored my mother. I mean, that's like the devil. I mean, I can't believe this. And my dad said, yeah, I know. Just real calm. Because you do know. Once you have been around it or seen it, and to this day, I'm sure my dad never touched a drug, but he's been around plenty of people that have. So you do know that, and you're not conning or hiding nothing, because absolutely, I'm a believer, everything comes out in life. No matter what it is, eventually, we might not be around, but it's going to come out.
How tough has it been to stay on track?
It's different times. You can always find a reason why to go back. I mean, I could be upset because it's raining. Oh, I need to have a drink. I mean, and I tell other people that. But I'm a guy that likes to think positive now instead of the worst. And I question a lot, even with this pandemic. I mean, with everything going on in life, you always question it. But I have many reasons not to. And it's always all around me. But no, I haven't had an issue. I still, to this day, I'll admit, I used to like Crown Royal. I used to drink the heck out of it. I was drinking a little 1/5 or a half gallon a night there at the end, every single night. And to this day, and it's been since 2007 since I've had a drink, I can walk past a store that has it, or walk right past it, and I taste it. It's really funny that you still get that, you remember the taste. And I've never tried it, but they say if I go right back to drinking again today, I'll start right back to where I ended. So when I walked into rehab, which I'm not skinny by no means now, but I weighed 50 more pounds than I do now. My liver was 85% shot. Blood pressure through the roof. I mean, just, you don't know it because you stay intoxicated or you're high. You don't know how your body is. Plus I was younger. So from the time that started, I got on a workout program, tried to eat right. Got hooked up with some of these wrestlers that work out all the time. It went from all that to liver was 100% in 16 weeks when I left. Had lost 40-something pounds. Just a different guy. Thinking clearly like, holy cow, like this is a whole different world. A quick story on that, when I had this Pro Charger car, this is in the middle of all that. And Jeff Taylor still worked with me. Daryl Heron, he was still around me. We go test, as soon as I get out of rehab, go test this Pro Charger car in St. Louis. And I take off, I had track shut off. They didn't say nothing to me. Come back around, make a run, shut off half track. And then Jeff, I remember Jeff looking at me and saying, dude, what's wrong? I'm like, man, this thing's a freaking monster. It's all over the track. He goes, man, it's making perfectly straight runs. I don't know what we can do any different. And I was like, I got thinking, that's really the first time I drove it in a sober state of mind. I didn't drive drunk, don't get me wrong. I never was drunk at the racetrack during racing, but I never had that that clarity that, holy cow, this thing's a monster. But it didn't register. So it changes your thought process like people would not believe. I mean, and I love people that can go out. Randy Lynn can go out and have a drink for dinner. We can go out with some friends and they have a couple, but that wasn't me. I'm not capable. I go till they run out. I mean, there's no limit. So there's a lot of people that are capable of doing things, but whether it's this business or it's drinking or whatever it is, I'm usually all in. So that's me.
Randy Lynn has to have been a huge influence on helping you get your life back on track.
Yes, she's, we probably didn't do the right thing the way I met her. Because at the time I was married. So that's not the way you do things. I had 4 kids. But it's hard to explain. She has grown a lot. Through that time, she sure helped. But since then, and me getting divorced and us moving on, still to this day, she puts me in check. I mean, pretty much daily anymore because I come up with some crazy ideas. But yeah, she's she can always look like the bad side that broke up a family. You know what I mean? But it was nothing. I mean, and I've had this talk with my kids and my ex-wife and all that. If it wasn't Randy Lynn or somebody else, you know what I mean? It was me. It's not anybody else's fault. So that's been a tough transition. But she's just for her to be able to go through that because she wants us to have a great family with everybody. You know what I mean? Because she comes from a good family. There are no divorces. Everybody gets along, which like her sister and her brother, they've not really seen that. So most families today aren't involved in it. You know what I mean? It's totally different. So we all want a good family, everybody to be happy. It's hard to get past certain things for certain people. So we still struggle with that today. But yeah, she is, still to the day has my back in anything. As she's getting older, she's getting, I don't call her mouthier, but she does give me her opinion a lot more. And I'm glad because I want this as a team and not this is Bo's and then she's just there. So she's, if all goes well and we still have our racing schedule, like I hope, we're to get married November 2nd in Vegas. And like I've said, I've invited the whole world. She's mad at me because there's no telling who will show up. But I mean, I hope this pandemic gets through, life gets somewhat back to normal, and we get through that because down deep in my heart, she deserves her day and to be married. And we've talked about it for years. And I always would joke. I mean, I was like, well, you need to get to know somebody before you just jump into marriage. Well, that was 10 years ago. So yeah, she's right there with me and loves our business, loves racing, and loves cars. And people should know how hard it is to find a woman that's into those things. I mean, and understands them. And just like I said, again, I always had my back. If I tell her, hey, we're going to team with Kenny Kretzky and have nitro fish, you're going to run it. Instead of her complaining, and it's a lot of work. I mean, she just sent out 54 orders online last week. There were some in Sweden, there were some everywhere. She does all that physically by herself. And I tried to say, hey, let's hire you some help. She don't want any help. She's the type that thinks you have to do it yourself, which a lot of people do, but she gets it done right, and I'm very fortunate to have her by my side for sure.
She's not just the regular racing wife. She doesn't lounge around the motor home. She's got that great Pontiac, and she can whip you on the drag strip too.
Yeah, she's rated right up there with the top winning sportsman women. But not only that, a lot of people don't know, she'll feed 40 of us any given day. She cooks for KB sometimes and all the teams, Dave Kramer's team, and we all take turns, but she's kind of like the mom. But she is such a big spokesman for sportsman racing, period. I mean, she will voice her opinion, like I said, and many times NHRA has called her and got her opinion. She stands behind the sportsman racer and understands if it's not for sportsman racing, there is no NHRA racing. And we honestly believe that. I know NHRA knows it in their heart, and they love their pro deal, but again, there is no racing without sportsman racing, and you have to have the support and trust of them, I think, to continue on. So I think maybe they're moving that way. Let's hope so. But she does so much more than she can drive, and I'll put her in she's got an opportunity to drive anything I have, but she likes her Firebird. She drove the super gas car in Indy, had fun with it, but she'll tell you, I know my limitations, and I know what I want to do. So she's very capable of driving anything, I'm sure, but she does what she wants to do.
What would it be like to follow Bo Butner around for a day or a week?
Daily, when we're home, it's pretty simple. John Meany, good friend of mine, Mike Moran, these two guys from up in Michigan, they laugh at me to this day because I said my body has an alarm clock. And I'm serious. I really believe 7 o'clock, 6:55, my body wakes up. I don't care if I went to sleep at 4 in the morning. I'm instantly like I don't need an alarm clock. Works out good because I live here. Now, if I lived out west, I'd be in trouble. I'd miss a bunch over here. But it starts out doing that, jumping up, getting ready, and who knows when I might have to go to an auction in Evansville. I might come down here, might go to a race shop, might go to my service shop. Then there's another dealership. So there's really no telling, but like Randy Lynn will tell you, she keeps a bag sitting there, knowing at any time, like I might call her tonight and say, hey, we need to fly to Florida tomorrow. And she's getting older and enjoying home more, and her niece is coming down this week, so I can't drag her away. I mean, she's to the point now she enjoys family because we've been on the road so much, and she could probably tell you how many days we were at home last few years. It's nothing. Less than a month that we actually sleep in our room. But just doing that and following me down here or following me at an auction. One good thing is it's hard for me to still recognize we have a lot of people watch racing. A lot of people, a lot of car guys. Well, everywhere I go, there seem to be a lot of car guys, whether it's auctions or anywhere I'm at, car shows. And to be recognized that the way people walk up and talk to you, in my head, I'm just ready to go buy cars or go look at old classic cars or whatever it is to make a deal. But they come up and they want to talk to you, and it's still amazing to me that they watch you and they know something you might have said, or they know what kind of reaction time you had the last race. I mean, all that, it's still hard, or they want to take a picture in the airport. And it's just funny because I'm still the same guy. I feel like I am, but it's fun to take the time to talk to the people. Because again, if it wasn't for these people showing up at these races, we wouldn't have the NHRA. And I'm very blessed for that. Again, I don't know what's going to happen if I stop racing now and show up at a race 10 years from now. Do people want to recognize you? And then again, you ask yourself, who cares? I mean, what's it matter? You're here to have fun and race. And Daryl Heron, good friend of mine, been with me like 16 years, decided this year not to go pro stock racing. He wanted to spend more time with his family. He builds our super shootout cars, so he's still going to be involved in those. He just had a grandkid yesterday or day before, his first. So he's a little older than I am, but he's realized that the family thing and this whole reset button has showed us something that there is more. And again, he comes to me every season. You gonna run pro stock again? I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe, probably. Why? You've already did everything you need to do. You won a championship. You did this and did that and won plenty of races. Don't you enjoy just being home? And then I get talking to my good friend Jason Line, and he's kind of the same boat. Luckily, he's doing it now while his kids are still young, so he can go enjoy and do that. But you do sacrifice. Your family sacrifices more than you do. And again, to be a decent racer, it sounds bad. You have to be a selfish son of a bitch, honestly, because you care about whatever it takes to get. I don't care if it's a $1,500 bracket race or it's $250,000 to win the World Championship. Whatever it takes to do that winning, not answering your phone, not you know what I mean, whatever it takes just to focus to win that one round. And that's sad to say. There's a few guys that are competitive and they do well, but they also give up a lot. I mean, I think of David Rampy, good friend of mine, very religious. I mean, he's just a calm dude. He's had to give up a lot and sacrifice a lot, and his family has, for him to win what he has. Talk to him, and he's great. I mean, he's got it going on. Dan Fletcher, now he starts to carry his family with him. So all these people that have been very successful, to start out, they gave up everything. I mean, Fletch quit his job to go race sportsman racing full time, and I think he had a pretty good job. So that's a big step, but you really jeopardize a lot, I think, family and personal side, to be able to do that. So yeah, but again, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But I know I'm going to wake up at 7 o'clock, sometime close to that, and I'll be down here selling cars or something to do in automobile business.
So in hindsight, was all of that sacrifice worth it?
You know, I don't know. I really don't know. Have I been successful on the track? I think I have. I'm happy. If I ever win another round, I can't complain. I won't keep doing it, but I'll do something different. But there's things I would probably have done different. Of course, you always look back and you handle certain things differently. But then again, maybe that made you what you are today. So I don't know the right answer to that. Someday, somebody upstairs will let us know. I'm sure we're graded, so we'll know how we ended.
Are you still having fun when you are out there?
Yeah, it's fun up to the point to where if Randy Lynn comes to me and stressed about the t-shirt trailer, or she's stressed about got to feed the guys, or boat costs $18,000 to get out west this year because we do 3 trucks. I mean, if that stuff starts stressing her out, it's not as much fun. And because I'm going to have fun hopping in that car and letting go of the clutch and making that run. I'm going to cut up. I'm going to go talk to fans. That's what I do. Her deal is kind of like a job. And don't get me wrong, she would love to sit there in high heels and be your typical pro wife. And she says she would love to be a trophy wife. But I know better. She wants to be involved, and she's nothing if not more than a racer than me. She loves to race, loves to go up when we're finished running pros. Can't wait to get up there and watch the rest of Sportsman Racing if she's still not in. We're up in the stands watching. And but we have such a support from the Sportsman fans for that. And again, that's just who we are. It's not a put on, it's not an act. We actually enjoy it. So yeah, I'm still having fun. Do I miss it? Yeah, it's been a long time. But I've also missed this. So there's always a balance in life. And I tell my oldest son this. It's hard to make everybody happy. But you just, first of all, if you're not happy, nobody around you is going to be happy. So that's what we try to work on.
If you were able to, what would Bo Butner of today go back and tell his younger self before everything he went through? Or would you even tell him anything?
Well, for one, that younger Bo Butner would have tried to con the new Bo Butner into, hey, this is what we're going to do today, or this is okay. I don't know. There'd be a lot. Of course, I'd spend more time with family, without a doubt. But as we get older, you know that. Especially when my youngest kid is graduating next Thursday from high school. I'm like, holy cow, where does that go? I mean, I have no more kids in school. I mean, he'll go to college, but no more kids in high school, which blows my mind. I mean, I'm 45, so I'm fairly young to have 4 kids out of school. But if he's out of school, as long as I get to be in his life and we're still together, that's great. I mean, that's the part I work on the most now, is trying to keep that balance. I'm sure they've had different times where they're proud of my racing. There's probably a lot of times where I missed out on a lot of their life. In fact, I know there's not probably, there is a lot, that I would go back and maybe change and try harder. If I'm capable of doing it, I should have got home more. I mean, a lot of times we would go to a race and stay out between weeks and not come home. And that's not good for your family, and definitely not good for business either.
You've had the opportunity to do a whole lot of things in life. Is there still something on the bucket list, or something that, man, I'd really like to go do this thing?
You know, actually, this sounds funny. We travel a lot. So travel is not big, but there's probably a few places I like to travel. I don't really know where, but just seeing this business grow, maybe add another lot, then add another lot. Just something. There's goals I've got to wake up to, and I think we all do. People that have nothing to do, which I don't know why, or that's not good. I mean, you have to wake up feeling fulfilled for the day. Like, hey, if I wash this car off, I'm going to feel good about it. I'm going to show somebody. But if I sit at home and listen to everybody whine on TV, it's a total waste. So living life, I say, and trying to help others. I mean, any way we can try to help another person, to me, is safe and good for me.
Your dad's picture is up on a building. downtown. Do you envision yourself up there alongside him?
Never. I don't need to be beside him. I'll be under him, because I know for a fact, if it wasn't for that man and what he did and what he put himself through, that I'm not saying I couldn't be successful or wouldn't be in where I'm at today, but it would be very hard. And I still have my mom, and I think my mom's, if you go inside our lobby in here to our payment office, that picture of both of them engraved, because I believe behind that man was a great woman. And it takes that great woman to keep that man in check. And hopefully this one I found of Randy Lim, this time I've got here, will be the one. And I feel like I'm very fortunate for that. And we'll get married, move on. We might be at a racetrack. We might be down in Florida on jet skis. Who knows? But whatever it is, we enjoy being together. And spending time together and spending time with your family is what I want to be known for now, more than making money or being a champion. So just being the right person.
Job's done. Got to put the rubber back down on the track now, so making progress. Sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, it does happen. And when the rear end breaks and you get gear lube and it kind of scatters behind the car, well, it's time to do a lot of cleanup. So got that done and putting the rubber bag down on the race surface. A couple of pairs of our top sportsman machines still ready to go. Finalize round number 2. Stockers are in the lanes, Super Street in the lanes, and still some racing action to take place before we can put a wrap on race number 2. So all we can do is work to get it cleaned up, work to get it rebuilt, and work to get the track sticky icky one more time and get back to it. Hang in there. We're not going anywhere. Hope you don't either. Bill, rolling some equipment off, getting ready to fire up the crop duster and spray the cornfield down the middle of the racetrack here and put a little sticking back on the racetrack. I see the grooves back. Put some stickum down. I'd say we're less than 10 minutes away, or 10 minutes or so, from getting back into it. Those of you that strayed away from your car might want to start making your way back. Those of you that want to make some last-minute adjustments, now I'd say now would be the time to start figuring out what adjustments you want to make. Just about got our racetrack back. Saw the pictures a moment ago of Bob Galetti's real pumpkin. He didn't put a window in it. I think he made an arboretum out of it. Man. There's more than one chuck out of that puppy. And as we all know, gear lube is, well, a pain in the you-know-what to clean up. Add to that a little wind and a little disbursement behind the car, and, well, then you got a heck of a mess. Well, we got the track groomed and back. Put a little spray down on it now and get everything sticky and ready to go. Galetti sends along his apologies for messing up the track. Unfortunately, it does happen in this sport where we constantly strive to find the weakest link. Sometimes it rears its head at the ugliest of moments. Bob says he is sorry, and we appreciate that, Robert. A little spray going down. We'll give you a fresh, new, clean racetrack to get going on and finish up our top sportsman round number 2. Get back into the rest of our Lucas Oil sportsman competition. Whittle our way down and crown our champs. A little bit later than anticipated, but we'll still get the champs crowned. That's the important part. heard that sound before. Been a while, but I've heard that sound before. Greg Lair and Chris Arnold. We're going to try this again. Top Sportsman quarterfinal determination. Round number 2. We got 2 pair to go. Greg Lair and Chris Arnold going to decide who comes back to run Lair to Mars. Jim Thorpe and Ricky Fisher going to decide who comes back to run Lance Rutland. Lair up on the left-hand side on a 660 dial. Arnold on a 688. Going to be going first. That'll be playing the theme to Welcome Back Out, and welcome back to the track we left an hour ago. Welcome back. Yeah, well, anyway. Damn, them suckers are heavy. Supercom, need you to the lanes, please. Supercom, to the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, Supercom, need you back to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Street already there. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. Come on down. And it looks like Chris Arnold, after all of that, not going to be able to stage. Greg Lair hikes the front end up in the air. Sets it back down about 100 feet out. And moves on to the quarterfinals with a 13:26 at 62 miles an hour. Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Cop, need you back to lanes, please. As the next pair comes rolling in, and our final pair from round number 2. Fisher on the right on a 678. Thorpe will be giving chase with a 642. as we conclude round number 2 of Top Sportsman. Winner's going to come back, run the reigning division champ, Lance Rutland. Red light start, Jim Thorpe. He motors through 643 on a 642. 676 on a 678 by Ricky. Thorpe lights the red bulb by 10 thousandths of a second. Fisher drives it on through. Like I said, after the flare-up on Thursday, nice recoup. Stock Eliminator sitting underneath the tire. Getting ready to come up next. Round number 4 for our Stock Eliminator field. Nine cars left in the category. Jared Uter and Brad Cavisto. Bradley. Jared. Couple of gunners out of Minnesota. Making a tow from the land of 10,000 lakes. The Line Performance. Pontiac up on the right-hand side. Super Comp and Super Stock. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Stock. Need you the lanes. Come on down. Super Comp, Super Stock. Your turn to come and play. One more time. Jared on the left, Bradley on the right, 11:38 on 11:43. As we step back in, and for all the guys and gals traveling home from their respective Division ET finals, listening again, glad you got us. Hope you're able to cover some miles while we were doing cleanup duty. Out of the gate they go. Bradley 10 on the tree, but Jared Uter gets the win. 11:38, dead 6 on the dial. 11:48 on the 43 by Bradley. He's 27 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack. So Uter moves on to the round of 5. Jeff Franklin and Bryce Grenier. Now these are 2 of the 4 cars on the short side of the ladder. Franklin's 340 Mopar machine. Grenier on the right, the B-Stock automatic, Lupe Tortilla. Chevrolet Camaro on the right-hand side as we wait for the top end to clear. Rusty says, okay, boys, we're good. 11:38 the dial for Franklin's Mopar. Grenier on the right on a 1075. What do my wondering eyes appear? But a pretty good old matchup. Sitting right here. Grenier off and running. Franklin goes 005, but then falters in the middle. 12:44 on the 11:38 by Franklin. That opened the door for Grenier. Goes 1092. Taking a run at the other end of the racetrack. Much like our finals in Stock Eliminator on Friday evening. Pretty good pair shaping up here. Former division champs, a pair. Former gunners in the category, or current gunners in the category. Names synonymous with Stock and Super Stock. Hidalgo, Emmons. Getting ready to duke it out. Jimmy on a 1091, Jerry on a 1037. The Emmons Motorsports, Lucas Oil. Chevrolet Camaro going to be chasing down the Hidalgo. Pontiac, G, T, and O. Another member of the Stock and Super Stock royalty here in D4. Red light start, Jerry. Too quick out of the gate by 10 foul. And it'll be Hidalgo and Grenier duking it out for the bind of the finals. 1091, dead 3 by Cooter as he gets the win at the other end of the racetrack. Jerry cut it too quick at the hit. Goes 10 thou red, then runs 10:36.5 on the other end. Parker DeVore, Kevin Hale going to duke it out. We'll have 5 cars in the next round. Winner here gets the bye run in the next round to the semifinals. So a twofer here. The I-Stack automatic, Mopar on the left. G-Stack automatic, Camaro on the right. Red light start, Hale. This one's Parker DeVore's. 24 on the tree. The blue lights flashing. And DeVore moves on. One more round. Jeff Lopez going to be up next. Parker runs 11:81 on the 11:79. 11:80 for Kevin Hale after being 009 red. And Lopez for Johnny Gonzalez and Ace Door and Repair comes rolling in to finalize this round of Stock Eliminator. And we are down to 5. Lopez throws a 9 flat up on the board. Runs a 9:37 at a $1.43. And he'll be back for the quarterfinals in just a moment. Super Street getting ready to come up next. $12 cars left in the category. Going to whittle this field down to 6. Chris Burrow and Scotty Turnbow looking to see what they can do. Turnbow on the right, the big block Camaro. Burrow on the left, the big motored Ford, and the 67 Fairlane. 66. $10.90's up on the scoreboard. Looking for a winner chicken dinner. Scoreboard to light up. Either Phil's Trailer Sales side or the AAA of Texas. Lane of our Texas Motorplex facility. Red light start, Turnbow. 8 foul, too quick. Bell gets the win. And Chris, unlike some of the other drivers, on the short side of the ladder. He'll be back in the next round for run for the bye for the finals. 1091, 007, 25 foul pack for Burrow. 1084 by Scotty after the red light start. As Austin Claiborne comes rolling in, take on Rustin Mays. Mays on the right. Little 63 Chevy 2. First gen machine. Got the big block underneath the hood. That was on the special secret order pad at the Chevrolet dealer back in 1963. Austin Claiborne turns it red. Mays going to get the win. Rusty wishes he was on the short side of the ladder, but he's going to have to work his way there. 1094 gets the win here at a $1.34. 1093 by Claiborne. He comes up short at the other end. Bill Hughes, Ray Todd. Ray goes red. 6 down, 2 quick out of the gate. Barry says, we're driving out the back door, Ray. Let's see how I did on my tune-up. 10.906. Barry said I did my part. Ray jumped the gun. Bill Hughes gets the win. 10.91 at 134 miles an hour. Hughes will come back with 6 cars left. Well, he'll run the winner of this pair, either Mark McCall or Stacy Owens. Stacy on the right. Runner out of wide open. She's off and running. Double, and here we go. Mark McCall on the left for Jack's Wax. Pit stop. 005 light by Mark, and he turns it into an 11:02 victory over Stacy's 11:04. So it'll be McCall and Hughes. Next round of elimination. Super Comp and Super Stock, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Need you to the lanes, please. Greg Parson. Taking on Andrew Withers. Sluggo over on the right-hand side. Withers out of Central Trucking Equipment up in South Central Kansas. Winner here's going to come back, run Weston Mays next round. Just don't get easy when you get to the late rounds of eliminations. Separated off the line by 5 thousandths of a second. Advantage Sluggo, wins Sluggo. 10.903 gets the win for Parsons. 10.88, Withers comes up short. Will be Greg and Rustin. Next round of eliminations. McCall and Hughes and Chris Burrow taking on either Sean Carter or John Long. Carter, after running a 9:57 Super Street lap the other day, certainly is redeeming himself. Doing this little Pontiac G6. John Long on the right. Camaro, absolutely certifiably hot. It's got flames everywhere. Don't believe me? Just look at it. Super Gas, need your lanes now, please. Super Gas, your turn to come on down. Super Gas, need you the lanes, please. They're in, they're locked, they're loaded. They are off, they are running. Long on the right, Carter on the left. Trying to do that top end charge, he do so well. But he don't do so well this time. 10.92, Carter gets beat on a hole shot. John Long gets the win with a 10.93, so it'll be John Long. Chris Burrow duking it out in the next round for the bye run at 3 cars to the final round. Sportsman Motorcycles semifinals. 4 bikes left. Dave Gotro on the right-hand side. Cody Couch up on the left. Cody has had a pretty good weekend. The no-bar bike backing up to do another quick burnout. Gotro already there with an 885 dial on the right. Cody on an 835. Right around at Louisiana in the right-hand lane. Looking to go to yet another final round this weekend, or as he has done a couple of times this year. Loves collecting the Wallies. Off and running, Gotro. Looks over his shoulder, says, "Where you at, Cody? Come get you some, son." Not going to happen. 890. 146. Gotro gets the win. Cody gets punched out, so David into the finals one more time. And he will come back to run either Derek Dory or Vince McCullough. Vince on the left. Love the way Vince stages. Long-legged gentleman out of Houston, Texas. Spreads them wide. Lays them back once he takes off. Vince on a 946. Derek Dory on an 895. Vince out in front, but it's Dory getting the win. 895-1 at 146. Vince McCullough had the better light, runs 951 on a 946, and comes up short. So Derek Dory into the finals, and our first final round pairs are set. Super Comp getting ready to come up next. Christopher Dodd, Brian Turner. Warren says, hey, I've done Super Comp all day. Let me do it again. Okay, Warren, here you go.
Well, I do like the .90 classes. That is a fact. I appreciate the opportunity to jump in here and help you out a little bit, Bob.
9 left.
9 cars left here in Super Comp. Going to cut that down to 5. Which basically means we got 4 rounds to go. 9, 5, 3, and 2 is how it's going to work out. First pair, Christopher Dodd, Brian Turner. Turner pulls ahead, lights the pre-stage beam. The runner out of San Marcos, Texas, alongside Christopher Dodd. The double oak-based dragster over on the left side. Green light starts for both. Little bit of difference at the start. Better Light gets the win for Christopher Dodd. He's 893.3 at 174. Brian Turner was behind at the starting line, 31-18. Got down there closer, 892. Margin of victory was .0009. 9. That's about 2 foot?
No. That's about 2 inches.
2 inches.
This is a 2 per.
Okay, I'll get caught up here. Tommy Phillips, Terry Pollard, TP versus TP. A 2 fur. Winner gets the bye run next round. Phillips left side out of Forney, Texas. Pollard right side from Montgomery. The new ride for Phillips. Phillips's day is finished up with a dead on 8,900. He is dead on 00-169, but tardy letting go of the button. Terry Pollard 19 on the tree, 891.8 at 182. So Pollard was 37 total. Phillips 44 when he let go. He was locked out. Vern Rowland and Jason Medlin roll up now.
Short side of the ladder.
This is the short side of the ladder.
3 cars on this side.
So 3 cars over here, which means somebody's going to get a bye to the final, right? And it's not going to be Jason Medlin. He turns it red here. Vern Rowland. 029 up front, 890 with a 7 at 163 at the finish line, and Vernon Rowland goes on to the next round. Jason Medlin decides to take a parade lap as he eases on down. Medlin really taking his time. There goes Medlin making the turn. Craig Anderson and Mark Powers. One of those two will advance to the next round. Anderson left side from Waxahachie. Mark Powers right side. From Butler, Texas. Big Head is better up front. But it is a dead 2 for Mark Powers getting the job done. He's 8,902 at 175. So we saw 3 dead on runs out of 4 pairs. 891 and out for Big Head. Single coming up for Terry Sullivan. Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes. Top Dragsters to the lanes. Okay. Sullivan off and running on his single here. Sullivan 890 with a 7, 179. So Terry Sullivan will run. Vern Rowland, winner, gets the bye run into the final round. Superstock rolls up to the ready line right now. $13 cars coming up in Superstock. Once again, we need Top Dragster. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Not sure if Rusty is testing traction or just dancing. Got to get your steps in, Rusty? Is that the deal?
That's a gription test.
A gription test. Okay. Top Dragster, you should be on your way. We need you for round number 3. James Cairo and Greg Stanfield will start things out here in Superstock. Cairo for Engines Inc. 79 Valari for the engine builder out of Houma, Louisiana. Greg Stanfield also in the horsepower business. Stanfield Performance over on the right. Stanfield GTI Automatic Camaro. Cairo, the factory GTK. Crate Motor Valari, 1002 left side, 968 right. Head start for the red Mopar in the left lane. Both of them get in there, turn on the stage beams. Wheels up, wheels down, head for the other end. Cairo in a bit of trouble. Stanfield took advantage for the win, 971 on the 68. At 133, he was 3 over. How much room did he have to work with? Well, Cairo was dead 5 and going home. Stanfield 29 on the tree, Cairo 62. Work out the math, it's 8,000ths margin of victory going to the Camaro. That was a twofer. Bye run next round. Hayden Trumbull, Jeff Dona. Trumbull, the third generation racer out of Pasadena, Texas. The young man only 16 years old. Jeff Dona a little bit higher than that, of course. Jeff and Charlotte's Machine, number 6 in the world, headed down track. Jeff, not sure what's going on there, but you flat missed it. Hayden Trumbull, 10, 20 with a 5, dead on 5, 19 on the tree, 24 total. And Jeff Dona, not even close to that. Nope. 76 on a 75, 130 for the speed, and Jeff Dona was just late. A little bit of cleanup over here on the right, on the left-hand side. Before we bring up the next car, Jason Stoll and Jimmy Hidalgo. Cooter over here on the right. The Super G automatic Firebird taking on the Super K automatic Firebird. And a race master says, put him in the water box. 1047 left, 987 right. Those are the predictions for Stoll and Hidalgo. Once again, Top Dragster, if you're not on your way, we need you. Looking for 8 of you. Hooter hustling down there to try to catch Jason Stoll. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Better on the starting line, 995 at 119 for Cooter. He'll move on. Jason Stoll, 1065 on the 47. Way off the number down there at the finish line. Looked like he was out of power before he got to the quarter-mile mark. Gary Emmons comes up now alongside Pete Perry.
Go check the finish line.
Going to go take a look at the finish line, just see if everything's good to go down there. Rusty about wearing out that little scooter today. Jason Stoll just having some trouble with the finish line. Want to make sure everything's good, as he did slow as he reached the finish line. And the top end is clearing. Rusty making his way back up here. So we'll get him to fire back up. Gary Emmons, Pete Perry. Pete, winner the other night, trying to double up here in the Olds Calais. Part of that Lucas Oil contingent, as is Gary Emmons. Emmons' Cavalier, GTG automatic, and Pete Perry, GTF automatic. The Calais over here on the right, going to be playing the Chaser as he is 946 on the window, 973 over there for Gary. Gary's little Cavalier gets to leave the starting line first. Both of them pick him up and put him down. Head for the other end of the track. Perry looking over, lines up with him. Not going to repeat as Gary Emmons gets the win. 974 on the 973 at 134. He was better at the starting line. 22 to a 33 for Perry. Perry 3 over 949, not getting the job done. 138 for the speed. Gary Emmons moves on. Pair of factory hot rods coming up right now. Left side of the track, the factory Superstock D machine for Michael Bryant out of New Orleans. The M&B Trucking 2015 Copo 427 big block. He's trying to go 899. His competition, Brett Candies from Thibodaux, Louisiana for the Candies family. His Cobra Jet. Factory Superstock G. He's got a 944 on the window. Ford goes first. Here he goes. Here comes that Copo. Copo trying to catch him. He had some room off the starting line and got it done. 904 at 148. He was ahead of Candies by 0.08 of a second when they left the tree. Candies broke out trying to hold him off. 942 at 142. Bryant around him at the finish line and took the win. RJ Sledge comes up now, the Mustang alongside the little Chevy 2 for Norm Marsden. RJ GTO automatic setup. 95 Cobra. 302 Ford power. Norm Marsden, the Super K automatic Chevy 2. Little 283 small block. Yanking them wheels up in the air. Marsden better at the starting line. Marsden win line at the finish line. 10:55 at 123. Marsden was 8 better at the starting line. 28 to 36. RJ got down there. Took 4 at the stripe. He wound up breaking out by 0.09 of a second as he went 10:73.1 on the 10:74 at a speed of 123. So super stock just about to close it out here. Christopher Dodd gets the single into the next round. We saw Chris a little while ago in the Super Comp car, hustling right back up here in the Super Stocker. Here's Cobalt off and running. 920 up on the scoreboard. Finish line says 942 at 122. Final call for top dragster. Competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Now it's time for the 990 cars, Super Gas. Again, Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Start out with the buy run here. It's going to be Travis Salter getting the single into the next round. It'll be the only buy for the rest of the category. 15 cars coming into this round. So it'll be 8-4-2 and done. Salter out of Baytown, Texas, gets the free shot here. He's been 990 with a 1 twice so far. Let's see if he can duplicate that. about a 986, running it out the back door at 163. So Travis knows where he is set up at. John Wright and Timothy Parker. The last Wright's racing Camaro left side, Parker the right side, the Parker Sheet Metal 68 Camaro Roadster. Parker out of Colorado. Parker rolls right in, right behind him. They both let go of the button, head for the other end. Which Camaro will it be? How about John Wright? Getting it done, 993.7, 160. Timothy Parker, 993.6 at 164. Reaction time made all the difference. 300ths advantage to John Wright. John Salter and Jeremy DeMars coming up now. Salter, the Friday winner, the Cowboy Trucking Grand Am. Jeremy DeMars, right side, the 88 Corvette for the Division 5 runner out of Carroll, Iowa. And DeMars will go on as your Friday winner is out. Here, no chance of doubling up now. DeMars 9901, dead on one at 167. John Salter 991 and out at 173 as he turns it red by 1/1000th of a second. Steve Hayes, full-bodied Camaro, rolls up next to Chet Tucker's Camaro Roadster. Tucker out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. He and Buddy Wood partnered up. Steve Hayes, left side, from Aurora, Colorado. Full-bodied 68 Camaro over here on the left. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Finish line says it is a dead 9 for Steve Hayes, getting the win. He's dead on 9, 163, 20 at the starting line. Tucker was just a touch better, but 2 over 992 and out of here, 164 for the speed. Sean Carter and Austin Williams will pull up now. Carter out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma. And it's the Croc Rocket over here on the right, Austin Williams, Waxahachie, Texas. The Ortec Camaro Roadster. Austin on the stop for a very, very long time. Comes off the stop, heads to the other end. Little wompity womp. Crosses second. Gave up the stripe to Carter. Carter broke out by 2. 988 at 163. Austin Williams on the safe side of it, 994. Sees his win light come on, he will be back. Jordan DeWald's little 37 Chevrolet pickup truck, left side, taking on Chris Edson's Corvette. Again, 990 the number. Winner goes on to the round of 8 cars, the quarterfinals. The Corvette better at the starting line and gets the win. 994 at 149 for Chris Edson. 13 on the tree. Jordan, her day comes to an end with a 995 at 150 miles an hour. Heidi Robeson and Chris Harrelson will pull up now. 63 Corvettes left and right. Robeson's car, part of the Tommy Phillips fleet for CBS Arc Safe and Fleet Care. Chris Harrelson alongside the Charlie Stewart Race Cars 63 Corvette. Green and gone for both. 6th thou difference when they left. Finish line says it is a 991 at 161 for Chris Harrelson. Heidi Robeson ends her day 997 at 151. Attention in the pit area. Comp Eliminator. We need you to the lanes, and we also need top sportsmen. Top sportsmen. Back to the lanes, please. Comp and top sportsmen to the lanes. David Owens, Jerry DeBusk, through your final pair here in Super Gas. Owens out of Waco, Texas. Jerry DeBusk from LaPorte. The Ford Probe continues to make rounds here. Can he knock out another Corvette Roadster? Well, I'd say he's got a chance, but so does David Owens. How about a 003 and a 004, and it's DeBusk going on, 992 at 164. He was 004 on the tree, and that left second. 003 on the tree for David Owens, but over by a little bit more, 993 at 165. So Jerry DeBusk, by 15 thousandths of a second, gets to play for another round. And with that, it looks like Scoggin Dickey Performance Center top dragster waits at the ready line. Again, we need Comp Eliminator and top sportsman. We need you back to the lanes now, please. Comp and top sportsman to the lanes. Here the motors firing up here in top dragster, and I'm about to hear Bob Unkerfer tell you all about it.
David Nation comes rolling in, the Four Aces team. Out of bounds, City, Kansas, down the right-hand side, 6:20. The dial as we've got 8 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semi-finalists. Rod Scott alongside of him, the Miller chassis hot rod for Scotty. 6:24 the dial. So you're seeing a little bit softer numbers from the barrage of 610s we saw earlier today. Nation on the right. Going to give Ron Scott a small, blink of an eye handicap start by 0.04 of a second. The Nation rolls the beams. Ron Scott gets the win automatically, goes 6:22 and into the final 4. Nation. Car just kept creeping on him. Dropped the top bulb. Rolled out of the beams. Goes 780 after the red light start. Luke Johns and Jessica Ogden come rolling in next. Jessica on a 7:01 and 8/10 handicap start over the Lavernia, Texas-based runner Luke over there on the left-hand side. Jessica looking to see if she can pull out another one. Just flat out drove her first round opponent. Had a red light handed to her in the second round. Luke Johns knows he's got to be patient. 6:21 to a 7:01. Jessica right side. Got the top bulb lit, waiting on Luke. He's in. Easing in, Jessica. Waiting now on Luke Johns. Ooh, Jessica off and running. Trying to steal another one. Has the better light. Lights up the scoreboard. 7:03 and 189. She was 28 on the tree. Johns trying to run her down. Ran 6:20 on a 6:21. And Ogden down to the final 4. And her dragster. 28 on the tree and a couple over. But she gets the win. As Luke tries to chase her down, goes too quick. Bob Button rolls in now. Alongside Paul Luley. Luley had a good run in race number 1. Trying to do it again in race number 2, but he's got to get around Bob Button and Button. Last couple of rounds has had a 6:10 dial up, and he's ran a 6:10. So Luley's going to have to really be on his game here to try and steal this one. The winner comes back to run. Ron Scott. Final call, top sportsman. Final call, top eliminator. Red light start button. Paul Luley gets the win. Scoreboard says give the man a 6:27 at 2:12. 6:13 by Button as he was 32. Too quick out of the gate. And Paul Luley. Ron Scott going to do battle. Now it's going to be Mark Jones, our Friday night's winner. Frank Young taking on Jessica in the semifinals. Stock and Super Street need your lanes now, please. Stock Eliminator, Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Street. Need you to lanes. Come on down. Mark Jones on the left, 6:24 the dial. Frank Young, like Bob Button. One of the Button transportation cars locked in on that 610 number. Frank does not want to be like Bob Button, though, and turn it red. But he knows Mark Jones there on the left-hand side. Not easy to get around. Jones got the number up on the board, the Paul's trailer sales lane. Gonna go first. Frank Young, 004, dead 3, 7 thousandths package for Frank Young. 004, dead 3 on the 610 dial. Mark Jones runs 25 on a 24, and he was never in the race. And I hate to put it that way, but he was never in that race. So Frank Young on the 610 is going to come back to run Jessica Ogden in the semifinals. And Paul Luley and Ron Scott going to duke it out to see which one of them goes to the final round. Comp Eliminator, 6 cars left. Scott Cascio pulling in alongside Barry Forrester. These are 2 of the 4 cars on the long side of the ladder. Forrester on the left, the C Econo Dragster, 787. Cascio on the right, on an 853. Neither driver so far injuring the index. What we thought were going to be mine shaft conditions this weekend, we missed by 8 thousandths of a second. So the drivers being very careful, tiptoeing their way through eliminations, looking for the round win, but not wanting to injure the index for the next round. Forrester on the left, going to give up the handicap start to Cassios, a Super Mod automatic, that Patterson Racing, 400 cubic inch mouse motor, out of the gate running. Here comes Forrester. Who's going to have the most amount of HP down at the other end of the racetrack? Going to be Cascio getting the win. $7.99 at $1.65 to get the W. $7.40 by Forrester gave it a run. Cascio gets the win at the stripe. He'll be back in the semifinals. He'll take on either Don Thomas or Chase Williams. And those two are sitting underneath the tower, getting ready to come in next. Thomas B. Econo Dragster, single 4-barrel, automatic transmission. Chase Williams B. Dragster automatic. Couple of carbs up on top, a little bit different engine configuration. And again, the automatic transmission. $7.45 the index for Thomas. $7.34 for Chase. Winner here gets to come back, take on that number 1 qualifier, Scott Cascio. For Panhandle Performance, Amarillo, Texas. Thomas up on the left-hand side. Chase Williams out of Carthage. Over in the piney woods of East Texas. See what he can do with Dad Greg, Mom Judy. And our next pair coming to life. Chase with the win. Couple of runner-ups under his belt already this year. Looking to see if he can make his way. One more round and possibly another final round berth. He was in the finals on Friday night. Going to be a pick'em race here at the stripe. Going to be Don Thomas getting the win. 829 at 187. 677 for Chase Williams. Chase had the better light. Tom able to get to the stripe, pick up the win. So it's Don Thomas, Scott Cascio on one side of the ladder. Those two will run in the semifinals to determine who out of this pair they're going to run in the final round, because this is a twofer. 6 cars left. We will have 3 cars coming back. And it's either going to be Keith Hall going to the final round, or it's going to be Craig Bourgeois going to his second final round in as many days. Won the event on Friday night over Chase Williams. Looking to see if he can put himself into the final round here again. So Hall on the right, 9 flat index and the Red Rooster, Bourgeois, a Nostalgia Dragster. Front motored car. Got the big popcorn cart wheels on the front. Craig on a 7.42. A twofer. Big round. Bourgeois off and running. Boy, he's going to have to pedal hard. Keith Hall nailed the tree with the better light. Bourgeois runs 690 at $1.64. Takes the win by 45 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Keith Hall had the better light. Holding a couple of hun as they went by the Christmas tree. But just not enough steam at the other end in the Red Rooster to hold off Bourgeois. 690 beats an 855 by 45 thousandths of a second. So comp now down to the semifinals. Going to take our Skagadicky Performance Center top sportsman cars and do the same with them as we call our Samtech EDU stock eliminator machines and Super Street into the lanes, please. Stock and Super Street Need you to the lanes, please. Mike Moorhead, Kurt Friedrich. Battle of the Camaros. Old school, body style, first generation machine. Friedrich on the right hand side. He was able to get around Kelly Land in that last round of eliminations. Mike Moorhead out of Arkansas. Got the win when James Ogden's Shoebox Chevrolet shut off on the line. And Moorhead cruised into the quarterfinals. Mikey left on a 687. Curtis on the right on a 665. Your Columbus Sports Nationals, JEG Sports Nationals, champ in the top sportsman category. Going to give Mr. Moorhead a little bit of a handicap, but not much. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Mike Moorhead goes 0-0-1. 85-8 on an 87 on a double breakout to get the win. 662 on a 665. Friedrich followed him down track and followed him across the stripe. Mike Moorhead picks up yet another round win in a very short top sportsman career that has already seen him pick up a Wally down at Topeka. So Moorhead moves on with a 001 light. Takes 12 foul, true margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. Danny Liebem, Darian Bosch come rolling in. We need our motorcycle finalists to the lanes, please. Sportsman motorcyclists need our final rounds and Super Comp to the lanes. Come on back. Sportsman motorcycle and Super Comp need you to the lanes, please. Darian on the right, 631, number one qualifier. Dan Liebem on the left from the bottom half of the field, working his way through with the Hemi-powered Camaro. Love to go one more round, make his way into the final four. Liebem on a 705, pretty good handicap start. Darren's going to have to really be patient and then pump hard and pump fast. Dan's in. Darian's in. Leave him off and running, so's Darian. Tree came down. Bosch said, I'm ready. Goes through 638 at 208. 710 by Liebem. 189. Darian, 11 thousandths of a second. You can see the parachutes blossoming early. He knew that Camaro had the momentum. Rocking towards the finish line stripe. Gets there with just enough to spare. Pick up the W and go to the final fours. Lance Rutland. Ricky Fisher come rolling in now. Winner here is going to come back and see what damage they can inflict on the MKD team. Because the winner here is going to take on Darren Bosch. Fisher, as we reminded you earlier, really lit this car up on Thursday's qualifying session. Had a fuel leak in the car, hit the ignition. Big kaboom and fireball underneath the tower. Nice recovery job for the team. Make their way back in. Now they're shooting for a Final Four berth here in race number 2. Lance Rutland, your reigning champ. Lance has been hitting the tree, running the number. Same formula he used last year to claim the division championship. Runner out of Montgomery, Texas. Rutland transmission. They're on the left-hand side. We call Super Stock to the lanes now, please. Sportsman Motorcycle. Super Comp and Super Stock need you back to the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, Super Comp, and Super Stock. To the lanes, come on down. Fisher on a 676. Rutland on a 776. So a couple bulbs difference on the tree. 1 second handicap start. Going to the Corvette. There goes Lance. You know what? He hit the tree better than his opponent again. You know what? He got the win again. 780 on a 776. Rutland moves on. 685 by Fisher. Fisher had a good light. Lance's was better. Fisher had a good run. Lance's was better. So it'll be Rutland and Bosch. The semifinals on one half. It'll be Mike Moorhead taking on either Greg Lair or Larry DeMars on the other side. Down from Iowa, 7:15 to dial, another driver. Going to get a pretty decent handicap start. Greg Lairs, Canyon, Texas-based runner. For the Buick, a GMC dealer. Out west of Fort Worth. The Camaro up on the left-hand side. Got the biggest motor in the class here this weekend. Over 900 cubic inches, and he runs it down track, pulling the little shift levers on a Linko, rather than dealing with that measly little automatic transmission. Larry on a 660. Going to be giving up a little bit of a handicap start to Larry. A little over a half sec. Super Stock, you have been invited to the lanes. Super Stock, need your lanes, please. Larry DeMars off and running. Greg Laird just sets there. And DeMars gets the win, 7:17 on a 7:15. And Greg Laird timed out. Never did get the car in and staged. And DeMars picks up the win, so it'll be DeMars and Moorhead. And the semifinals, Bosch and Rutland on the other side. Stock Eliminator coming up next. 5 cars left. Going to whittle it down to 3 in our first pair. Going to be the pair looking for the free ride to the final round. Cooter Hidalgo taking on Bryce Grenier. A couple of boys that do a lot of racing over at Belrose and No Problem Raceway. We'll be back down there in November for the Division 4 National Open. The cool fall air. Sea level racetrack. Might be very, very quick. Don't got a lot of Hemi cars coming. Might be interesting. But right now it's all about a twofer. Win this pair, you get the buy run at 3. And a free ride to the finals. Hidalgo on the left, 1091. Grenier on the right, 1075. Grenier for Lupe Tortilla. The B-Stock automatic Camaro. Oh, baby. Hot diggity, boom diggity. Oh, what you do to me? Womp, womp, womp. Bryce Grenier going to the final rounds for Lupe Tortilla. 10 on the tree and 10 above. 10 thou above, that is. 20,000 package for Bryce. puts him into the final. 10.76 on a 75. Cooter goes through 10.907 on a 10.91. So Bryce getting a free ride to the final round. Now all we got to do is determine who's he going to run. Parker DeVore with 5 cars left. Your U.S. Nationals runner-up a couple of weeks ago. Parker gets the free ride to the semifinals, and he'll come back to running the Camaro. Now, whether it's an old Camaro or a new Camaro, we don't know yet. 1178 by DeVore at 109 miles an hour to put him officially into the semis. And now it's all about Camaros. Jeff Lopez, Johnny Gonzalez, Ace Door Repair, Jared Hooter, Steve's Body Shop, Cromwell, Minnesota, Mouse Motored 350. Handicap start, couple of seconds. Going to Hooter over on the left-hand side. Paul's Trailer Sales Lane on an 1133 dial. Jared off and running. Here comes Jeff Lopez. 9 foul difference off the line. One light Lopez. 9:38 on the 37. Hooter goes 11:32 on the 11:33. Had 6 thousandths of a second room to deal with down on the other end of the racetrack, and just couldn't get it tightened up enough. So Jeff Lopez, Parker DeVore on one side, Bryce Grandier on the other in the semifinals of Stock Eliminator. Super Sportsman Motorcycle, I should say. Final round coming at us. Going to determine our first of our winners in race number 2. Derek Dory taking on Dave Gautreaux. Derek up on the left at 895. Gautreaux looking for another win on his 2020 tour. Runner out at Louisiana on the right on an 890. Dory's off and running. Here comes Gautreaux. David nailing the tree, but it's Dory getting the win on a double breakout. 892 on an 895. Gautreaux goes 884 on an 890. He's under by more. Had some room to play down there. Just didn't let off the throttle soon enough. And Derek Dory picks up the win. Your Sportsman Motorcycle champ here in race number 2. Congratulations to Derek. And I got to tell you, I feel sorry for the people that have to figure up the points, because our Sportsman Motorcycle gang have really shuffled things around here this weekend. Super Stock and Super Gas need you to lanes, please. Super Street coming up. Mark McCall, the Jack's Wax entry, taking on Bill Hughes. William over on the right-hand side. Oh, I hear him already playing with the throttle down there. Hughes going to be your winner. Taking 12 at 10 thou stripe for the win. 1093 beats a 1092. And Hughes out of Tyler picks him up, puts him down, and he goes to the semifinals. Here's your double. Double trouble, double fun. Win here. There will be 3 cars left in Super Street, just like Stock. So win here is good for 2 and a free ride to the final round. John Long on the right. Chris Burles Ford on the left. Burles Farms. Quad Texas entry. Doing a little bracket racing last weekend. Drove the fair lane to the winner's circle check. See what he can do here this weekend. 1090's up on the scoreboard now. Waiting on Chris to get in. He's in, and away we go. Ho, baby. How would you like to have a 004 light leave second? Chris Burrow gets the win. He's under by 4. John Long's under by 26. Burl gets the win, and Chris going to the final round again this weekend. Had a good run last weekend, going to do it again. He's in the money, looking for the money. He'll either come back and run William Hughes, Greg Parson, or Rustin Mays. Because the winner of this pair has to come back and run Will Hughes in the next round. See who's going to run Chris Burl in the finals. He gets a free tune-up run just before the final round. Greg Parson off and running. Rustin Mays' car never leaves the starting line. Greg Parson needs to lift. He does. Goes 11:06 at $1.18. And Rustin Mays on the right-hand side. Now going to get a little assist to go rearward slowly. Tough break for Rustin. Always a hard charging machine. And always a very tough competitor. But it'll be Parson and Hughes and Chris Burl in the semifinals of Super Street. Super Comp getting ready to come up next. Warren's been telling you about Super Comp all day. I'll let him keep talking.
All right, right back into the 890 cars. And let me see here. What does the sheet say? 5 cars left in Super Comp. And Terry Pollard gets the bye run into the semis. He waits in the water box right now, left side of the track. Pollard out of Montgomery, Texas. Pollard Racing 2012 American car, big block Chevy power. Pollard's car rolls up, rolls down, takes it easy. Just a nice moderate pass as he heads for the other end. He's already seeing his wind lights flashing on the wall down there. That's all he had to do. He could have just staged up and backed out. Doesn't matter. 1382 at 84. He'll save it for the next round. Where he gets the winner of this race between Christopher Dodd and Mark Powers. Reminder, we need super stock and super gas to the lanes, please. Super stock and super gas to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. Get down to the short rows here in all of our categories. And it's going to get tighter and tighter to get you back up here. Dodd left side, Double Oak, Texas. Powers right side out of Buda, Texas. Christopher Dodd also running in super stock. We'll see him in just a couple of minutes. Let's see if he can keep his double hopes alive here. Well, I'd say he's got a chance. Mark Powers, Christopher Dodd, win light for Dodd. Could see that coming as he was 19 on the tree, 92 at the finish line, 178 for the speed. For Mark Powers, he was 63 on the tree, so he was late letting go. Tried to make up the difference, got down there, broke out by 2, and still never caught up. So Christopher Dodd goes on to the semis. And here's Vern Rowland, Terry Sullivan. Sullivan left side, Richardson, Texas, the Sullivan Motorsports American car. Roland right side, the Mondin chassis machine out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Super Stock will be up next. Super Gas, you should be filling the lanes. One of them's 8, the other one's 10. Win light goes to the guy that ran dead 4, Vernon Rowland. He's 10 up front, 4 at the finish line, 14 thousandths package. Sullivan had a little bit of a window. He started out 008 on the tree. So he can run an 890 with a 5 and taking the win, but he did not. He was 893.6 at 162. So it's Vern Rowland with the twofer, getting the bye to the final round coming up. So it'll be Dodd taking a Pollard, Rowland with the bye. That's the semis coming up. Super Stock pulling up now. 7 of them. So we'll get down to our final 4 after this. Hayden Trumbull and Gary Emmons. Trumbull left side, GTK automatic 67 Camaro, 350 small block power, and Gary Emmons, the Cavalier GTG automatic for Lucas Oil. We already saw Jerry win this weekend. Gary going to see if he can make it to the final and pick up a Wally. Gary trying to go 972. Trumbull at 1010. Both of them great wheels up start as they head for the other end of the track. They're only 2 thou apart. Finish line says it's going to be Trumbull getting it done to go on to the semis. Trumbull 10-18-9 at 127. He's dead on 9. 34 at the tree. Emmons 32 at the tree. 973.2 at 125. So he was 12 thousandths over the number. Margin of victory, how about 17 10,000ths of a second? So a little bit of fluid up here behind the starting line. We're going to get that all checked out before we roll up our next pair, which would be Aaron Stanfield. Or Greg Stanfield. And he will be on the bye, left side of the track. So we'll get cleaned up in front of him. Top Dragster and Comp Eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster and Comp Eliminator to the lanes. So Greg Stanfield pulls up for his single here, the GTI automatic. He'll get a free look at what the car will do, a free time pass before he goes into the final 4. Runner out of Bossier City, Louisiana, and he just takes the green light, and he'll kind of run on down through there. Not a performance run, but takes the green light just like he has to do. And that 1467 pass nowhere close to what that great stalker can do. Norm Marsden and Michael Bryant. These two will race it off to go on to the final 4. Marsden Super K Automatic 66 Chevy 2 out of Santo, Texas. And Michael Bryant, the Factory Superstock D M&B Trucking Camaro. Copo on the right. He's trying to go 904. He'll give up 3 bulbs or a tree head start to Norm Marsden's 1055. Little Chevy 2 gets to leave first. Here comes Bryant trying to make up the difference. He is in trouble. And that shows on the scoreboard as the win light for Norm Marsden, 1060 on his 55 dial, 109 for the speed. He was better by 700ths coming off the starting line. Bryant, 4/908, but not close enough when he left up here. Norm Marsden goes on to the final 4. One more pair left here in the category as Christopher Dodd pulls up alongside Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. Cooter over here on the right. Christopher hustling back from his Super Comp win from just a minute ago. Super Gas should be lining up over there. Top Dragster, we're waiting on you, as well as Comp Eliminator. So you see Sean Dodd walking out there in front of Christopher. Going to make sure everything is good to go for the little Cobalt over here on the left. Christopher out of Double Oak, Texas. His 2008 Cobalt small block powered machine, GTE automatic setup, alongside Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., the Firebird, the high-flying machine out of Donaldsonville, Louisiana. Cooter in the car business. 346 Pontiac, Super G automatic. Jimmy gets to go first, right side of the track. Christopher will be tracking him down. 983 right, 927 left. So you hear Cooter winding up the Firebird there. And away he goes. And Dodd turns it red by 29. Cooter goes on to the final 4. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. with a 995 at 115. Turns on a win light. Dodd turns on the red light and then goes 976 off pace at 107. So our semifinals set in Super Stock. It's Super Gas coming up next. 8 cars here in the quarterfinal rounds. 4 will come back. Again, Top Dragster, you should be there. And Comp Eliminator, you should be there as well. .990 cars. Here's Travis Salter. He's been running the right lane all day. Moves over to the left. Salter out of Baytown, Texas for SalterRacing.com. That is the red 67 Camaro alongside the blue Ford Probe of Jerry DeBusk. Yep, I would say that's right. If Travis is now on the left side, Jerry must have won the coin flip. In and gone. Will it be the red Chevy or the blue Ford? My suspicion is the blue Ford, and I would be right on the double breakout. He is 987 at 164. He breaks out by 3. Salter breaks out by 5. 985 at 160. So Jerry DeBusk rolls on to the Final Four here in Super Gas. Steve Hayes and Austin Williams trying to do the same. Hayes left side, the full-bodied Camaro. Austin Williams, the Croc Rocket over here on the right from Waxahachie, Texas. So it's the Roadsters versus the Door Cars. Austin and Steve. Neither one of them want to go first. Austin flickers the bulb. Steve right behind. The Croc Rocket out front comes off the stop. Makes his move towards the finish line, working the throttle. Gets it done. 996 at 152. He had some room to work, 400s to be exact. Coming off the starting line, Steve Hayes was behind. 993 at 163. Austin knew he had something to work with down there. And the former two-time world champion turns on a win light and goes on to the semis. Another Roadster door car matchup. Corvette's a pair. 63 Corvette, left side for Chris Harrelson. Jeremy DeMar's right side from Carroll, Iowa. This is another one where it looks like Jeremy won the coin flip because Chris has been running the right lane all day long. Now he is on the left side. Harrelson, the runner out of Conroe, Texas. DeMar's the Iowan. DeMar's right side in the full-bodied Corvette. Harrelson, the Corvette Roadster. One of these drivers is 00. That's the guy with the win light down there. Jeremy DeMar's 003 on the tree, 991.6 at the finish line. Harrelson was behind at the starting line and tried to play catch up. 989.9 at 156. Even if he'd went 9900, he still would have not seen his win light come on because DeMar's was 19 total. John Wright, Chris Edson coming up now. Another door car roadster matchup to finish out Super Gas. Right, left side, the Camaro. Chris Edson, right side, the Corvette. Well, nobody went 00 here, but they're just about dead even off the starting line. Chris Edson was 52 on the tree, and John Wright was 50 on the tree, so only 2 thou apart. Edson got down there, and he went 9.899. Breaks out by 1/1000th. John Wright breaks out by 6/1000ths.
We will have a Roadster door car final.
We will have a Roadster door car final because...
Two Roadsters running each other and two door cars running each other.
So Chris Edson will be running Austin Williams.
DeBusk and DeMars.
DeBusk and DeMars will do the deed to get to the final. So Top Dragster and Comp Eliminator getting paired up back there right now. I believe we are down to 4 cars in Top Dragster and 3 cars in Comp Eliminator as the Alligator Hunter gets to go to the final. He'll have the bye. Craig Bourgeois.
Minutes to go, and we're down by 3. Top Dragster semifinals, Comp semifinals, Top Sportsman semifinals set to come. We'll whittle it down to our final round contestants. Of course, our semifinals and all the rest of our categories, we'll bring them back around. Set up our final round battles. See who is going to take home the Wallies here in race number 2. All right, the Top Sportsman semifinalists. We got all of our Top Dragster competitors. We've got all of our Comp competitors. So, Top Sportsman, time for you to come join us as well for your semifinal meetings. And the rest of you that are still in, get them ready, because you're going to be coming back to lanes as well. Paul Lilly and Ron Scott coming up now. Semifinals. Our Skagga Dickey Performance Center Top Dragster competition. Paul got this far on Friday night. Ran into a buzzsaw named Aaron Stanfield. Like to get around Ron Scott and make his way into the final round. He's going to be on a 625 dial. Ron Scott's going to be on a 621. The Pro Charger hanging off the side for Ron Scott. Moving hot rod over here on the left. 4 foul difference off the line, and it's Ron Scott getting the win. 6.222 at 214. Paul Luley goes 6:25.8. He comes up short in the semifinals for the second race in a row, but this time by only 4/10,000ths of a second. True margin of victory, 0.0004. Scott was 13 on the tree. Paul was 17 on the tree. It was a great battle down track, but Ron Scott by 4/10,000ths of a second finds himself in the finals of our Skagit Dickey Performance Center top dragster competition. Now, who's he going to run? Well, we're fixing to find out. Cars already nosing out from underneath the tire. Frank Young's hot rod looking to go to his second final round in a row. Of course, Paul Luley was looking to go to his first, and that didn't work out so well. 4/10,000ths of a second. Paul comes up short and made the final four both races and can't get her done. Frank Young, he'll be up on the right. Taking on Jessica Ogden on the left. Frank Young looking to go to the final round of his second race. Took the win on Friday night. Love to do it again on Sunday evening. Standing in his way, though, is the young lady who's been driving the wheels off the Continental Foundation restoration machine. Just Ogden over on the left-hand side, and she's been doing it on a very slow but steady 7-second pace. Jessica in on a 7:02. Frank Young on a 6:10. Jessica hanging on. One more round to get to the finals. Frank Young's going to have to be patient. It has proven to be somewhat elusive so far through eliminations. He's green. Jessica at the top end gets the win and goes to the final 7:04 on a 7:02. Frank Young was better on the tree but rips off a 6:09.4 on a 6:10 and breaks out at the other end of the racetrack. So Frank Young gave it a shot at going twofer. Jessica Ogden said, no, not this time. And into the final round, she goes. Comp Eliminator, get ready to come up. Scott Cascio, Don Thomas. Going to do battle, see who takes on Craig Bourgeois. Craig, who won it on Friday night, we already know is in the final rounds again. because he's got the bye with 3 cars left. Scott Cascio's A Supermod Automatic, the Patterson Racing. 400 cubic inch small block, putting him in the number 1 qualifying position. But now he's got to take on the Panhandle Performance. Hot Rod of Don Thomas. Thomas on a 733. Young man out of Louisiana. We're looking to go to the final round. Don Thomas standing in the way. From number 1 to the finals, can he do it? Well, we're going to find out. Cascio off and running. Thomas a little bit better on the tree. Cascio top end gets the stripe and the win. 794 and 170 miles an hour. Thomas a 693 and a $158. So it'll be Scott Cascio and Craig Bourgeois. Couple of gents, fine gents I might add, from Louisiana. Going at it in the finals of Competition Eliminator. Need stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas to the lanes, please. Craig Bourgeois going to do what he needs to do. Pull up, light the bulb, and back out. He'll be back for the finals with Scott Cascio in just a bit. So Bourgeois into the finals, 2nd race in a row, trying to pick up a double-double without having to run up the road in and out. Bourgeois on the left gets the win. Tree goes green, and he's ready. Sportsman coming around the corner in the final 4. Darren Bosch, Lance Rutland, Larry DeMars, and Mike Moorhead. Going to square off to see which one of them going to make it into the final round. And again, stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Semi-final contestants, come on down. It's like Competition Eliminator, where your number 1 qualifier has made his way to the finals. Darren Bosch trying to do the same thing. Out of the number 1 spot to the final round. The only thing left standing in his way, Lance Rutland, your rating division champ, who, like Jessica Ogden, has been running 7 seconds and chopping down the tree to pick up her wins. Well, so's Lance. Going to be tough. Right, a 633. Rutland on the left, a 778. The Corvette. Big handicap start. 2nd and a half. Away goes Lance. He's good on the tree. Darren Bosch is gooder. And he gets the win, 35 on a 33 by 5 thousandths of a second. Rutland was 14 on the tree, run 780 with the 3. Whew. Darian Bosch was better out of the gate by 6 thou. Better at the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. And Darian makes his way into the final round. And our final pair to determine who's going to run. Darian comes running in. Mark Moorhead on the left, looking to go to another final round. Did it in Topeka in race number 2 of a doubleheader. Looking to do it here at Dallas in race number 2 of a doubleheader. Mike Moorhead may start going to races that are only doubleheaders. Larry DeMars on a 7:17 for the runner out of Iowa. And start by Larry and Mike Moorhead. Like I said, likes to go to the final round of the second race of a doubleheader. 686 on a 685 at 201. Mike Moorhead needs to just start planning his trips to the doubles. Seems to do well in race number 2. Did quite well at Topeka. Hadn't done too bad here at Dallas. So our finals are set. In Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Comp Eliminator. Getting ready to set our finals, Stock Eliminator. Getting ready to set our finals, Super Street. Getting ready to set our finals, Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Gents, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Need you in the lanes, please. Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Come on down. DeMore comes rolling in. Runner out of Oklahoma. 1178 the Dow. Towed up to Indy early this year for a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event and won it. Went back to Indy for the U.S. Nationals and came close to doing it again. Lost in the finals to Jerry Emmons. Well, here he is in the semifinals. Looking to go to the finals one more time. Got to get around Jeff Lopez. Lopez on a 937 dial. 2.5 second handicap start. Going to go to Little Volare. DeVore on the left. Lopez on the right. One of them's going to come back to run Bryce Grenier in the finals of Stock Eliminator. One but not both. Parker's green. So's Jeff. One of them, though, about 300ths greener. And that would be Parker into the final rounds running dead 5 on his 1178. 934 by Lopez on a 937 trying to chase him down. Jeff a little late out of the gate and Parker DeVore into the finals again. Only this time not at Indy. He'll come back to take on this Camaro. Bryce Grenier in the finals of Stock. For Lupe Tortilla. Bryce rolling in late Friday night. Missed the first race. Got here in time to eat and party, though. He goes 11 flat, 92 miles an hour. And that sets up the finals in Stock Eliminator. Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. Semifinals to go. And you're in. Need you back to lanes, please. If you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes. All of our competitors. As soon as you can cool them, fuel them, splash them, gas them, and get them back, need you back to the lanes, please. Greg Parson and Chris Burrow in the finals of Super Street. Up on the Warren. Sounded good to Warren. He could hear me. So Parson gets the win. And he'll take on Chris Burrow in the final rounds. Super Comp rolling up next. 3 cars left. Vern Rowland's going to the final round. Is he going to take on Christopher Dodd or Terry Pollard? Pollard over the right-hand side. Dodd on the left. $890's up on the scoreboard. Terry waiting on Chris. Chris waiting on Terry. Yeah, we're making progress. Gentlemen, if you would please, let's decide who's going to run Vern Rowland in the finals of Super Comp. Pollard's right, he's in. Dodd left, he's in. 3 lights a pair, we're off and running. Going to be Christopher Dodd. 893 beats an 891 by 8/10,000ths of a second. Dodd was 007. Pollard was 28 on the tree. Pollard had the better lap down the racetrack, but Dodd, when you combine it with his reaction time, picks up the W by 8/10,000. And he'll be back to run this car. Vern Rowland in the next round of eliminations. As Super Stock semifinals roll into the water box. I'll tell you what, the gang out of Blanchard. Vern Rowland, Parker DeVore. Both of them in the final round. Vern goes 891.3. It solidifies his berth. Now here we go with Super Stock. Norm Marsden and Jimmy Hidalgo. Cooter on the right-hand side. Rolling in. Taking on Norm. Marsden at the wheel with a little 283. Chevy 2 in the left light. Getting the computer tuned over from Super Comp to Super Stock. Getting our pair lined in, and now we're ready to go. Norm on the left. Jimmy on the right. Again, racers, if you're in, you're in. Lead you back to the lanes, please. So Dog on the right-hand side. Norm on the left. First pair, semifinals. Super Stock. Norman Alfred running. Hidalgo Alfred running. Separated out of the gate by 4/1000ths of a second. Norm Marsden's going to the finals. 54 on a 53. 86 on an 84. Hidalgo was 006. Marsden was 10. But Marsden able to get the win down at the other end of the racetrack by 0.05 of a second. Humble on the left, Greg Stanfield on the right. Looks like we got a leakage problem on Hayden Trumbull's ride. So he gets shut off on the line. Greg Stanfield gets the bye to the finals, and it'll be Stanfield and Marsden duking it out for the Super Stock Wally. And we're just about to finalize our final round contestants. One more category to go, and that'd be Super Gas. Up on the Phil's trailer sales side of the racetrack. The leakage coming out of Hayden Trumbull's machine.
That's not the first time he came up and was leaking, right? That's 3.
We need all of our competitors back to the lanes, please. All of our final round contestants. Need you back to the lanes. Jerry DeBusk and Jeremy DeMars. JD taking on JD.
Yo. Oh.
Versus door car, roadster versus roadster. Going to make a door car roadster final round in Super Gas. Get all of our competitors. I might give you a little idea to take a look south. There is some stuff to the south of us, and it's moving this way. It's supposed to be in about 20-25 minutes. So we need all of our final round contestants back to the lanes just as quick as you guys can make it, please. All of our final round contestants need you back to the lanes, please. Red light start by Jerry DeBusk. So it's going to be Jeremy DeMars picking up the win, going to the finals. He does so with a 9.888, 159 mile an hour lap. DeBusk turns it red by 2 thousandths of a second on this end of the racetrack. Well, who's Jeremy DeMars going to run? Going to be Austin? Going to be Chris? Going to be a roadster, we know that. Good battle shaping up. Croc, rock, and drop it. Austin Williams on the left or Chris Edson on the right. It's going to be the Croc, rock, and drop it. 992 at 146 to a 989 by Chris Edson as he comes up short on the other end of the racetrack. So it's Austin and Jeremy in the finals of Super Gas. And we are final round bound with all of our contestants. And again, guys, gals, boys, girls, need you to lanes, please. If you look to the south, there's some stuff south of us, and it is rolling this way. Would love to be able to get this one tucked away and completed before it gets here. So all of our final round contestants need you back to lanes just as quick as you can make it. Come on down, kids. And need our final round contestants to the lanes, please. Final round contestants, need you to the staging lanes, please. Extra final round coming at us now. Ron Scott taking on Jessica Ogden. Jessica on the left, 703 the dial. Ron Scott on a 620. So again, a big handicap start going to go to Jessica. And again, her opponent has to be very patient. Ogden on the left. Scott on the right. Those of you watching the screen, my button is going crazy up here. We got to get it fixed. Just it gets stuck and it rolls the screen. Ogden, 703. Scott on the right, 620. Finals, top and dragster. Coming up next. Crown 1 champ, our sportsman motorcycle champ, Derek Dory. Looking to crown champ number 2. For race number 2. Jessica off and running. Ron Scott, though, is going to get the win at the other end of the racetrack as he runs through 6:22, 201 miles an hour, 7:02.2 at $1.89 for Jessica. Better out of the gate was Scott with a 0:02 light. Congratulations to all of our final round contestants. It's a bit of privilege just to watch you get there. Ron Scott picks up the top dragster final win in the Wally, with the Wally. Stock Eliminator, final round. Parker DeVore taking on Bryce Grenier. Parker already picking up a Wally on the Lucas Oil Tour this year. Grenier looking to pick up one as well now. The 20-year-old youngster. Over on the right-hand side on a 1073. Parker on an 1177. Going to be off and running first. He's in. DeVore pumping in. Tree starts down. Parker's away. Here comes Grenier. DeVore trying to hold off the Lupe Tortilla. Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and he's going to get it done. Double breakout win. Going to go to Parker. 11.75.9 at 106. 10.67 on a 10.73. Grenier holding a little bit too much down at the other end of the racetrack, but Parker's 002 light certainly helped out in that championship run down at the other end of the racetrack. So Parker, DeVore, going to be hauling a Wally back to Blanchard, Oklahoma. With the win there. And again, all of our final round contestants, need you back to the lanes, please. Just as quick as you can turn them and burn them and get them back. Alrighty, our super stock final round getting ready to come up next. Greg Stanfield over on the right-hand side. Norm Marsden left lane. Small blocks of pair, the GTI automatic. 87 Camaro for Stanfield. Dialed in at a 968. Norm Marsden's little 283 Chevy 2 on a 1054. Going to get the handicap start. Norman going to be hustling his way down track, looking over his shoulder, trying to size up the multi-time national champ, Greg Stanfield, as he comes closing from behind. They're in, they're locked, they're loaded. Norman's off. Stanfield on the right, giving chase. About 74-year-old Norm Marsden going 008 and picking up the win. 10:52 out of 10:54, under by 12 Stanfield runs 965.7 on a 968, under by 23, and Norm Marsden picks up the Wally, and he'll be hauling it back to Santo, Texas. And once he gets everything loaded up, smiles in the winner's circle and says thank you to everybody. Norm Marsden, your super stock winner here in race number 2. Congratulations, Norman. Looks like Cop Eliminator final going to be rolling out next. We have 5 final rounds to go to close out the doubleheader weekend here at the Motorplex. Scott Cascio and Craig Bourgeois. Craig's already got a win under his belt. Did it in race number 1. Love to have a double-double here at Topeka. Why, he might even stop it in and out and celebrate with a double-double. Standing in the way, though, Scott Cascio. Number 1 qualifier. Patterson Elite Power. 400 cubic inch small block. 845 the index for Scott. For Bourgeois, 741. One of them's going to walk away with a Wally. Greg says, I'll take one for each hand, please. Scott says, you know what? It's been a while since I've held on to one. I sure would like to have one. This race, I would surmise, is probably going to be won on the starting line. There's your stock eliminator champ. Parker DeVore making his way back. He'll be in the winner's circle shortly. Love to be there with his father-in-law. Cassiel's away. Bourgeois away. Like I said, this one's going to be won on the starting line, and Scott Cassio was late. 688, Bourgeois goes back-to-back wins. 688 at $1.73, 794 by Scott. Great run down the racetrack. But when your reaction time number starts with a number other than 0, it's usually not a good indication that things are going to go your way at the other end of the racetrack. And Craig Bourgeois picks up race win number 2 here this weekend for a double-double at the Texplex. Top Sportsman Final. Getting ready to come up next, and it'll be Darian Bosch taking on Mike Moorhead. Darian on the right, 634. Moorhead on the left, a 686. Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas at our Top Sportsman Finals. And we will put this weekend in the record books. Mike Moorhead up on the left side. Darian Bosch on the right. Half a second, handicap start. Go to Moorhead, the Arkansas runner. There in the left lane. Talked earlier today about how he went to Topeka for their doubleheader event and won race number 2. Well, maybe that's a good omen. Maybe he needs to run double-doubles. Darian Bosch says, pshaw. Watch this. Bosch out of the number 1 spot. Going to give up about a bulb on the tree. Moorhead going to be off and running. Darian on the right. Moorhead on the left. Skagadicki Performance Center. Top Sportsman. Final round. All right, start by Moorhead. Turns the bulb red back on this end of the racetrack by 0.02 of a second. Runs 685 on a 686 and a 1254 for Darian. He saw the red light. He saw the blue light. He knew that he was the winner. Darian Bosch and the MKD team out of Louisiana picks up the win in our Skog-and-Dickey Race Shop and Performance Center Top Sportsman category. 3 finals to go. Super Street, Super Cop, and Super Gas. Super Street's going to be the first out. Chris Burrell taking on Greg Parson. Ford versus Chevrolet. 1090s apiece up on the scoreboard. We're going to watch them roll their way down the racetrack. Big 550 plus cubic inch Ford. Taking on a little 427 combination for Parson there on the left. Sluggo into the final round. Multi-time division champ on the left-hand side. Burl. 2 final rounds and 2 weekends. Bracket racing last weekend. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series racing this weekend. Oh, baby, this is going to be fun. 005 to a 15 light. Burrow gets the win. How about a 9,000s package in the final for Chris Burrow? 005 did 4 at 138 miles an hour. Parson was 15 on the tree and was along for the ride. Chris Burrow picking up the W as he takes the Ford out of Claude straight to the Texas Motorplex winner circle. Congratulations to Chris and our Houston Cheap Fireworks. That was a Super Street, Super Gas yet to come. Our JC3 Energy Service Super Comp Final coming up next. Vern Rowland and Christopher Dodd. Dodd over on the left-hand side, Vernon on the right. Saw his son-in-law, Parker DeVore, pick up the win in stock eliminator. They sure would love to share the winner's circle. Standing in the way, Christopher, left-hand side, Premier Pool and Spa. The Warren Morrison power plant in the undercover chassis for Dodd. Joe Mondon chassis car for Roland over on the right-hand side. Waiting on Christopher to roll in. Vern Roland in. Dodd in. RPM's up and away we go. Another great final round shaping up. 6 down difference between these two off the line. Win goes to Dodd. 889.6 beats an 889.2. 4 thousandths of a second difference on their breakout down at the other end of the racetrack. And Christopher Dodd picks up the JC3 Energy Services Super Comp title here this weekend in race number 2, and we are down to 1. Super Gas. The Roadster versus the door car. Congratulations to all of our winners so far. Christopher doing it in the JC3 Energy Services Super Comp category. Christopher Dodd, that is. Chris Burrow getting the win in Super Street. Darian Bosch picking up the Skog-and-Dickey Performance Center. Top Sportsman Wally. Craig Bourgeois has a Wally for each hand as he leaves tonight from the Texas Motorplex in Cop Eliminator action. Super Stock, our Stanfield Racing Super stock category won by Norman Marsden. Showed them all how to do it in that final round. Chopping down the tree and winning it at the other end. And Parker DeVore, third final round in about a month and a half. Got a couple of wins under his belt. He gets the win in our samtech.edu stock eliminator category. Congratulations to Parker. Top dragster, hey, what can you say? Ronnie Scott gets the win over young Jessica Ogden in her first final round in top dragster competition. Scott picks up the Skagadickie Performance Center. Top dragster Wally, and don't forget Derek Dory, a little bit earlier, able to get around Dave Gautreaux for our Sportsman motorcycle win, as we are down to Super Gas and waiting for them to make their way around to close out the race weekend here at the Texplex. And again, on behalf of everybody here at the Texas Motorplex, want to thank all of our competitors for coming out. We want to thank all of the folks listening in on DragRacer.tv all weekend long. 4 days of fun, frivolity, and racing action. Warren Evans been able to bring it to you. Warren and I have been telling you all about it as it goes on down track. And of course, from everybody on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. I want to thank everybody, all of our participants for coming out. Great field of race cars. Great weekend of racing. And I hear our final coming up underneath the tower. Round, final race of the weekend. Jeremy DeMars from Iowa. Austin Williams, right down the road in Waxahachie. Roadster versus door car. You got a 50-50 shot if you took the Roadsters. Jeremy DeMars says, yeah, well, don't go cashing your check just yet. Austin on the right. The Croc Rocket, drop it. The Croc Rocket. DeMars on the left. Says, call it all you want. Watch this. Ooh, baby. That got ugly in a hurry on the starting line. Austin pushing on the other end and pushes him out. Wow. A 1/10 of a second behind was Austin Williams at the get-go, but he just kept pushing. 995 at $151. Jeremy DeMars gets down there, can't find the Croc Rock and drop it machine, and breaks out with a 988 at 157. Jeremy is going to be beside himself. Hide the sharp objects back in the DeMars trailer. Whew. 988 at $157, taking a chunk of stripe. And Austin Williams picks up the win. What's the old expression? Some days you're the bug, some days you're the windshield. Well, Austin that time weren't the bug. He gets the win. And that, boys and girls, puts the race weekend to a wrap. 2 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events back-to-back here at the Texas Motorplex. Again, on behalf of Warren Evans, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, DragRacer.tv, the Texas Motorplex, we want to say thanks to everybody for being here or watching in online. I'm Bob Uckerfer. Good night, everybody. See some of you next weekend from St. Louis.